Okay. I'm going live in just a second. Anything we want to clear up about?
Rounding it out with some peach Red Bull.
Ooh, is that good?
It's
Peach?
best. Some of the
Ooh.
flavors, fucking nasty.
I think I've tried there's like a blue one, like a blueberry or something, and that was unenjoyable.
Yeah, most of them that I've tried are fucking nasty, but my friend showed me this one. She's like, no, try this. And I tried it. It changed my fucking life.
Oh god, I don't need to be
Nectar of the
introduced
gods.
then. Like, that's dangerous.
And every gas station I go to, it's like buy 3 for $5.50, and I'm like,
Oh, right.
okay.
Oh god.
I don't think I need that. That lighting makes me feel blue.
I'm blue.
Right. So we're basically picking up right after the shit with Bandit Steve. I know some of you expressed interest in getting that other horse. I don't know if you want to pursue that today or not.
Wait, I thought you said I rolled enough to be able to at least get BS to a stable. It's not like tamed by me, but
Yeah, that was one of them. But there was a second
okay.
horse that somebody was
Oh.
interested in, or at least mentioned, trying to get to capture. Do we want to do that as some sort of? Are y'all interested in another horse, or do you just want to let that other horse just kind of fuck off?
I mean, if we all had horses, that'd be dope.
Yeah, I think everyone should have a horse.
Yeah.
This is a general idea. That's a good idea.
I feel like that's something that gets overlooked a lot. I mean, it's usually too early in campaigns at low levels, but like, why the fuck are people walking everywhere in these places? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they're too broke for a horse. That's the answer.
Yeah,
Yeah, so horses won't increase your overall overland travel speed, like what you can get done in a day, because they aren't endurance runners. But they will definitely increase the amount of shit y'all can haul around, and they can get you. They can sprint like way faster than people, so they are good at that kind of thing. Just a heads up. Okay.
All right, I'm down to go wrangle this horse.
With that, I will start. Okay, we are finally live after resolving some technical difficulties.
I'm just gonna.
No, here they are again. Classic. I'm gonna hit.
What happened to Keaton? I looked away for a second.
I don't want people watching me eating.
Keaton's dead. We just gotta move on.
Keaton, you need to start your mukbanging career.
My wedding?
It's like
mukbanging.
Y'all can explain it way better than me, but it's like
those,
yeah.
It's those videos of people just like chowing the fuck down.
Oh no.
Man, I feel like Ian's at least told me that definition so many times, and I always forget because mukbanging just doesn't.
It's like a Korean word.
Yeah.
I don't muck banging.
Like, mucking should mean just like normally eating.
Dude,
if mukbanging is.
I don't refer to like eating food as muck, or I don't refer to food as muck, and I sure as hell don't bang any of my food, no matter how hungry I am.
Well, that's your first mistake.
Oh yeah, I mean obviously, Corey, I can tell you are a man of many mucks. So
many bangs, yeah. I mean, no, I don't have to gloat or anything, but
we're streaming. Hi everybody.
I've mucked a bang in my day.
We're streaming.
Corey, your fillet of fish ASMR, please.
Oh, I never want to eat a fillet of fish, but I did do that one where I ate 4 hot dogs in a row.
And you're wearing a Taco Bell shirt. I just realized. Is that a ghost in the Taco Bell shirt?
Ghost in the Taco Bell, yeah. And it's got Lieutenant Kitsuragi with a cheesy bean and rice burrito on it.
Shut the fuck up. Do they make those still?
They absolutely. It's not official merchandise whatsoever, so I can absolutely link you. Just remind me.
No. I mean,
there are lots of colors even. Huh?
Put the belt shit off their menu. I was wondering if that was still available.
Oh yeah, the cheesy bean and rice burrito, of course. That's what
I'm
you
gonna
mean.
shut up.
No, I'm kidding. No, but for real, if you want one of these, I have the link. It's my favorite. I bought a shirt too. Okay. We are picking back up where we left off last time. I believe everyone's leveled up, so good for y'all. I'm curious, when you leveled up, did it do HP for you all? Oh, looks like it did.
I was just about to ask, do we need a roll or do we do max?
Your discretion, though I feel as though rolling is a risk, but it's your player, you're the player,
Why
it's your
would-
experience.
No. At this point, if you are telling us that there's an option, you're telling us to take max. That's what you're doing.
Oh, sorry, not max. Average or roll. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, if you drag the class over to level up, it does it for you.
Does it roll it or does it do the average?
Yeah,
It does.
it gives you average.
Okay.
Cool
I'll just take
beans.
that.
So, yeah. Especially if you have no con modifier. If I were a player, in this set of rules, I would feel very comfortable taking the average for at least, a couple levels, right? But
Yeah.
I'm also a gambling man, so eventually a foolish decision would overtake me. Okay. It is midday. It's the 18th. You're supposed to meet Genrik's contact, Vivarin, a mage from a Wizarding Academy, at the Pilgrim and Flask Inn on the 20th. He says he thinks y'all are pretty close. You have the map that he sort of drew, and you also just trounced Bandit Steve, who came back for revenge a second time, and was soundly, well, thrice killed.
I was
Right.
about to say thrice makes nice.
So you have basically the rest of today and then 2 other days to find this inn.
Thrice baked Steve.
He did his bestest, but it wasn't
Trounced
enough.
thrice he was.
Oh, y'all don't have the map. Can y'all see the hex map that we're using for overland travel? No.
Yep.
Share with all?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, and can anyone move the token, or just me?
No.
Just you.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Right. So, generally, the idea was northeast, but if you ever want to do anything different, you have basically 4 hours left in your traveling day. So two more hexes to traverse this day.
North and northeast.
I'm down with keeping on keeping.
Aha. Okay, so northeast it is. As you travel northeast, exit mask. You basically exit the tree line from this sprawling forest that you've been traveling in and out of, and you make it into a large grassland stretch in all directions around you. The sun is going down, but the cloud cover's pretty heavy today, so there's no danger that anyone can see on the horizon of any sort of sunstorm. And even if there were, it's almost nighttime. So, that said, when you, So you just want to continue northeast again?
I'm down.
Very
If
cool.
the rest of the party is cool with just
That sounds
staying
good.
in the town.
I think
Yeah,
they
so the
I think they
party just-
defer to your navigation experience.
Yeah, we are just along for the ride while you are navigating.
Oh boy.
You're captain
That's
of the
fine.
ship.
I mean, I should know what I'm doing.
Awesome.
Like every time you turn to us and you're like, should we go this way? And we're just like, big shrug. Welcome to Shrug City.
The only one with better perception score than you as Juya, and you're still a better like overland navigator than anybody else because you're a ranger. So that's where we're at. Yeah. Okay. Well, you head northeast into the hills, which is sort of like a rough, like it takes a long time to get through, so that will like factor into your travel time overall, but as it stands, that's where you end up for the night. You end up in a small region of hilly grassland. Go ahead and roll me like I guess just everyone who's got eyes outside the caravan, just roll me a perception check.
What about the horses?
Not the horses, because even if they see this, they won't care.
Oh.
Okie dokie.
Horse just looks up and shrugs. I don't give a shit.
Nice. Well, Matt, excuse me for that belch. If that came through on stream, that was gross.
It didn't, but thanks for
Thanks
admitting
for
it.
no.
It did, and thank you for making me self-conscious about any future burps that I make.
Oh, it's okay. Hold up. We'll how about that?
Heck yeah.
Cool.
Well,
Very
Heard that
odd.
one.
Set the gold standard. Now we can all belch with an eased heart. Okay. Cool. So you make camp in the hills. You notice that well, on top of the fact that y'all all just got your asses whooped.
What?
Well, you won, but it was a taxing fight. He's like, excuse me, I'm a seasoned combat veteran. I'm level 2, I say. Yeah, other than that, you also notice that Ginrick has a kind of like somewhat anxious disposition. And Matt actually at one point when y'all are traveling to find camp, you're just traveling through these hills at the end of your day. Matt, you notice on the and Fox too. I didn't even see Fox roll. Matt and Fox both see kind of like on the distant horizon what look like some ruins. You think that you could potentially press on and reach them before the end of the day. Otherwise, you could, if you were so inclined, find them tomorrow. Oh, nice. We got the
Do y'all share that with the rest of the party?
Yeah, I do.
Oh man.
yeah.
Finray's super curious about the ruins.
So it's Fox.
She wants to know if those are the ones from her vision, and so she's super for pushing through to reach them before the end of the night.
What do you remember about your vision? Ruins-wise, specifically, but anything you remember is fine.
Yeah. So I remember. Hold on. I'm remembering actively.
Give me
Just
one moment. The remembering is happening.
I'm like
Enter my
I'm
mind
trying to open
palace.
my third eye.
Your mind palace.
Oh, I think I'm in the wrong chat. I remember that there was a lot of the sun.
Yeah.
What are they called?
There was an eclipse. There was a sunstorm that turned into an eclipse. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, that. And
That's a mislead.
it was at the very end of the vision that I actually saw the ruins, and they looked like. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, my vision, I experienced a sunstorm where the heat and light were unbearable almost, but as the curtain like washed over me and threatened to consume me, the heat and light diminished and then parted. And as I adjusted, there was a full eclipse, and the high winds were hitting my face and stuff and shit. And then I heard a voice that said, "Go now, child of sunlight, and return. Order the firmament so that things may again grow." And the stones were like in the background of that vision.
The waystones, right?
The waystones, yeah.
Okay. I was just crossing T's and dotting I's. Is that the right letters for those actions? It doesn't matter.
I was about to say it is, but it would have been funnier if it's the other way.
You do. So you recall just a general kind of like these fields that you saw weren't completely barren. There was kind of like rubble and ruin, though these specific ones don't strike you as the specific ruins you saw. That said, I mean, it clearly reminded you of the vision. So there may be something intriguing to check out there.
Yeah. Fenrir's like slightly disappointed that she doesn't think they're the same waystones, but she still definitely feels it's important to get there before the end of the night.
So just to clarify, the waystones you saw were kind of these like smooth, almost like stalagmite shaped, like they're like thick at the base, but then they're like carved to a point. And they stand kind of in a row along the horizon in your vision. This just appears to be some rubble, which in the fields in your vision, there's kind of like just the evidences of waste in general, kind of like dying trees and crumbling, buildings scattered throughout, but none of that specifically speaks to this, or at least visually. It wasn't the thing you were focused on in the dream, at least. Past a vague intuition that they're related. But it is different than the waystones, is my point.
Gotcha.
Yes. So, do y'all want to aim to settle there for the night, or just head out and check them out in the morning?
How close are they?
I'm down to check them out.
It would take you're kind of nearing the end of your day, the day of travel, but with a, I guess we could just make it kind of like a like an endurance check of some kind, or a navigation thing, to see if you can kind of make it in time before everyone's too pooped to go on. Let's roll for some horses.
Traveling at a faster pace.
That's true. Yeah, you could kind of up the pace. Yeah, definitely. Which that runs the risk of exhausting some of your horses, but you're about to rest for the night anyway, so. We'll just say it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all make it to the ruins. As you pull up to the thing, to the precipice of what used to be kind of lonely temple. It was tough to spot while you were traveling because it kind of sits in the valley of a few hills. So depending on like where you're coming at it, it's not immediately visible. It's not like at the top of a hill or anything, so that you can kind of see it from far away. It seems almost like nestled intentionally out of sight. But as you approach the sort of precipice of this old structure, you can kind of like see where old pathways through the hills were like similar to the old road that you've been following are kind of overgrown, and you can see the remnants of worn walkways. As you begin settling in for the night, you notice Ginrick is a little bit like quiet. He keeps to himself more than is typical for him, who is normally sort of at least talkative if not jovial.
Finry goes and sits next to him and asks him what he knows about this place. She noticed his withdrawal.
Sure. He's like, I think this is, well, I think I remember this place from the last time I took this journey north. But I'm not sure. It's been a long time. And so as you all, yeah, you make your way to the building. It appears to be kind of like a crumbling temple. At the ceiling is completely caved in. There's kind of like rubble strewn about, and you can kind of see where an altar used to stand before a statue, though the statue itself is broken and little in the way of like any identifying markings can even be seen. Just the nature of the it looks as though this temple caved in and the statue itself like bore the weight of that collapse and is now basically just rocks. But you can see where the base of the statue and all the weight it used to support kind of like forms into the feet of some figure, and it's kind of broken off at the shins and surrounded by rubble. In front of that there is sort of like a place where offerings used to go, but the entire interior of this blown out temple is very overgrown at this point. And there are still walls standing all around in the perimeter, but whatever purpose it used to serve, people don't appear to come here anymore, and the paths to and from it are long since neglected and abandoned.
At the feet of the statue or near the place where there might have been offerings, are there any kind of symbols for writing or glyphs or anything like that?
No. Not to your immediate eye. It's what's up?
I was gonna ask if I can make an investigation check, just trying to find any sort of anything.
Yeah.
Identifying stuff.
Totally.
Oh, you hit the square instead of the modifier. Nice.
Anything identifying just the nature of the worship that took place here?
Yeah, any kind of clues as to what this place is or what it was.
Nice.
The feet.
The feet. Yeah, man, from the curvature of his shins, you can determine that it was no. The statue is all but unidentifiable. That said, remnants of offerings are left in the offering bowl, and you can kind of see general trinkets that someone with religion should make a knowledge religion check. There is a theme to the kind of offerings that were made and the trinkets that were left here, that would indicate kind of the kind of worship that was given.
Nice.
Oh, well done.
Oh yeah, you totally get it. Excuse me, I'm drinking fizzy drinks. No, yeah, so this does appear to be a long abandoned temple to the worship of a sun deity of some kind. With that knowledge, even though Finry, you don't have like a religious background.
When I say it.
Hey.
You.
Yeah, you feel pretty strongly that Fox's hunch is correct, just based on your own communion with your, what's it called, your divine
Deva, I think.
yeah, like what's the feature called? It has like a name.
Guardian
It's like
angel.
yeah, like
guardian.
guide or something. Yeah, your guide, your You
I
recognize
take
you recognize
it.
these all as offerings toward like harvest and health and sunlight and things of that nature.
Nice. I take it. What was in there?
Just like it's like literally like
Ancient
offerings of grain and things like that, stuff that is totally one inedible because it's so old and you can only kind of see the remnants of what vermin have left behind, but then also just kind of like hand carved trinkets that peasantry or farmers or whatever might carve as offerings to their object of worship. Nothing extremely valuable though. Everything that remains is stuff that was crafted with care, and you can tell that there was like it has all of the markings of devotion and like a bygone era of piety.
That's awesome. I take them.
Okay, you basically pick up what looks like a small wooden carving of the sun with a face. The flames on the perimeter of the sun kind of swirl in a clockwise direction, but it wasn't a masterwork or anything. It's not garbage, but it just kind of just seems like somebody who carved these kind of things as a hobby or something, made one and left one as an object of
Benry
worship.
feels. I don't know.
It's got a lot of character, is what I'm trying to say.
Rustic nature, and she wonders if perhaps she can use it to, use as a button to her cloak. If she could refasten it, maybe during a rest.
Oh, sure.
As a new little clasp.
Yeah, you can. You think that you can fashion a clasp or something, some kind of. You can absolutely make modifications to this to fasten it, or at least keep it as memorabilia of some kind. And if you want to kind of like spend your downtime making that happen, in between, like in the background, I'm not gonna make you make checks for it or anything, but yeah, you can totally make that happen. While y'all are kind of investigating this, you again notice that Genrick is sort of like kicking around in some of the rubble, looking for I don't know, anything. Just kind of in the way that that Fox was sort of investigating. It seems like Genrick's doing that himself.
Corey, ask him if his rogue senses are tingling and if he thinks there's any treasure in here.
Well, I know there's some treasure. Well, I know I left something here. I don't know if it's here anymore. So he, yeah, he's just like, I buried something underneath one of the stone panels here, but this place has really fallen to pieces since the last time I was even here, and it wasn't so hot then. But he's like, God, I just can't remember where.
I'm honestly, so like we pulled over at the ruins, and I'm just thinking about it now. I think Azaram might be wholly disinterested in the in like ancient structures of the people of this land and stuff like that. Like, oh, this is just trash.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, no one cares about it anymore, so I don't care about it to begin with.
Some lowly people's forgotten house.
Yeah, just the levity or whatever.
Well, no, because like I
Yeah.
imagine it looks like things that I might have seen just ruined and floating around in the chaos of limbo that I would have not paid any second mind to there. So seeing them here, it's kind of just another blind spot in my eyes. I see like, well, kind of like with the spider webs, like why have our feet stopped moving? It's
Yeah.
kind of its stance.
It just bears no significance to you up front. Like you wouldn't have noticed it, and now that you notice it, you don't immediately like gather why it matters. But it's oops, did not mean to rotate my boy. Yeah, no, it more or less appears to simply be
I asked
remnants of
Ginrick
worship.
what it is that he left and offered to help him look for it.
It says, I think I put something underneath a flagstone. We all
Was it
left
magic?
Was it
I
bigger
assist.
than a bread box?
He said roughly the size, smaller than a bread box. He says, we all just kind of left stuff behind as a I don't know. It was more sentimental than anything. He admits, embarrassed.
I'll find that.
But yeah, he's basically
is-
looking for not memorabilia.
Is
He's
treasure like sentimental to rogues?
he do you ask him that? He laughs at that.
Yeah, I do.
He said, "Yeah, you." He like winks and agrees that that's what's going on here. But yeah, he says, "It's not a huge deal. We can look in the morning," and he starts setting up his sleeping gear, and y'all tie up all the horses and stuff that you need to, and he gives up for the night.
Oh, did we track down that horse? Did we skip that?
We did skip that. Do y'all want to have attempted
I guess
to
if we
find the
already
horse?
went, would we have seen it on the way?
No, it ran south.
I'm
How
indifferent.
okay. How invested are y'all in this extra horse? Because
No.
we can get horses, but
Don't care. Yeah, once we
Yeah.
get to a town, we'll probably have enough money to buy a couple fucking.
cool beans. So y'all get your rest for the night. This is officially the moment you level up. I'm not sure what resources it expended to you. Matt, for some reason, has just, I'm gonna say, too much HP.
Whoa!
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
go with too much HP.
How much
whenever
HP
I-
do you have?
It says like 439.
What?
Yeah, something wrong happened. You should have your level 1 EX, your HP, then
Maximum for level 1, and then average on top of that.
yeah, I
Unless
think
you
it's like
roll.
I think it's like 6 plus con mod for a D10.
12 and 18. Does it look right?
I trust you.
Okay.
let me do quick brain math. Okay, you have con mod of +2. You have a D10, so your starting HP is 12, and then you should have gained an average of 6 plus another 2, so that's 8 more. So you should have 20. Is that right?
Oh. Okay. I put 18. I'll have 20.
Very cool. Your beefiness precedes you, and everyone knows what it means when you have to deal with Matt the murder machine.
Okay.
So yeah, some of you have wounds left over. I don't believe that Julia. I think you might have all your wounds.
Oh yeah, I guess when I did my HP, something changed. I had 6. Does it count from up or down? I guess I had 6 wounds.
Yeah, wounds is how much damage you've taken.
Whoa, I just got kicked out of the fantasy grounds, so I'm gonna rejoin.
Okay, let me
Can you
go.
kick me real quick?
Yeah, sure will.
Oh, also, Ian, you can right-click that unnamed character up there and delete.
Oh, I think I kicked a bunch of people by
Oh.
accident.
Ooh,
Yeah.
wow.
And it's
Can
gone.
can right click what? Sorry.
I was gonna say, just that unnamed character that got made, you can right-click it to erase it from up there in the corner.
Oh, okay.
Whoops, sorry to be rude. I don't see you. Can you get back in, Hochimitsu?
I think I'm getting in there.
It says you disconnected and then reconnected.
Did it? Well, I was like in the lobby, so I figured it was gonna be an issue to get in. So
Oh, but was it?
I'm getting in without issues now.
Okay, very cool.
It's just not loaded yet.
That rules. Just let me know if you continue to not be able to load.
Actually, yeah. I'm not really in there. Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I know it's taking a little while.
Aha. Okay,
weird.
Fox is back in. Azaram's back in. Matt is still in. Henry's in. Just waiting on Gia. For the sake of... For some reason, it has you as an unnamed token.
No, that one is the extra. Yes.
Ah, I should go ahead and get rid of those. Maybe that'll work. Okay, cool. I think we're all back in. Yeah. So when we take our rest for the night, it will be a short rest since y'all have long rested 2 days ago, yesterday. That said, I think Fox has a new class feature that increases how much HP you heal when you roll dice on a short rest.
I do. If anybody needs to heal,
I don't think.
with
I don't think I got hurt.
So when we leveled up and I had 6 wounds, do I just continue to have 6 wounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
That said, when you roll your hit die to heal them, you'll also roll an extra d6.
Oh, and before we get into it, what did you think of that that rule where like if someone drops to 0, they can't gain more than 1 HP for the next 4 hours? Have rest and recuperate.
You sound very far.
Oh, 1 sec.
Oh, you sound much better.
Did you catch what I said though?
Yes. No, I
I
am interested in using a rule like that. If not that rule, I'll have to think about how that meshes with the way our house rules are set up. Because I don't want it to like just totally destroy everybody, but I do want there to be a kind of like wound or something that dropping to 0.
How we have the long rest, short rest things going, I don't think it's gonna be that detrimental because we're already getting owned by the long rest thing.
to use a technical game design term.
Yeah. We're really getting gimped by it, in a way, not like
Yeah.
heavy. Yeah.
It already kind of affects the pace of the game in that way.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate you dropping to 0 tonight. But I don't know. Could happen.
Is that a challenge?
You're like, I find the highest point I can find and I trip. No. Combat light. So yeah, recovery stuff. I mean, what is this like? Fox's called Song of Healing, but you do like a different sort of performance than most bards. So what do you imagine that kind of
Fox
entailing?
is wrangling a dog in the backyard right now.
Fox, roleplay your character. Totally. So Thinry, you can absolutely kind of like describe how you start fiddling with this sort of like trinket of devotion to Paylor, to kind of like make it an accessory for wearing.
Yeah, for sure. So it's probably a little too thick now to even fasten onto my current cloak. So I actually asked Genrick what he has that I could use to like whittle it down a little bit, because I don't have anything on me right now that's super helpful, but I just like figured he does.
I have a knife.
Things.
Oh, he's
you have a knife? Nice.
Yeah, it's not even a dagger. It's like a knife that I got from being an urchin. You probably know that I have this knife.
Then I just settle in next to Julia and ask them to help me out with fiddling and getting this trinket into like a button clasp or a clasp that I can. So Fox is back by paper.
Yeah, I offer you my knife, and I'm like, this is my trusty fishbone knife that I've had my whole life.
Is it made
I
of
make
fish
all my
bones, or do
jewelry
you
with
use it on fish bones?
Both.
Cool. I don't know how that works on the hardness scale or whatever, but you know, we're rolling with it.
I imagine it's very sharp regardless, and like the ancient wood just kind of like flakes off to its blade.
Yeah, no, you sit there and you whittle away at this little trinket, and you kind of create a cavity in the back of it where you can sort of attach a fastening mechanism, if that was what you were trying to do, like with the clasp you said.
Yeah, I pull off the clasp that existed, which was just a regular, uninteresting, you know, normie run of the mill clasp. I put that back in the offering bowl, and then I fasten this little sun.
This little new sun token
Place.
onto you.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Yeah, Ginrick was gonna offer to help, but you know, Julia seemed like he had it handled, so he just kind of is content to sit back and listen to whatever happened and kind of smoke on his pipe, and starts to drift off into an early sleep.
Finry's glad she worked with Julia instead, because Ginrick looks like he just smells a little bit at this point, so she was happy to be hanging out with her OG companion.
You all think that a bath would be nice at this point, considering it's been over a week traveling in the wilderness.
Yeah, Finry smells like asshole, but she won't admit that, like, personally to anybody. She doesn't smell it.
You can't notice your own.
Everybody
brew.
smells terrible.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure y'all
like,
bathed in a
upset
creek or
as
something.
To why don't people shed? It makes no sense.
You're the only one that doesn't smell bad.
Yeah.
It's just because you don't have glands.
Hey.
The same glands.
Fox is greasy, but it's covered up in layers and wraps, and all of his outside clothes are perfumed.
I smell like thatch berries.
That's true. How's the thatchberry? The thatchberry plant going? Did y'all name it? You were talking about
my
naming
garden
it.
grow.
Yeah.
Name the fence.
It needs a name.
I do probably speak as we're just traveling in the cart. I might sit with the potted plant in my lap, and I'll just speak to it in Gith.
Just tell it bedtime stories or something.
No, I'm literally just gonna proselytize to it about the teachings of Zerthamon, but only in Gith, because it's the only way I can really
get your
my
sermon
point
on.
across.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way I can really get it through. That's why, like, when I'm speaking in common, I just stick to the 7 tenets, and I let everyone else interpret everything else out of those.
Yeah.
Finry is insanely jealous you're talking to it. She feels like it understands, but has no idea what you're saying. Doesn't realize it's what you preach to the group. She wishes she has FOMO.
At this point, Julia is starting to create a theory that the thatchberry plant is Zerthamon.
Oh no! Zerthamon told the Gith that there cannot be 2 skies. In the wake of his words came war.
Oh my god!
My
This
fucking friend Matt is in the Twitch chat.
this tiny bush, the second coming of Zerthamon. Julia.
Did I ever start fermenting in the long rest? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. We can get to it. Yeah, you kind of mashed up some of the thatchberry stuff that y'all collected on your way out of town, and sort of you had enough for a couple of jars as an experiment to try and ferment yourself some thatchberry juice, some thatchberry wine.
I'm very protective of the plant in particular. Yes, you may have 3 berries today.
How big are the berries then? Am I having to hoard little blueberries
Yeah.
every day?
Most definitely.
I imagine when y'all collected and bought your supplies that you literally bought like a sack, a giant thing of thatchberries. Plus, I don't know, berries don't keep super great, right? So better to ferment them.
Still protective of it.
I mean, they're on the vine. When they're on the vine,
Little container I
that's not
have
fine,
for
but-
trying to ferment.
It's the only piece of the new small home that I made here. It's the only piece of it that I have with me. Like I literally tore up a bit of the ground outside of my house and brought it with me. We may all tend to it, but it listens to me.
It's my best friend.
I start calling the plant Endure. Ender. It just
Ender.
I can't say endure by the end of the night, so it's just Ender.
I love it. I love it.
Okay. That said, you all kind of wind down. Is Ian back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Y'all sort of wind down. Ian, what is it like for Fox to be playing kind of this like your song of rest? Like how does that work for Fox? What's he do to kind of like evoke that bardic power of healing?
I imagine it is like he tells a tale of healing. He tells stories about different characters and stuff, and like it's kind of like it's like slam poetry almost.
Just their journeys and their hardships and their recovery from those things and that kind of thing. Just all your storyteller. I kind of like this as
Fox
a
is a slam poet. Is that like all the time, or is it just for this?
He's
song?
like, and he's like dancing too. Like he's doing interpretive sort of like dance moves, and he's got bells.
Does
like,
it get more elaborate as he gets into his slam healing poetry?
Yeah, it's very it's like there's big pauses and stuff too. You know, like the negative space is just as important.
Nice. So yeah, anyone who rolled their recovery gets an extra d6 of healing, in case it matters.
Do we level up tonight or like in the morning?
Like tonight, basically. Like it doesn't matter. The character sheets like say it already, you know.
Santa won't come unless you're asleep.
Yeah.
Cool. No, I was just wondering. No, I was just wondering for the sake of like some flavor. I wanted to roleplay real quick. Is
Oh,
it,
sure, yeah. Like what you want to do. I mean,
after,
functionally,
like,
it
set up
doesn't
camp
matter.
and we rest. Like the mushrooms that were growing on my shoulders bloom, and I'm like, finally. And like a spore cloud now just always is around me.
No,
That's
really.
awesome.
You've just been cultivating this like fungal culture on your own body for a while.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's great.
I mean, not nice. It's kind of nasty, but
or like only when the light hits, like a little light hits you, do you see it?
Since it's a spore cloud, it would actually only be able to see it with light. So, I mean, the fire might make it kind of visible, but like it'll be visible for real in the morning. Or I mean,
That's
it's
fantastic.
spores. Realistically, you have to like flick them to make them have a little
Do you
poops
wake
of
up with like
clouds.
mushrooms growing around you from the spore? Do you wake up with like little mushrooms just growing all around you from the spore release,
Oh, absolutely.
like in the ground?
Like the same mushrooms, just like starting to bud on the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah. Like around you.
so bizarre. But
Probably
cool.
what was it called? Beggars.
Oh, the one y'all found last time? It was
It's in the thingy.
I can't remember what it's called. It wasn't beggar. It was like
Poppers.
Poppers.
Found it. Popper's Savior.
Yeah.
That's
It
what's
had to do
growing
with-
right now, at least.
Yeah, it had to do with deliverance.
And
You
they're
have.
edible, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, they grow on things that have rotted. That's why they're called that.
I can't wait for 25% of this campaign to be about mycology.
Hey,
Buckle up. Y'all ready to learn about mycology?
I'm so ready for it.
the chat in between sessions is literally just found some mushrooms. What are these?
Yeah, all over. I keep looking at the D&D chat, and I'm like, oh, they're mushroom talking.
Yeah, I still haven't identified that one you posted like yesterday. I've been too busy, but I will get to it.
They were so cool. Oh man! And then the one that like one of them, Okay, well we don't have to talk. I won't derail.
I was gonna
One guy
listen,
growing-
but
We can table the IRL mushrooms.
Yeah.
So
Only
you all,
fantasy mushrooms right now.
you all go to sleep, and nobody notices anything in any of the watches of the night. Fox's performance soothes you, puts your mind at ease, allows you to like slip into slumber more easily. When you finally do set your head down to rest, and you wake up feeling just, a tiny bit more refreshed. I'm assuming everyone is basically at full.
I'm full.
Yes, everyone's full. Very cool. Okay.
No more for me, please. I'm stuck.
When you wake up, Genrick had woken up early and started moving through some of the rocks, and you hear him kind of like struggling to heave a flagstone off of the floor where he's cleaned some stuff up. Nice. So Matt, you wake up and you go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Oh, strength. Ignore this one.
Or athletics, whatever you're trained in. Nice.
What are you doing?
What? Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, my brain just did something weird. Anyway, yeah, no, you absolutely you walk over, you grab onto it, and you just like pull and easily dislodge it from its place on the floor, where you find kind of like an assortment of, it looks just kind of like not even expensive like bits of jewelry, kind of that are laid down on a leather strip that were kind of like wrapped into it. But Ginner comes down, he unfolds it, and it looks to be that there's about like 5 trinkets or whatever in there, and he looks them over and he picks one up that is clearly like a holy symbol of Palor, and he looks it over for a little bit and he sticks it in his pocket.
Oh, word.
That said,
Did y'all see that?
Well, it is his.
I didn't hear that. I'll be honest.
Matt found what or not. Matt helped Ginrick find what he was looking for, and it looked to be just kind of like a minor personal effects were kind of like stored in this little temple. And he retrieved one. He's like, "What's he doing? Oh, don't care." That said, there definitely is. Go ahead, Julia, if you'd like a roll on that fungal table. There is definitely some fungal growth happening around underneath the rubble and stuff.
Yeah, I'll roll 3 separate d6s.
Mm-hmm.
$251.
Okay, let me see if I can.
What? Ooh. Goodbye.
What?
We got kicked. We'll jump back in.
Oh, whoops. Here, I'll kick you too, just to make it symmetrical. Get out of here. Here we go. Here is 251, you said. 36, that was the one from last time. Interesting.
Dude, this is a banger. Dude, these fucking 5 albums or whatever, so good.
This one kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy IX.
Oh yeah.
What are y'all talking about? What's playing on
In the
Groovy?
groovy bot.
Yeah.
We have to turn it down because otherwise it cancels our volume.
Yeah.
Oh, bummer.
Not our volume, our voice.
I wanna help y'all figure out how to do that. So it says y'all are connected, but your tokens aren't showing up on the top. Are y'all having any issues with any of that?
You need to click your characters.
We just got in.
Oh, okay, very cool.
Yeah, Corey, it's gonna say people are connected, but it still takes another minute for them to get in.
Gotcha. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right, so Julia finds interesting. Okay, You find a kind of shocking kind of mushroom growing here. It's very tall, and it's what's it called? The kind of cap, I guess, is like round and also tall. So it's like half of its height is the cap. It's green and it's sort of fuzzy in appearance. And go ahead and roll me a nature check.
This is so exciting.
Mushroom Simulator.
This is
It's not the campaign I thought I was writing, but it's the campaign we're playing.
No.
So
Or-
you are sort of alarmed even because you appear to have found a leviathan, which is a kind of mushroom that has, well, you thought mostly been driven to extinction due to being a carrier of highly infectious spores and causing like plagues and things. And so whenever growth of this kind of fungus is located, it is like eradicated to any degree possible. But you seem to have stumbled upon some, and they have some health risks.
Is it time
Oh,
for the
shit.
first bonfire of the the evening?
So I know this off of a 4? Holy shit. Is it like a notorious mushroom or some shit?
Yeah, it is a notorious mushroom.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and sketch it without like fucking with it too much.
Y'all were talking about spore prints. What is that?
Oh, that's when you like, it's like a thing you do to help identify mushrooms. You have to like cut it off the stalk and put it on a piece of parchment. I'm saying
Huh.
parchment because we're playing D&D,
Okay.
and it like, and you'll get like a like a pretty little print off of it. But I think it makes a lot more sense to just draw it. Like if I were to like cut it without touching it and drawing it.
Mm-hmm.
Corey, does the book have pictures? The book
Yeah,
that we're looking at?
it does.
Oh, I can post a picture of it real quick. I have
Oh.
this book too.
Hold
I
on.
just don't look at it until Corey tells me if I get that.
Here, I'll just
fine.
post. I'll just post it in. I'll post it image only for reasons because you got such a low score. Whoop.
Okay, I won't look it up then.
Save to photos. Here we go. Here. Oh. Y'all go.
Wait, so this is poisonous?
It. Well, the entry says it played. With your knowledge check, it's beyond you exactly what role it played, but it played a role in several debilitating plagues and let's see what it.
Would Fox know? With his bardic knowledge?
Oh,
Yeah, I asked, hey Fox, you know any songs about this Leviathan mushroom, this big boy mushroom?
That's a cool way to pass information I never thought of.
We got
Songs?
kicked out again, so let me rejoin and I'll make a history check.
ooh.
I know some history.
You know what? We have analog dice.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said plagues. This says, well, Fox will know probably.
I guess that's what Julia thinks then. Like, is this that fucking plague
Can you kick
mushroom?
us?
It's wild how often Julia does bad at nature rolls for being a druid. They're truly learning.
Corey,
Also-
kick Ian so he can get back in.
Wait, didn't I already do that? Did they
We got
disconnect again?
dropped again.
Got dropped again.
No, this sucks. I hate this.
Did we upgrade
Um,
when we loaded? the
I'm gonna
program?
go ahead and I'm gonna roll this for you while you're looking back in, and you can kind of tell me what's up. What were you gonna roll? History, or what?
Yeah.
History.
History, isn't it?
In it?
History.
God, I want to watch more of that show.
Do I?
Same.
Peaky Blinders. This is what I want. Aha.
I don't know what that show it's about. All I know is that those two words together make me frustrated for some reason.
Oh, I'm
I
exactly
also
the
hate
same
title of
way.
that show.
Thank you.
Such a bad title.
And I'm sure it makes sense within context of the show, but I don't give a shit.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's the name of their gang. Anyway, let's focus real quick. No, it's all good. We can absolutely rage about the name of that show later. But so Fox, you rolled an 11 on your history check. You don't know so much about the plagues as much as they seem to have been employed in some kind of like ecological warfare to the ends of like genocides. So they were used to like decimate crops intentionally by corrupt kings and things of that nature, and their opponents they would scatter these spores among the lands
if
of
we collected these
their enemies.
mushrooms, is there a way we could use their spore disease on weapons?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if it was poison because I have an herbalist. I'm into herbalism and I could do that, but it sounds more like disease than poison.
It's
Yeah.
more that they basically were used as a tool to like create crop shortages and starve populations.
Sounds like a
Oh, so we're not plants, so we're like fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep away from the thatchberry bush. Good.
Yeah.
Oh god.
It sounds like a diabolical chemical warfare agent.
Yeah, basically.
That-
And because of its
Yeah.
role specifically in aiding like genocides is what the book says. It was mostly eradicated. It was eradicated wherever it was seen. So this is like a very rare thing to have found.
Sounds evil. We should burn it.
I don't know.
I'm gonna
I don't know
try it,
what
but I'm not
burning
gonna
a
like
mushroom
take
is.
it with me.
You're like,
Yeah, I'm gonna
"Mm,
burn it in this joint.
Yeah.
bad stuff.
I want to like put a note of it in my journal and then like recover it whatever it was under. Just put you back where you were. Then we didn't find you.
Science did not go too far this time. Yeah, totally. So yeah, Ginrick kind of picks up a little trinket from in this assorted. They're basically art objects. They're worth a little bit of gold, but he picks up one from the 5 and puts it in his pouch, and seems contented with that.
Does he not want the rest?
He doesn't take them. He kind of
I
just.
take them.
You take all of them. Do you do it while he's watching?
Yeah, I'm like, what is that? Is that all you want, buddy?
He's
I'll just like as I like gently like put it.
he says, yeah, I think it's the only one that matters. To me.
Ask you and Genrick why, not in like a hostile way, just in a curious way, what made you worship the sun god? God, I just got kicked again.
Paylor? Quit getting kicked.
Okay.
He looks a little puzzled at your question. And then he kind of like realizes, oh, I don't. And I didn't. Are y'all here? Is my
No, yeah, we're
Yeah.
yeah? He
What
just
kind of-
he doesn't know what else much to say about it.
What are the other trinkets of? One was Paylor, right?
One of them was clearly kind of like a symbol to Paylor. The others are kind of strange. So one of them appears to be kind of like a hand carved. Like there's no uniformity. They're not all holy symbols, but there appears to be kind of like a hand carved bird. I was trying to think what kind of bird, but I don't think the details super
Bird
matters.
up.
Bird up. No. One of them appears to be a hand-carved bird made from wood. One of them appears to be a patch with a crest, like a knight's crest on it. Another still has sort of it appears to be another holy symbol, but for the life of you, none that you recognize off the top of your head. The last one, what all did I say? Blah, 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 blah.
He said a bird, a patch, a holy symbol that's indiscernible.
Mm-hmm. A second holy symbol. Right. And then the last one simply is like a it appears to be like a now smashed and not functioning, but a compass.
If any of y'all want one of these,
Okay.
Fenry will happily
Corey, can you kick us again? So we can rejoin?
Y'all need to
share.
I don't know what needs to happen, but I'm shaking my fist at you.
It's not our internet. I don't know what's up.
Shake it in fantasy ground like always.
It really actually, did y'all update your client? You must have,
Yeah.
right?
They couldn't
Yeah.
figure it otherwise.
It may be something to go with the client. If it keeps happening, we'll troubleshoot it.
Also, you have the D&D Beyond versions of your character sheets, right? Or did y'all ever make
Mhm.
those?
Or
Well, I made. They're not done now.
What? Anyway, those are the objects. He doesn't seem too concerned with the other ones, but he picks one up and he puts it in his little pouch.
Corey, since I was helping him carry the stone, did I see what he put in his pouch?
Yeah, he put the symbol of Palor in his pouch. It appeared to be like a tiny little not dissimilar from the one that Henry found, but much more detailed, finely crafted out of a silver material. And
Fenry
it
asked
appeared
why
to
he keeps that one.
yeah, sure, 1 second. Yeah, it appears to be used to be fastened to some sort of chain or something, like a small, like, I don't know how to describe that. Is it gauge when chains are thinner, like the ones that you might see on a bracelet or a necklace?
Thin chain.
Sure, it's like one of those. It appears you can infer that it used to be a part of a piece of jewelry. He says, "Oh, just sentimental value." You can tell he's being a little dismissive, but not dishonest.
All right.
You can
this-
press
Were
on if
these
you
the
want, but
trinkets
that's
of
just
the
all I
last party he took out here?
said. Yes, you believe so.
I asked if it belonged to him or if it was a member of his.
I try and persuade him. I'm like, Ginrick, we've risked our lives for you. Like our lives are on the line. Like we're here with you. We're your party now. Like
Yeah.
is-
Look at me. Look at me. We're the party now. No, he's like, look, I get it. I can explain better after I've met with Bavarian. He really doesn't want me talking about the particulars of this ritual that he's crafting to get us through. But it's something I need for that.
I like rituals.
Can you move the player sheet at all, like closer to that?
He doesn't he feels like you can tell he even, well, I don't know, roll a some sort of insight. Roll an insight check. Yeah. Yeah.
Convince him to tell us.
With a 19, yeah, that's what he explains basically. He's like, It has to do with a ritual. I promised that I would not disclose any of the information about the like way this ritual works to anyone. It's all very theoretical, magically, and like you know, my contact just really doesn't want this information to kind of get out.
Can I roll Arcana instead of Insight to try and
Sure.
see if I know
If that sounds like bullshit or not. With a 13, you do know that some kinds of spells work better with the inclusion of personal affectations or things of that nature that help kind of like focus the energies of the spell. Specifically, you can recall that a lot of magic in the scrying school tends to benefit from this. Though you don't immediately see how that would line up with the spell he's describing Viverin is creating. So it doesn't sound like bullshit to you, but it is a little bit confusing. Julia rolled Insight. With
yeah,
that,
I scrutinize his words.
Yeah, you can tell that he is like he's trying his best to like keep his word while also throwing Ella a bone, because when Fox says like, look, like we're your group now, like our lives are on the line, we're in it together or whatever, you can tell that actually like really did resonate. And he feels guilty withholding information. So he's just like, I promise I'll like, you know, once I fulfill like my end of this bargain or whatever, I can spill the beans kind of thing. So he just seems conflicted in how and why he's able to disclose information with you.
I'd say I trust you.
He kind of breathes a small sigh of relief with that.
I asked him how they died.
He's like, I hope they didn't. But that's, I guess, what we're gonna find out. I left them here, basically. We traveled to the inn, and when we made our preparations to set out the next day to go north into the lost lands between here and Sonottia, I decided that it was a fool's errand and I wasn't gonna die for nothing, and I left in the night, and I've regretted it since.
Is my typing really loud?
No, just
No.
It comes through a little.
Okay. Just a little. Okay, I just want to make sure.
It's
I
like
didn't make any
ASMR
calls.
loud, so it's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Say.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get a drink, because people be drinking and smoking. So,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all I wanted to know. I'm just gonna like listen into the conversation, but just kind of see what else happens.
Totally. Do you want to like press on that at all, or is that kind of what you wanted to hear? I don't remember who asked what exactly. Oh, Matt asked how'd they die. He basically says, I don't know. You can tell from his response that he thinks they very well could be dead, but that this journey is kind of like his hope against hope that they maybe aren't, and that there's like actually is something to find out there, and that they are just stuck there for whatever reason. People don't come back.
Sounds fun.
So, what did we do with those awful genocide shrooms?
I'm not the
Genocide
mycologist. I don't know.
He buried them and left them.
Okay.
How do you prevent
I
a
forgot.
fungal spore from spreading? I don't know.
That's enough heroism for me.
Did it prevented a potential future genocide sometime down the line in the vast array
Putting
of
that on my
branching causalities?
adventurer resume.
Stopped a genocide?
Yeah.
Honestly, like, nice. Yeah. You know. Everyone should be lying on their resumes. No, yeah, so that he seems if y'all are happy with his explanations for his actions, he starts to kind of pack up and get on the road. He's like, well, if this is where we are, then we're not more than half a day out. It's just to the north. And he looks at his...
Eggs in a basket first.
Oh, he wanted him to make breakfast. He almost even forgets. He's like, oh, yeah, breakfast, of course. And he gets the stuff out to kind of like cook eggs in a basket. And you can tell he's got stuff on his mind or whatever, but he's not like being antisocial or anything. He just kind of isn't proactively starting conversation. And makes y'all breakfast and all that. Azaram is still tending to his thatchberry bush, I'm sure.
So check this out. I literally just finished this. I was going to show you what Azaram's been doing. Save.
Is it in chat?
No, I'm about to put it in chat.
Oh, very cool.
I'm excited.
Yes. Add this to
That's incredible. I can't add to that. I love that you have literally been doing this while we've been playing.
I made this in the past literally 60 seconds or so.
Oh, that's great.
But it came to me, if the viewers go back about a minute or two and they just see me smile, that's me thinking of this and putting it together.
You're like, ah, yes.
But for the viewers at home,
Villager Azaram.
I took a picture of Villager from Animal Crossing, but from Smash Brothers, of him poking the ground with a stick, and I slapped Azaram's face on it.
It's a masterpiece. An absolute work of art.
Yeah. Agreed. It makes me feel things. So yeah, he's like, should just be northeast of here. When he kind of serves breakfast, you can tell that he's kind of like got a lot of anticipation. Like being this close, to the end is sort of like making it both more real and sort of like the consequences of whatever he might discover, the fate of his old comrades, more like tangible and final. And you can tell that that's like kind of weighing on him a little bit. So yeah.
You teary-eyed.
He's like,
Love seats.
you know, that's a good question. He says, and he's like, I'm not sure. It's not my first rodeo or anything. I just, I guess I don't know. I guess I feel responsible or something. He kind of just like waves it off. But, you've got to know him. You can tell that's almost even a mark of sincerity when he
I'm going to put my
does
arm
that.
on Ginrich's shoulder. And I'm going to say, strength lies in knowing oneself. Those who do not know themselves are locked and open to the manipulations of others. Also, learn to see the whole, or be blinded by the truth.
He looks at you in a searching sort of way. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
No. I am.
You have no idea.
I am not empathetic. I can't read emotions. I can't read faces. I do not connect on an emotional level with people.
Hey, you're like okay at it, just not this time. You're trying to figure out sort of like what it is, like, because to you this is like mundane scripture. Even like there's nothing even. It's one of those like bits of your faith and your teachings that you have so down pat that they don't even seem the tiniest bit strange to you.
it's the only thing I can say in common
Mhm.
from the stuff that
Exactly. So it's like to you, this is the most sort of like well trodden, concise, exactly pithy sort of aspect of your faith and the wisdom of your religion. But for whatever reason you say it, and he really like it strikes him in a type of way you can't really figure it out. It doesn't even. It occurs to you may not even necessarily be due to the content of what you said to him, but something about this interaction struck a nerve or something with him. That's not even the right way. That makes it sound like he's mad. He's not. He's just kind of like clearly caught off guard in some way.
This doesn't faze me at all. The weight of Zerthamon's words pressed down through time and space and planes.
Mm-hmm.
This is an obvious. This is a normal reaction. This is the type of reaction that I expect from people whenever I preach at them.
He looks at you and he kind of just like shakes his head a little bit. He's like, "Man, where were you 10 years ago?"
Traveling on the plains of limbo.
Actually, weren't you?
Maybe I don't know. That was a cool answer. Let me have it.
Anyway,
I was tending a field in Thatchberry.
I think you actually were tending a field in Thatchberry. If you were, and that's what you say, he says, "Huh."
I say what? I was either tending a field in Thatchberry or on the battlefields of.
He says, "Huh? No shit." And he and he hands you your breakfast. You notice that for you and Julia both, he added some more of those mushrooms in from yesterday.
Oh hell yeah!
Not the nasty ones, the ones that the something savior, the Popper Savior. Mm-hmm.
I look at Julia when you say that and I said, "Oh, hell yes."
He does like finger guns at both of you, and then he sits down to eat his breakfast.
How does he know what a gun is?
He's got a crossbow, and he's a very forward thinker.
I imagine that's like
Finger crossbow.
It's finger harpoons.
He does a much stranger gesture where he kind of like makes crossbow things
like this, with your middle finger out and your thumb and pinky, and then you flick your middle finger in.
It somehow has the exact same cultural connotations as finger guns.
You give it the little wave like you do when you did. Amalgamation.
It's essentially a hang loose, but you're wiggling the middle finger.
Yeah.
We're inventing fucking.
Yeah. No. This is real.
Lore building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If I don't contradict you, then it's established. Like
it's canon.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems to me like it happened.
And
we
it's
all said
video.
it.
We've got the receipts to prove it.
Mm-hmm. Someone.
Dario. Oh shit! I'm on camera.
I'm on camera doing finger crossbows. Oh, how will I ever recover? You back?
It's a hard gesture. I imagine it's easier for people who are from that.
Are we
world.
still doing the fucking finger crossbows? I was gone for what felt like 30 seconds.
It was not 30 seconds. And we are still doing finger crossbows.
Hell yeah.
It's one of those things where it's kind of like, it takes a certain amount of practice, kind of like when you're in elementary school and some of the kids can, like, make their fingers say blood. Your computer crashed. How do we hear you? Your phone? Oh, because you log in twice. That's right.
Getting a world tour right now. That's alright.
Mr. Worldwide. Oh, hey, KK Slider.
Where?
Oh, fuck yeah!
Are we dropping KK Slider songs?
It's in the corner of Keaton's picture. In his image. He's got a little KK Slider figure.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
What?
I'm somewhat of a KK Slider fan myself. literally everyone
Not
who
to
exists
brag,
is a
but I
KK
have
Slayer.
all his albums on vinyl.
If that were a real thing,
I bet it is.
I have no words if that's a real thing.
In New Horizons or whatever, like that's how you collect. Like you can put them up on the wall or whatever instead of playing them.
I need IRL vinyls. Why are we having like all the tech difficulties today?
I don't know. It's weird though. Like
I feel like
Oh, boy.
literally every program has had problems today.
Oh no, this is just my computer. It crashes.
Howdy doody, you're doubling up a little bit. I don't think Keaton can hear us.
No, I can. I was.
Oh, I just see. Okay, I see the one where it says you're muted or whatever, or that you have the sound off. But I guess your audio comes through 2 different channels. So my bad. I thought I was helping out.
I had the mic open on my phone while I was restarting
Very
the
good.
computer. Joining campaign.
Daryl, did you find KK Fighters? Oh my
Oh fuck yeah,
God.
that's awesome.
Well, here's the start of a new quarantine addiction.
I wanna know. Oh,
It's
That
a
is
7-inch for the New Horizon
The
song.
theme song.
that's so cute. I would buy it honestly. Well, depending.
It is a banger.
It is a bang. Yeah.
Are we
It's
good
a
to
banger.
go?
I believe. I mean, I'm good to go as soon as y'all are all
Oh,
back in.
kick me.
Oh, okay. Yep, we'll do that. We'll do that little part of this shuffle. Sorry, viewers.
Only $10.
Tonight is a bad night for a curse.
Somebody kick
What's up?
me.
Kick you as well?
Oh,
I'm sorry, who needs to be kicked?
Daryl.
Me.
No, I was singing. Only
No,
Keaton
no.
needs to be kicked.
I'm good, I'm good.
I was shit
Okay, wanted to
posted.
make sure before I kicked Julia by accident. What's up, Deep?
I was saying we should get started.
Yeah, totally. Just as soon as...
Y'all are good. I'm here.
Oh, we're good? Okay, cool. So yeah, everyone has breakfast. If there's nothing to follow up on in the various kind of conversations and stuff that you've had with Ginriki. Wait, someone... Kelty, did you say that you took the rest of them?
Took the rest of what?
The
The
tr-
trinkets? Yes, I did. And then you described him to the rest of the party, so I said if anybody wanted one, Fenry's happy to share.
Mm.
She just doesn't want them to just be left. They shouldn't just be left. But if nobody wants one, they're in my pocket.
Do you do this when you pick them up? Do you try to hide it from Ginrick, or do you just do it?
No, I was talking to him while I was picking them up. Like I asked him if he didn't want the rest, and he
Okay.
said that was fine.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, cool. You can tell that he like has like sort of like mixed emotions about these trinkets in the first place, but after mulling it over, he decides he doesn't mind you taking them anyway. Yeah, so it takes the first big brain.
Oh, just ignore that. It's a sidebar.
Oh yeah. Ignore our side player chat.
Oh.
Secret chat rooms.
You'll
My
have to,
mistake.
guess again, Corey.
No. Okay. We're just gonna RP through it. Okay. So in the morning, you guys travel north. He even kind of vaguely directs you, because like I from here I remember the way. You can tell that he's sort of like all this last night and morning he's kind of like reliving some very concrete regrets and memories.
Got regrets.
Yeah.
Regurgitating the regrets.
It takes the first half of the day to get out of the mountains and into the fields.
I think your internet keeps dropping.
But he is confident that
Also reloaded the chat.
you are like within the like by nightfall. You should be able to find it.
Find what exactly?
The inn.
Oh,
He
the
says-
inn that we're gonna meet. We're gonna meet. What was it?
The-
Vivian.
Vivarin.
Vivarin.
Yes.
Is it just an inn out here? Is there anything else?
He found that temple, but basically.
Store wise.
Store wise? What'd you say?
Store wise.
Oh, no. Well, if you ask about the inn, he tells you, well, so the Pilgrim and Flask is kind of one of the only things out here. It's like an outpost as much as it is an inn. It kind of sits out here as like a tourist location, for people, kind of wanting to see what all the, and that kind of like, he describes it as sort of like a place for people to go to kind of just like say like, oh, I visited, the boundary is what people call it. And that's kind of like the point of no return, where, people who go to find Sonottia either come back empty-handed or not at all. And so like he kind of explains that that's kind of like the draw or whatever. There's sort of this kind of like tourist appeal, but he says that the reason that it kind of managed to exist even after all this time, because as you can tell, a lot of the roads to it are sort of worn, is that it kind of it's kind of an outpost in between some of the major like city-states, Salt Star Port being one of them to the south. But he explains that to the east there's a dwarven kingdom, and to the west there's a kind of like coastal metropolis that's known for its advanced magical theory and things of that nature, and that this inn is it's basically a stop. People kind of like stop here at this point in their journey as like a midway point to kind of like tend to their horses, buy missing supplies, get a actual bed, that kind of thing. So it's equal parts sort of like cultural artifact, landmark, and rest stop.
This probably intrigues Azaram much more than the ruins because it's occupied and in use, and has like distinct purpose. And like, for the past 10 or 15 years or whatever, he thought Thatcherberry was this plane of existence.
Does it have a gift shop?
He kind of chuckles to himself and he's like, I mean, yeah, there's like a good store. They do stuff of that nature if you're interested.
There's a trinket table.
Oh? Show me the trinket.
There is a whole ass D100 trinket table. There is.
What, in the
Holy.
DMG or something?
In the player's handbook, or actually it's next to the backgrounds, yeah.
Oh yeah, because people roll that for stuff in their own
Like, that would be
backgrounds.
good- those would be perfect
Hey,
gift shop items.
So just to reorient, we are at the inn, right?
You
We
are
made it?
he says that you should be able to find it by nightfall. That like
Okay.
based on having visited that temple that he remembers, he's like, we are like a stone's throw away. The
Okay.
day is almost over. You're like kind of in the afternoon, so like you basically kind of have like 2 hexes left. It's like northeast or north is the real question at this point.
North.
Oh,
North.
okay, north.
Thinnery navigation.
North.
Well, there you go.
North. North.
Following
course.
your
I like the sound of a gift shop.
No.
Right?
no, a gift shop, not a gift shop.
A gift shop.
A gift shop, correct? For apparently they serve my kind here.
After about a week and a half, I think even maybe 2 weeks of travel, you finally arrive. You can see on the as sunlight from behind the clouds is fading on a distant stretch of grassland, you see the outline of what appears to be an enormous house. It stands tall against the rolling earth at the edge of the hills to its east and its south, where you came from. It waits at a nexus of dead roads that stretch, split, and merge in every compass direction. Though wayward, it nevertheless seems to bustle with visitors, as you can see evidences of their caravans and horses housed on the sides of the inn and in the stables. For an inn at the edges of the established cities and states of the region, it maintains a life for itself as respite for those traveling the far roads between them, and for those tourists and lost souls seeking the famed inn at the edge of the wild expanses said to conceal the fabled land of Sonottia. Ginrick turns to the party with a grin as you as you drive your caravan closer towards it, and he says, "Welcome to the Pilgrim and Flask." A hint of nostalgia trickles on the edge of his voice.
It's been here before.
He has. So yeah, you all pull up to the inn. It appears lively in a relative sense. It's not jam-packed, but you can see as you pull up to the kind of fenced area where stables and wagons and stuff are apportioned out to the side of the building. There are several horses stabled, and you can see another wagon filled with what appear to be some sort of like goods that are being shipped for trade, various things of that nature as you pull up and get situated.
Nice. Well, Fenrir will go ahead and park our wagon, and then she'll take BS to the stables for some.
Sorry, what's BS?
So this is a draft horse that Fenrir got from Bandit Steve. Its full name is Thrice Bested Bandit Steve in memoriam, but she calls it BS.
Oh my god.
And on the inside track, Thrice Bested Bandit Steve is coming in for the first place.
That's
That's its racehorse name. Like, she has aspiration, but she hasn't tamed it all the way yet, so...
I can't believe that we have our very own fucking
Racehorse?
sea biscuit pie oh my looking. Oh my gosh, I have to write that down, sorry. Thrice bested Bandit Steve. That's incredible. The entrance to the inn appears as kind of like a taller than normal wooden door. Like, it's very large. It's not like a giant cathedral door that has weight to it, but it's sized for things that are much bigger than the average person. Julia doesn't have to bend over to cross the threshold, for example, and even there's headspace above what Julia's used to in the doorway, but it seems to be closed, though through the windows you can see they've kind of lit the lanterns for the evening, and there's kind of bustle and talk and stuff going on inside the establishment.
Do they have?
This is my kind of inn.
They have what?
A bath. We all smell real bad.
You'd have to talk to the innkeeper and find out.
Do they notice? Does anyone smell us?
I mean, y'all are still outside.
Oh,
Okay.
you know what?
Oh yeah, I opened the big doors that are taller than me.
Hold on. So I have rustic hospitality, which says like we could find a place to rest with ease, and common folk will shield us from any law or anyone searching for us. Does that mean we get free bed and breakfast?
I'll say no unless you can give me a compelling reason, or give them a compelling reason to. But at the same time, anyone who recognizes you,
I tell them I stopped a shroom genocide that would have blighted them.
they have no idea what that means. So you guys, y'all. Oh, sorry. What's up?
I try and help her out with some persuasion. I tell them about the heroics of the local hero Thinry.
Yeah, I bust out my drawing. I'm like, no, it's real. See, I drew it.
Okay. Okay.
It's in the
Y'all
book
y'all
and a
basically
song.
apparently like kicked down the doors just being like, "Don't worry, your saviors are here." And everyone is so okay. So you walk into the front the entry hall of the establishment like many inns that are also taverns and stuff. The kind of front, there's like an immediate entrance that kind of has a what's it called, a someone at the front, a receptionist, to kind of like book you and like ask, you know, kind of tell you where everything is and stuff like that. And you're greeted primarily by what appears to be kind of like a young boy, like a stable, like he's clearly like lives out here, not super his mannerisms betray kind of like someone who has just lived out basically and away from the city his entire life. And he's like, "Oh, wait, how many you got then?"
6.
Word.
G is the math brained one. He kind of like nods
Two
and
horses.
opens like this comically, well, compared to him at least, like oversized dusty ledger, and throws it open, and he writes down party 6, whatever. He's like, "And how many horses, how many wagons?" He kind of like rattles off a series of questions about, like, you know, basically what they need to prepare and keep track of. And
Corey,
what's up?
I ask him if halflings count as half.
He laughs. He's like, "I don't know, but definitely not half price."
Shit.
We have 4 horses, right?
You have Genrick has 2, Matt has Patricia,
And triple BS.
and Triple BS.
Oh, I mean,
Triple BS works.
T
It's
double
for our
BS.
best steed in memoriam.
Oh, in
But
memoriam. I forgot that's part of it. So yeah, 4 horses, 1 wagon, and a couple of rats.
And a 6'9" lizard.
He when you say a couple of rats, he's like, "You kidding, right?"
Yeah.
Roll deception.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fuck yes.
Yeah, you don't miss a beat. You already
wanted me
sort
to
of.
roll- you wanted me to roll deception. I did perception.
I'll take the die roll though. Just tell me the new modifier.
Oh my god, I fucking critted.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Holy shit.
I know.
It was 0, so it's just a flat 20.
Okay. Nat 20. He's like, and then he looks you over. He notices kind of like your rags and like the mushrooms growing off the side of you. You're an enormous lizard person. He's certainly never seen that before. So he kind of does a double take and he's like, "Wait, you're kidding, right?" And with the
I say, yeah, and I lick my eyeball.
with like an implacable like, you don't budge, you don't flinch, you just say yeah and lick your eyeball. He just shrugs and goes on. Like, he's like, "Oh, okay." Like, he was like, "My mistake, we just, you know, can't be having rats around here." Like,
He looks at him and he's like, "There's no way this guy could ever have a rat on him. That could never even conceive of it, and I won't even think of it further."
yeah, it's like, this giant strange.
I assume Blue would just eat any rats that like were riding on them.
It's more that, like, to his experience with interacting with people, it was already so bizarre that he was like, it must have been a joke. And then your response was again like so seamless and still bizarre that he's just like, "Okay, I don't get this
He's throwing
lizard
the whole
folks
thing
sense."
out the
Yeah,
window.
yeah. He's like, "It was all a bit. I don't get it. I'm 14 and what is
What a
this?"
sucker.
Yeah. He's like, very
We
well.
just got free we just got free lodging for 3 rats.
He kind of, he's like, okay, you're all set, and he kind of like, he turns down the he turns down the hall. He's like, hey Tessa, we got 6 more, and we got five. He looks back at the thing. 4 horses and a wagon. We got rooms. He says that last one as a question. We got rooms, right? And she's like, yeah, of course we got rooms. Don't you know? You hear a voice call back. It's like, we got math. Have them pay their rooms and get them their keys. Like, you know how to do this. You're an adult now. Like, do your job.
What is this? You know what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's definitely the tone you get. Like, he's looking for some sort of like second. He's looking to check off a certain list of duties or whatever, and whoever Thessa is just like, this is your job. I'm busy. Like, you know how to do this by now. Like, you don't need to keep asking me stuff like that. Very much the tone you get from that conversation. He's like, all right then. It's gonna be 3 gold to put all you up for the night. How long y'all staying? Do you know?
I turned to Genrick.
Yeah, I turned to Genrick too.
Ginrick's like, well, yeah. Should be 2 nights. We'll say 2 nights. And he's like, okay. That'll be 2 extra gold. And so it's like 5 gold for tonight and tomorrow night.
Look at Genrick.
I've got 1 on it.
You all look at. He's like, fine.
Everyone look at Genrick.
Wait. I thought we were getting at least the first night's free, right? We saved you from genocidal plague mushrooms.
This 14-year-old boy, who didn't look. He looked like he stopped paying attention the moment he asked you how many nights you were staying. You say that, and he like kind of looks at you like, huh? What? Genocidal fungus? Sorry, ma'am. What?
Didn't you hear he explained it all. You understood it, couple of minutes.
You nod in comprehension.
He like looks. He listens real quick around the corner, see if Thess still paying attention, and he's like, I mean, I don't wanna, like, he's like impressed. He's like, I don't wanna like insult y'all for the. It sounds like you've done such service for the realm and everything. Yeah, I'll waive tomorrow's fee. So just the 3 gold, but I can't do much more than that. That's all I'll notice.
You got this, boss.
He's like,
I tell him thank you.
He's like,
and
yeah, I get it. He seems done with this whole situation. He's like, yeah, and he drops 3 gold, and he gets a handful of room keys, well, he receives 3 room keys, so that would imply 2 people to a room. But does that not sit well with anyone?
That's fine.
Okay, cool. And then you
could just have
sorry?
and make a big slumber party.
The accommodations are for 3 or whatever. Someone mentioned a bath. Genrick's like, oh yeah, y'all have baths, right? And he's like, yeah, we got baths. And so he has a short conversation and gets like tokens for hot water, for a bath or whatever.
Yes.
And there's one for everyone. And then he leans over and he kind of just like he again looks over to the same place, the kind of the main hall where most of the people are, and he starts whispering some stuff to the kid. And the kid like listens and he nods and he's like, I'll let you know as soon as I know. And then he's like, all right, cool. I'm hungry and dirty, and I'm ready to sit in a real bed and drink real ale and eat real food. So he like tosses everybody there. Huh?
Is this Genrick?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so yeah, he hands y'all he takes a bath token for himself. He hands you all the room keys and everything. He's like, I'm gonna go do this. I'll catch up with you later tonight. And so he kind of like walks away from the party to go arrange a bath, basically calling first dibs.
Oh.
Lizzie.
Awesome.
So there's one bath.
Well, you haven't even actually looked into it, but yeah, it's if you want a hot bath.
Oh boy. All right. Well, Thenry vocalizes second dibs, and then she wants to go check out the gift shop while Ginrick removes the filth from his.
Yes, I too would like to see this gift shop.
Yes, exactly.
Can we roll initiative for
Bath initiative.
calling dibs on?
But
I mean, it
12
sounds
seconds.
like you lost the initiative roll to me. Sounds like Thenry won it, and then you got third, and then everyone else has yet to take their place in the order of baths.
I'll go last because I like the long soap.
No, I will go last.
Only roll for last.
I was
I-
planning to sleep in the tub, and
I
as long as I can get away from it, get
I
away
do
with it.
Test the amount of dust and dirt that accumulates on oneself in this prime material.
So you're doing an experiment, is your angle here?
No, I'm saying that he likes to be clean, but he's not like neurotic about it, but he likes to be clean because I think like in Limbo there's not as much
Oh, debris. Okay, I see what you're saying.
stuff like that.
Well, my audio was cutting out in a weird way. I thought you were saying like oh, I want to see how much. Like that's why you wanted to go last. Like you wanted to see how much filth you can manage, like on the material plane. I was like, what? This is a new side to Azaram I didn't anticipate. But no, my bad. I just misheard. Yeah, absolutely. So as so basically, kind of like from the reception area, the boy directs you into the kind of the main hall, and it's like it's kind of got like a warm yellow glow of lamplight that's sort of washing over the room as the light from the windows is dying, and there's sort of like a there are a couple parties. You see not like festivities, but there are a couple of groups of people that are already here. You see kind of what looks to be a merchant and his bodyguards kind of casually just eating a meal. There's a handful of people in the far corner that seem to be kind of like really drinking it up. And then just kind of like people here and there on various business, touristy. There's a number of people. Over 10. Definitely a small crowd is in here, and the wait staff sort of have their hands full. It seems to be busier than normal.
I've never seen a place like this.
Yeah, there are several empty tables. There's a stage where a bard would normally play. There's not a bard there at the moment.
Fox chatting up the crowd.
The crowd?
Just he's just a little social butterfly. He's talking to everybody.
It seems like mostly they're kind of keeping to themselves, so it's like there's three kind of groups that stand out to you. There's a small band of what appear to be dwarves kind of sitting next to each other drinking some tall glasses of mead. There's what appeared to be a like I said merchant already, but yeah, a merchant, a wealthy man accompanied by several bodyguards kind of having a meal over to the side. And then there's the kind of group that's like really in their cups over kind of like being a little bit rambunctious, but sort of like on one of those siders. You know, it's like there's like a big open area, and there's like kind of steps that go down to a sort of side a side room. It's all open. It's not barred off by walls, more just kind of like wooden handrails and stuff. But they're kind of over there. You can kind of hear the ruckus and the drinking and the revelry from over there. And apart from that, it's just kind of like random smatterings of people. At first glance, at least.
I go over to them and I start doing like little like street magic to them to.
Oh, to the drunk people.
Drunk. Yeah.
Nice. You pop up and they are like super confused out of the corner of their eye. Hold on.
That was my roll to see how good it did.
Oh, I don't know what was just rolled.
That's an intimidating amount of rolls.
Yeah.
A very average.
You rolled sleight of hand against a group of people. I don't know. They all have a chance.
It's,
It's not
watching
scary.
In this game, it's like you can really.
Oh, because y'all
and,
can
like,
see the shadows, right?
Yeah.
So you can just see
You
me be
the
like,
shadows of the die. We don't know what it is.
Well,
It's
that
like
makes sense because if a DM rolls behind a screen, you're like, what's he doing?
yeah, you
mhm.
hear like a lot of clacking. You're like Jesus Christ, but like the visuals are so exact. It's like a new kind of.
a
they
new kind
recreate
of
that for the
ominous.
first time.
It's
Also, as an aside,
so.
if there's anyone in this inn who's like staring at me because I'm crazy weird looking, my eyes are just wide, and if I catch anyone staring at me, I just
What? Do you stare back? I can't see the video chat.
yeah,
Yeah, you stared back.
You're like, this is how you do it,
Why
right?
not?
Totally. I mean, absolutely. In fact, most of the party catches a lot of eyes when y'all walk into the room. The Thessa, as you recognize her voice as she greets you, a woman in her late 20s, early 30s is kind of like manning the bar area, but you can tell that she's also sort of the innkeeper at large, just from the way she's kind of like talking to the kitchen and directing other staff that come to her for questions.
Front of house
things
manager.
Exactly. It's like, welcome to the Pilgrim and Flask. If you got an order, just let me know. Our menus are here. She points up to a board where all the daily menu, like the dinner special and the soups and the stews and the drinks on tap and all that.
As an aside, I took
Mhm.
the Eldritch Invocation that I can read all languages.
Mhm.
While I could already understand Common, staring at this menu board, I feel like I've never understood it more completely in my life. This is the first time that I've seen any writing since like leveling up.
It's like you knew English, but then you also then rented Hooked on Phonics and watched through the whole thing, and you're just seeing it all in a new light.
Wait, you're telling me that a mug of ale costs 2 copper pieces?
It's like, that's right, sir. She kind of hesitates, unsure of how you may like to be addressed. She's clearly never seen a gift
It makes so much
before.
sense.
She's like, aye, that it does.
Wait, that symbol means copper pieces. This whole time, I just.
CP. I never connected that handing 2 copper pieces was like had anything to do with that.
Ginrick's not here to chuckle at your eccentricities like he normally does, but the Thessa, the innkeeper, seems to be plenty amused by them. She's like, yeah, and I'll throw in an extra when y'all buy your first round. Just let me know when you want your order. She kind of gestures towards any number of the large open tables. Fox walks past all of the people who, honestly, the party that you all travel along, every one of you really is visually striking. The most mundane of you is Matt, who's a 5'4", 6?
4.
5'4", just
Short.
Hulk with an enormous great sword and a cloak draped on his back, and like clearly a half elf, and already half elves sort of have commanding presence on their own. But next to the rest of the party, where you have some sort of uh, masked man in strange garb and what appears to be a tail, uh, kind of like walking around doing magic tricks and talking up the room. 6'9" lizard folk with fungus growing off of their shoulders, and just everyone is immediately like, this is definitely far and away the most interesting that's happened to anyone all day. So
Uh,
it's almost like each of your eccentricities is causing distraction for everyone else's eccentricities. There's just not enough. There's too much to take in at once. Everyone's just kind of like, oh my god, what's going on here? Like, this is the most bizarre thing I've seen in a minute. Most people have never seen a lizard folk, or even fewer a gith.
I will say that once we start getting settled at a table, I will start recognizing rituals that
Mm-hmm.
we didn't have like a big inn or tavern back in Thatchberry, but there was still sort of like a common house where
Mm-hmm.
the village would gather for celebrations or just like at the end of a day or something like that. And I recognize things like that happening here, and I say, oh no, I get this, I know
Mm-hmm.
this, and
Just
I'll go
an ounce of familiarity strikes you.
and I'm going to walk over to the bar. I want to walk behind the bar. I'm gonna grab a bottle off of the shelf and bring it over to our table.
Go ahead and roll me
And
a
a couple of cups.
charisma, just a flat charisma check.
And a couple of cups. Because back in
Mm-hmm.
Thatchberry, we didn't charge each other for drinks and shit like that. It was
Mm-hmm.
such a small community that it was just like, hey,
Exactly.
yeah.
No, charisma, just straight charisma.
Um,
Not even a skill.
so yes, not even thinking that it's a fucking thing. He just walks back there, grabs a bottle, grabs some glasses, comes back on over, rolls a 12, sits down.
Thessa kind of looks at you quizzically, but it becomes quickly clear to her, one, that you're harmless, and two, as far as it is concerned with what's going on now, and two, that like she's not going to get an explanation from you, so she's just kind of like watches it happen.
Also, I don't think many bar owners have ever seen boldness and audacity on such a level.
Exactly. All the things come together. She's just honestly impressed on a few different levels, and
I don't notice her. I just start pouring drinks for everyone.
she's like, "Well, less work for me." She makes a little note on. She makes a note on kind of like a sheet she has open for open tabs. But she totally just lets it happen when you walk back with everybody's drinks. She's like, most barkeeps don't appreciate that kind of thing, but it's okay this time.
I don't understand the meaning of the sentence.
So uh, she doesn't know. She can't even anticipate like what you might not understand about that. Like, she doesn't know how far back she has to go to like lay the groundwork for that. So she's like, just let me know what you want from now on, and I'll go ahead and take care of you.
How kind. Thank you.
Of
Julia
course.
goes ahead and takes the table and asks for like just basically asks for dinner for everybody, because
Mm-hmm.
Julia wants everybody to sit down and eat together and whatnot while
Mm-hmm.
everyone's doing this, or putting orders in for everybody.
Yeah, well, everyone's kind of like getting situated in the bar and stuff.
Just
Um,
the drinks or shots around everyone.
she's like, yeah, certainly. What would you like? She's like, as sort of like odd as she was just with Azaram's general demeanor, the same applies to you. But like, there's also the physical imposition of just a 6'9" kind of like strange, unbefore seen lizard fella folk. And
like, oh, does this guy know how bars work, or do I have
yeah,
to tell him?
yeah, she's like trying to anticipate, like, do I need to explain the menu? She's like, certainly, what can I get for y'all? Like, looks past towards everyone. You're all kind of like meandering in your own directions, like on your own sort of tempo, beating to the beat of your own individual drummers. And she's certainly amused, to say the least, about this whole turn of events. But she's like, yeah, what would you like to eat? Any special dietary needs or restrictions? She kind of like tries to
Organic.
tactfully organic matter. She's like, okay. And she shouts out an order to the cook, but she's still listening to whatever you'll order, Gia.
Just whatever's the house special today. You don't have to cook mine. You
She
don't have to cook. What is the house special?
the house special is kind of like it's like a, what's it called, like a pork, I want to say pork chop, whatever that is, that like made out of boar. I'm sure it's just a pork chop. Yeah, I was like, wait a second, that's just a pork chop. Yeah, no, it's just like it's pork chops basically. They had freshly slaughtered some boar, and they have an abundance of pork chops. So that's what's on the dinner menu for today. It smells pork chop. Incredible.
Pork chops. Yeah.
Yeah, you can smell it coming from the kitchen even, and the seasonings and the juices of the meat cooking over the over the stoves in the back is kind of like wafting into the room. The smell of vegetables being prepared and stews and things richly kind of flowing out from the back of the kitchen.
I'm going to eagerly pour everyone's drinks and then put them in front of everyone, because back home, like, we would all, the first drink of the night, everyone would get their cup and wait, and then one person would yell a lot about one thing that was good that day, and everyone would cheers it. And the next night, another person would get to yell a lot about what was really good that day.
One of the While you're all getting situated, Fox is still over performing magic for the drunken rowdy party in the back, which we'll switch to in just a second. But one of those drunk guys is kind of distracted watching y'all sit down, and he overhears, because they're in kind of in a side area, but it's not more than like 10 feet away, so it's well within earshot. And he just like, he chimes in, he's like, here, and he's clearly one of the loudest voices that you've heard from that corner, so he likes your interpretation of breaking bread.
Yeah, so what they actually say is, like, for whoever's this is kind of something that Azram wanted to do, like, with the whole party here at the table.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. So
I'm
okay,
not gonna do this until everyone's here.
certainly.
And to that end, I'm gonna be like, hey, get the fuck over here.
What's up with the gift shop? Was it closed, or did Thenry like give up and
nothing yet.
yet.
Nothing yet. I've just had to resolve a few things. Oh boy. You're all about trinkets. I just need to make sure there's a ton of trinkets in all your loot. Yeah, so Fox, you're outperforming sleight of hand tricks, street magic. Is there anything in particular, like what kind of street? Is it like shell games or like card tricks or what?
I'm literally like just trying to ingratiate myself, and I can see that they're like drunk and rowdy, so I'm just like, I'm doing things that I think will make drunk people go, "Ah!"
For the most part, it really works. One of them.
Carrying around eggs to hide behind your ears, specifically for that purpose.
Oh my gosh. Like your fox mask ears.
Yeah, just keep going.
There's 5 of them. They all appear to be kind of like, from their body language and their camaraderie, they appear to be old friends. Most of them are kind of like older. A couple of them are younger. One of them, the youngest one, is the drunkest one, and he's the one who's yelling and stuff the most. And he's also the one who's most enthralled. Three of them are totally just floored by your performance. One of them is like completely engaged with your performance, but in the way where it's like you can tell he's trying to figure the trick out. Like he's like, this isn't magic. I've seen magic. This is bullshit, and I'm gonna figure it out. And one of them isn't looking at you at all. He seems to be kind of like a middle-aged man, and he's kind of just like not paying attention, clearly drunk, and he just is not. He's kind of blinders on. He's focused on the drink. He's focused on the bottom of his mug, and he's kind of just drinking silently in the background of this whole scene. You do, however, notice that they all are clearly well, you're adventurers, and you know what adventurers look like, and these appear to similarly be adventurers. They all kind of have like worn gear, but it's all armored and leather, studded leather, and they have knives tucked away in convenient places, and they also have the kind of appearance of like having just gotten out of the wilderness for a long time of travel and things of that nature. So you get the shared.
I try to persuade them to trade their studded leather for my regular leather, and they're inebriated.
Okay. Sure, roll it.
What?
Yeah.
You get this fox get
Yeah,
advantage
should
if
it
they're
be?
inebriated?
Come on, do it. It'll be funny. We'll switch.
I'm gonna say no advantage, if only because they get advantage in the form of that guy, the grumpy guy. One of them, literally,
Yeah.
one of them really is like, yeah, what do I need it for anyway? We're done. We're going home, right? And like he's like, but this guy is awesome. He's hilarious. He like starts like like at the table, like taking off pieces of his studded leather armor, and in the middle of it, the drunkest one, without even really looking up, he explains the trick you're doing, and he's like, put your clothes back on, you're drunk. And then he just like goes back to drinking, and the other guy's like, oh, I mean, geez, sorry, John. He starts pulling his boots back on and stuff.
John the naysayer.
I do a minor illusion, just of like a tiny version of that guy with his butt out, farting.
John
Yeah.
John with the stinky fart cloud.
Mm.
Dude, in the middle of the table, I just I make.
Oh my god. We're gonna get in a fight tonight.
John looks. He sees it.
Does it smell?
No, he can only pick.
No.
He can only pick one kind of illusion. It can only appeal to one sense. So he can smell like a fart or look like he's farting. not both. But
Oh, we
what?
got dumped.
Y'all got dumped again?
dropped.
It's fine. It
Yeah.
doesn't. We'll figure it out. While we converse. So yeah,
Yeah.
you can tell he's like trying to not pay attention to you. Something about you really gets on his nerves, and when you create like an actual factual magic trick on the table, of him farting, his eyes like dart to it for a second, and then you can see him consciously look away, but you notice that like he's pissed. Like he like starts breathing heavy. He like downs the rest of his drink. The guy next to him is like, "No, John, come on. It's been."
No, John, he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. He's
No,
a
he's
good
like,
guy, John.
yeah. Well, he's like, John, it's not worth it. Like, I know that this didn't work out, but like, come on, it's just a joke. And the other people at the table are kind of like nervous now. Like, there's a sort of like unease between the rest of them. They're all kind of like subtly like, it's okay, man. One of them even turns to you. He's like, He's not in a good mood. It might be better to like.
I want to yell out to Fox.
Yeah. What do you say?
Fox, please join us. We're waiting for you for the ritual.
Are you guys waiting to get drunk?
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah. Well, Azaram's waiting for sure.
No, like so. Just like so, Azaram.
Azaram
Like, well, I mean, I've yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
I didn't know some alien metabolism.
yeah.
I think I think the impression I got from the last time y'all all drank together is that Azaram doesn't really usually drink much, but that
Well,
like
I've learned to drink for
Yeah.
occasions.
Yeah.
And back in Thatchberry, like everyone would like gather at the end of long work days, and everyone would get a drink poured, and one person would like yell about what was good that day, and then everyone would drink, and then the next night someone else would get a turn to yell. And he thought that he thinks that that's normal, that's regular, and
Mhm.
so the fact that that wasn't like the first thing that happened when we came in, he's growing more and more sort of like confused and frustrated with himself, being like, okay, this isn't normal.
I
Okay,
I didn't get the rules right. Like there's
like exactly like I think of I really
apparently my
think
Twitch
of,
stream is
like
incorrect.
Azaram as like non-neurotypical, like very he doesn't like understand a lot of these small
These
intricacies.
cues. Mhm.
Yeah. So like, and the fact that Fox like, just walked away and started talking to strangers like really kind of put him in a weird place.
The norm must be reestablished. I had to
Yeah.
adjust my stream. What's up?
Stream feedback. John sounds like a Boston guy, so you're required to do an accent now.
Oh, I can't though.
No, John, don't do it, John.
Boston's so easy.
Y'all are profiling John.
Well, John profiled himself with this tempo.
Fox, go ahead and roll me whether you decide to leave or not. Go ahead and roll me sort of like insight.
Alright.
Are you back in?
Yeah, we're back.
All I'm trying to say is
Yeah,
that
this guy didn't like super have patience for your performance to begin with, but now he's really done with you here. His mates are trying to, diffuse the situation, but one of the guys is like, I think we need to give him some space to cool off. He tips you. He tips you a silver even. He's like, I'm sorry for this. It's a lot. There's a lot going on over here.
I tell him that I only meant to bring joy to their evenings.
With the farting butt of the guy.
Yeah. Oh shit. But it's really good.
Yeah. You tell it.
I also tip.
You tell it good enough, even that John as well. Like he hears you like talking to his friend. He like kind of sits back down and like takes a deep breath. And like he mutters something to the guy who's like trying to like next to him, trying to like really get him calm. He's like thanks Fox guy. What's your yeah, here you go. Like they tip you. They appreciate it. They're like, I think he just needs a second to cool off. But the trick was good. Like the fart guy, like that ruled. Like do you do parties?
Dude.
You do party.
Oh, I thought you said doo-doo party, and I just...
No. What?
I thought
Doo-doo parties are way too intense for level 2.
I tell him that I absolutely do parties.
He cheers as you and he says, I think your buddies are calling. If you want to come hang with us later, just give us a little time to get John in the right headspace. He's just he's been through a lot lately.
I give him a little playful slap
Do you
Just
do
like
the-
slap in the face with the
the
end of my
crossbow?
tail. No, with the end of my tail that's like fuzzy,
Oh.
so it's just like doesn't
Um,
hurt at all.
Just a little tickle.
what
The little
was
furry...
that? Was that you, Dario?
Yeah, I was
Um,
gonna say doo-doo party with his voice on.
as you walk away, the
Doo-doo party.
oh my god. Well, this is where we are for the night.
Is Fox gonna take the stage yet, or what?
I think we're waiting for dinner.
Or what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna come assuage Azaran.
So as you're walking back to meet up with Azaram, you kind of hear behind you. You hear the people at the table kind of like talking like, John, you, come on, man, you knew it wasn't gonna work. Like, we got it. You gotta move on. Like, you know, just kind of that kind of thing. Like, they're consoling him, but also trying to be like, you know, it's time to get over whatever's bothering you. And then, so, the gift shop. I'm gonna say in the interest of time, it is closed, and you can visit it in the morning. But you find that, and you get the hours, kind of like, it's all roped off, or whatever, and, Are
there any window displays of what? Like, is it worth coming back to? I gotta know.
I mean, in general, it's literally kind of like a trading post. It's just that there's also sort of like a little section with like, you know, I went to the end of the world and all I got was this t-shirt type shit in the corner, you know?
Ah, fuck yeah.
Is there like a pilgrim in a flask?
Yes.
Yeah.
The,
I want a pilgrim in the last t-shirt.
the sign, for, the sign that hangs in front of their door that says like the pilgrim and flask, it's like they're kind of like their symbol, their logo or whatever they have painted on that sign is like a mug with like a pilgrim like sitting in it. Like you get the impression that they're drunk. Like just for like, it's like a caricature, you know. But yeah, that, and they have sort of like little figurines carved of that character and things like that, little trinkets, little wooden whittled stuff, what's it called, embroidered kind of like cloaks and stuff with their logo, that sort of thing. None of it terribly high quality, but
appearing in the shop window, and she's like, "I'm coming back for you." And
yeah.
she...
You've got your mark, yeah.
She checks to make sure Genrik's not back, and since he's not, she heads to the dining hall to continue to wait for the hot bath.
Yeah, and in fact, when you all sit down to eat, you get the sense that it has been enough time that Genrik should be back by now.
So I have been,
but it's not.
Azaram has been like waiting,
like patiently,
like with each cup for everyone has been set. And I've been like, if anyone is sitting at the table, I've been like stopping people from drinking. Like, no, we're going to wait until they come and they sit, so we can all have this moment together. And the longer it takes for everyone to actually get here, the more sullen and sort of withdrawn he becomes as he starts thinking, I guess I was wrong. I guess this isn't a ritual. Like, whatever. Oh, okay. I guess I level up third.
No.
So that's where Azaram's at.
That's where Azaram's at. Everyone else is kind of just ready to eat, right? At the table.
Staring at his.
Mm-hmm.
Finri walks up and he sees Azaram like down in the dumps, and she tells him to endure, and she picks up her mug for cheers.
But I look around and I'm like, usually everyone does this, but not just two people.
I'm at the table. I'll cheer.
You're at the table. Fox is at the table
Yeah,
too,
come
right?
back.
Me too.
Oh, okay. Oh,
We all finally show up.
Um,
I've been at the table waiting for food mostly.
There's
I've been
mostly.
enduring.
You're like, I have endured.
Yeah,
Everyone get drunk.
Grow strong enough.
exactly. And I say
Go ahead.
4 berries were harvested today, and I drink.
We stopped a mushroom genocide today.
Cheers to the stoppage of the shroom genocide of what year is it, Corey?
The naming convention for the years is odd, but we'll say 217 is the
Cool.
local
And,
accounting for the
we
year.
stopped the shroom genocide of 2017, comrade.
217.
Yeah, 200.
Oh yeah.
Or 21-7. 21-7 sounds cooler.
21/7. It's
21/7.
actually that there are 21-year cycles, and this is the 7th one since they started counting. So, no, it's 217.
21st year of the 7th cycle.
Yeah.
Azaram is immediately. Yay!
As you all go around making your cheers, Ginrick finally reappears, sees you all, comes by, and he says, today we got a bath. And he raises his mug and he enters into the cheers, and unlike last time where he kind of drank by himself, he sits with y'all. Last time you were at an establishment, that is.
And one more thing about this ritual, I'll say that every time someone makes a proclamation, Azaram will look surprised and pour another round of drinks.
Like, oh god, again,
Because
okay.
back at Thatchberry, one person would do the yelling, everyone would drink, and then we would, just carry on with eating. We wouldn't get too drunk. And then the next night, another individual would do it. But now that everyone is yelling, he thinks that a drink has to be poured for each one of them.
Ginrick at least notices what's going on here, and he kindly explains to you that one drink's enough. We can all share our ritual can be a little more flexible on that front.
No, I think I like having to slam 6 drinks right at the front of dinner.
He's
every
like,
night.
he's like, hey, fair enough. I'm just here to offer suggestions.
That was literally the only thing that the people would do after a long day's work back in Thatchberry.
He matches you. He keeps up.
Julia has to actually throw these back literally
Mm-hmm.
because Julia doesn't have lips.
Oh,
So it's like
Oh yeah. How does that work?
I have a drinking problem.
How do chameleons drink?
probably with their tongues.
I'm gonna YouTube.
I got my
video of that in a
10-foot
second.
reach tongue.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, we found a chameleon like homebrew for lizard folk.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Yeah. So Gia has like a tongue and a climb speed, I think, instead of a bite and whatever else.
I don't have a climb speed, do I?
I think chameleons get climb speeds, right?
I have
Oh,
to
we can check it
that
out.
again.
We'll check it out. But
I'll
you
go check it
definitely
out
have the
again.
tongue and the tail, right? The tail's prehensile.
Tongue, prehensile tail,
Yeah.
and chameleon skin.
That's
yeah.
true.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Very cool. Julia, you and Thinry with your both notice. Actually, I think both of you notice. It doesn't matter. One of you noticed at least, and that's enough. That when Ginrick comes back, he is clean, but he's not like he's dry. He's not wet or whatever. He's been done with his bath for some time.
Henry doesn't ask questions because bath time can include many.
I asked,
things.
"Where have you been, Genrick? We're waiting for you. Your food was getting cold."
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just coordinating with my contact, he says, kind of like looking over his shoulders, just making sure everything's still on. It's good to meet us.
How was he contacting him?
Is he coming tonight?
Yeah, he's supposed to be here first thing in the morning.
Man,
You seem uneasy.
Yeah, I a little. I'm just I don't know. It's getting a little real for me. I'm just don't mind me. And he just starts drinking. You can tell he literally is he just has nerves. this whole expedition kind of like has a personal significance and is weighing on him. And the closer you seem to get to like really kicking it off, proper whatever anxieties and doubts he's had about the different moving parts are just kind of like at the front of his mind.
Are you excited to see Viverin?
I mean, Viverin is when you say Viverin, he kind of like rolls his eyes a little bit, like not in a totally antagonistic way, just kind of like he's very paranoid and all that. He doesn't want word to get out that he's the one meeting him. By the way, and when you say his name, he kind of is like, you know, just he doesn't want to be seen out here. He doesn't, you know, it's he won't be taken seriously in his field, and his career's at stake, and he's prominent in the academy, and yeah. He's one of the conditions of working with me was full discretion, so that's you know, it's the reason for the secrecy and stuff.
Henry's curious as to how he was communicating with them.
Was it the bird again?
Oh, he says, oh yeah, when you see the bird again, he's like, oh right, yes, that's my familiar. I had to summon him after
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Bandit Steve took him out last time, but yes.
It's good he found a brazier to use.
Yeah.
That's what's one of the little nitpicks about certain spells. Like, whenever a player's like, I want to cast Find Familiar, I'm like, do you have a brazier?
Yeah, no, you have to have the. I keep up with that. So if you want to cast something as a ritual and it requires a specific material component, like, that's something I want to keep track of. Yeah, especially.
Rituals forego material components.
I think rituals forego expending spell slots is the main thing. They still require all the necessary components, but they.
What kind of bird is it?
Let me look. I think it's an owl.
Yeah, I thought it was an owl, like a wood owl.
I asked him if he knows any other spells.
He seems very impressed with himself now that you've changed the conversation to him. He's like, oh, I know a couple spells, and he's like, watch this, and he starts like chugging his ale, and he puts his arm like dramatically behind his head and leans back, and then down the table, one of the plates of bork chop, the bork chop starts to lift off of the plate and hover over.
That's awesome. Henry's like, guide it in my mouth. Prove your power.
He does.
Sorcery.
And he's kind of like wiggling his eyebrows the whole time.
This.
Yeah, he's really hamming it up. The other patrons in the bar too are just kind of like looking over and they're like, oh.
Like,
but
cool.
A little
I'm like, oh yeah, check this out.
Opposed performance.
oh my god, did you roll another performance?
No.
No, I like that. Roll a performance check. You guys are having a trick off. Oh well. After your sobering interaction with John and the rest of the ruffians over in the corner, you feel a little dispirited. Your heart's not totally in it, and Genrick is clearly much more invested in hamming it up here. So he knows his way around the bar room magic trick routine, and it shows. He expertly like flips the board, what I keep calling it, bork chop around in the air, and like puts it down on a plate. A knife starts cutting into it, feeds a bite to people, like very very amused with his own tomfoolery.
I'm glad to see the homie having a good time. Been a minute. Ever.
He has good times, and then he drinks a lot, and then he gets good times.
Julia's like enjoying this and starts dead ass casting bonfire in the middle of the table. Do y'all do anything to stop me? Because y'all have seen me do it.
Wait, when did you do it before?
I get my elbows off the table.
Yeah, if the table's large enough that it does not set any of us on fire, Fenry is in full support. She's ready to do some fucking fondue in the middle of the table with the bonfire.
I imagine the table's big enough.
Well, if no one else interrupts you, then Genrick kind of is like looking around, waiting to see if any of you stop him, and then he kind of like drops
a hand on the table and cast
Light.
Oh my god. Yeah, his amusement turns to a little bit of concern. He's like, wait, y'all, we gotta like keep it low key still. Like he's like, no bonfires at the table. Like,
slamming a hand on the table, and every time I slam my palm down, I'm casting the light cantrip again. So I'm imagining the table just keeps like flashing. I'm like, yes!
Yeah, I immediately dispel my bonfire, but not after it busts out. It is very like
everyone is
at
everyone is at this point. People are like alarmed, like, what is going on here? Who are these like insane people? When Thessa brings the next pitcher of alcohol, she's like, firstly, I need that to stop. Secondly, do I need to cut y'all off, or do you want the ale you ordered?
You mean this bottle that I took off your shelf that's empty now?
I'm sorry. We'll behave.
Fenry's sensitive to disapproval, and so she slinks off to the bath that she seconded. And now that
You just
back,
dip.
I just dip. Yeah.
Genrick stops you real quick. He's like, hey, wait, first we all drink. We have to break bread too. It's a whole thing.
You literally just fed me pork chop.
Yeah, everyone's gotta be here though.
But it's gotta be bread. It's gotta be bread.
No, he said
Gotta be bread.
he looks at you and when he stops you, like you can tell he's actually kind of serious. Like he's not messing around.
No, yeah. Then he
But
like jokes
so-
around at first and recognizes his expression and sits back down, but clams up
And I
quickly.
recognize this ritual as well.
And Thessa went because she's still at the table. She's like, "Oh yeah, so you're superstitious? Make sure they all make sure everyone pays their respects to the matron." And she kind of gestures over to the hearth.
Is she being flippant? I mean,
kind of.
wouldn't catch that, but
Kind of. You can tell that she's like kind of half foot in, foot out. Like she's kind of relaying sort of like a custom. She's not making fun of it, but she doesn't take it as seriously as other people, you know? And Genrick is kind of like insisting. He's like, yeah, everyone, we gotta eat together. And so he starts eating. You know, he did the whole thing with Fenry's pork chop, and then he's just kind of like, again, or whatever.
Fenry eats with the most impeccable manners.
To make up for the bonfire.
To make up for it, yeah.
Do you eat really nice because I eat like a monster?
Not at all. This is not my normal fashion. Like, I'm trying really hard to make sure that I eat politely just because I feel so scolded. And I'm very sensitive about it.
You were just having a good time, but you accidentally stepped on some toes.
Rowdy back in Thatchberry. So I just, every once in a while, once I get into it, I start slamming my palm on the table, making the table flash with light every time.
Oh my god, I didn't know that Azaram's a party animal.
Azaram
didn't
doesn't
either
normally have
until
this many
I-
cups in him.
I didn't either until I came up with this ritual in Thatchberry that they would end like every hard work day with just getting
With
as
a
drunk
round.
as possible, as fast as possible, and then going right to sleep and sleeping the hard day and the drunkenness off.
Well, I mean, according to your
Learn from
the rules
Thatchberry.
you laid out, it was like they would have a round, and then y'all just had several because you like extrapolated the rules into a new territory.
Honestly, maybe Azram has never been this drunk before. Like,
That's the impression
you said,
I was working with.
We only ever had one round, like among the village, because we couldn't give everyone in the village multiple rounds. So every night we would all have one round of drinks, and one person would cheer and yell. But here I've just slammed 6, and
Yeah.
so he has no filter. He hadn't none before, but now he really doesn't have one.
And the lights are sporadic. Anyone who's bothered just kind of relocates to new tables. You find yourselves kind of in an island of vacated territory as y'all kind of eat your dinner and just like live it up in the revelry. As long as there's no bonfires or property damage, no one really stops you. Genrick clearly prefers it if y'all keep a lower profile, but he's also not gonna like be a wet blanket if if within a certain limit.
I remind Genrick that I'm a 6'10" lizard folk.
He sighs heavily.
Also, Corey, if you glance at the video, you'll see kind of an image of what Azaram is.
Strobe light wise.
Yeah.
Very cool. Once everyone has sort of started to dig in, he's like, okay, now you can go. But for whatever reason, he seemed to think it was important. You gather that it's some sort of at least local custom or ritual of some sort involving someone that Thessa referred to as the matron. But it appears to be kind of like, it doesn't sound like any sort of like major religion or
Some sort of local legend kind of thing.
mm-hmm.
I go ask her more about that.
Like up at the bar or whatever.
Yeah, I'll break away for a second. I'm just kind of intrigued. I was like, so tell me about this matron.
So this inn is very old. My family's been kind of keeping it for generations, as far back as anyone remembers, but kind of like a story we tell about it is that it was founded by an adventurer who would basically created this place as like a refuge, as respite for wanderers and stuff, for adventurers like her. And you know, the legends go that if you break bread under the matron's roof, and if you leave a token of camaraderie at the hearth, then you know, her protection will watch over you and your journeys and stuff. She's kind of like a folklore legend, like a, I don't want to say Johnny Appleseed because that's not cool at all, but that tier is kind of the impression you get from kind of the little story that she tells.
Johnny Appleseed seeded inedible apples to make cider to get everyone drunk.
Really?
Yeah.
Hell
Word.
yeah. Now he's cool. Now it's like that.
Yeah,
No.
old school apples sucked. You had to drink them.
They were only good for cider. Yeah.
Well,
After Prohibition is when they
The
became
fact that-
tasty.
Man, the fact that Red Delicious apples are called Red Delicious and got that title back in the 1800s and no one has fucking disputed it, like, makes me so angry because those are the worst apples, but
I mean, I simply don't
I
recognize them as
I will
apples
talk
is
about
my
this
solution.
later. Fuck Red Delicious apples. It's all a lie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Lie.
They're the worst flavor and texture out of any apple. Like, literally the
Literally,
worst apple.
like...
I don't think
Oh,
there's
I
any
told the
debate.
barkeep that like thanks for letting me know about the local legends here. We'll be sure to leave something to to make sure we have a safe journey.
It's like, oh sure.
Yeah,
She kind of like
sure.
she regards you warmly or whatever, but it doesn't like register to her as like a major thing. She's like, oh yeah.
I go over to the hearth. It's the hearth that's in here, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
I go over to
behind the bard stage or whatever. There's like there's like a big stage and there's a hearth with a fire and a mantle above it. It's like really long.
I go over to the hearth and I leave. I pull out a few of the thatch berries that I had on me from like the big stash, and I just kind of place them there.
You notice that there is sort of like a on the above the like the fireplace. There's sort of like a shelf, a mantle that juts out from the wall, and there's kind of like an arrangement of similar offerings that people have made. You can tell that it kind of is actively maintained, so you can only assume that the ones up that are sitting out now are more recent sort of offerings, but there's definitely kind of like you can infer the custom just when you walk up and you see it, knowing what's up. You're like, oh, these would go here.
Yes, thatch berries brought us together, so it seems like the most important thing.
Nice. I like that.
That series should be like on the party flag if we ever get a chance to create one.
That's all on y'all.
This fills Azaram with an inexplicable sense of pride.
The thatchberry like thing.
Yeah.
Finally found your people on this plane.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's not like it's not of his heritage, but it's of the people that accepted him after he was cast from his home.
Yeah, it's like your found family's whole thing was thatchberry production, and so it has like a special home in your heart in that way.
It is the first entry in my journal since leaving town.
Hell yeah.
Does anybody else bother with that for now, or are there
what?
other like the whole matron like customs?
Oh, I kind of left it for like to represent us all, but I mean everyone can do it.
Oh no, I will reverently partake in any ritual that anyone of this party participates in, or seems to be some sort of communal ritual of any kind.
Yeah, I'll sit down and
see you
explain what that was about.
Yeah.
Totally.
I leave the hand carved bird token that I collected from Genrik's leftover trinkets.
Interesting and nice.
I'm gonna leave a berry. I'm gonna leave a thatch berry.
Anybody else have anything they want to leave?
Yeah, Fox leaves the silver that he got from the other group.
From John to tell you to please stop.
And real quick, what is this ritual? You leave something.
You leave something at the hearth and you break bread with your companions, and supposedly if you do that under the matron's roof, then you have her blessing and her like she'll like watch over you and provide for you in your travels type thing.
And so
she's kind of like a patron saint of adventurers and wanderers.
Well,
That's
that's what I'll
the
ask.
impression
After
you get.
doing these rituals, I'm gonna turn to Fox, I suppose, and I'll be like, Fox, who is this matron? Why do we leave her these things and eat her food? What is the purpose of these?
I tell him that women are very important.
What are
Nice.
women? No, we have that. They probably have that distinction.
I don't know anything about gifts, so I defer to
there are
you.
male and female gifts, so.
Do you just tell Azaram to drink his respect women juice?
Yeah.
Nice. Good
On
enough
second
for,
thought, I
no.
also leave some of those mushrooms, the popper saviors.
Okay.
Core, I'll leave my scissors there.
Oh, the scissors that let you escape from the spider?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. You can tell that even though these are all kind of odd as offerings, it's not that far from the norm. You can tell that there's kind of everything on the mantle seems like it has either some sort of like inscrutable or sentimental value. It's all just like
It's all to
if
the
you didn't know
person
about the
that-
custom, it looks like a pile of garbage almost even.
Yeah, that's what exactly what I was gonna say.
the junk
Yeah.
drawer.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, are we kind of wrapping up eating?
Yeah, totally. I mean, he said, okay, we're done with food. Like you can be still like in the room doing
Okay.
whatever you
Well, I'm
want,
just
but
wondering.
he was
I'll start
satisfied with the ritual.
Okay. I start picking food off of other people's plates and feeding them to my rats discreetly.
Nice. Ooh,
To
roll
I-
your sleight of
Cheesy,
hand.
Go-Go, and
Oh, a
Blue.
new ritual. I will lean in close to you and pick things off of my plate and like put them near your sleeve. As the
Oh
rats
yeah, you're always welcome to feed my rats.
Henry like takes the leftover cheese off her plate and just like puts it on Julia's plate and then heads off to the bath,
Aw,
Now-
that's really cute.
not fearing retribution.
What is the best sleight of hand among you? And then roll
Probably-
that person roll sleight of hand.
I have plus-
level 1.
Probably
I don't
less.
know what my sleight of hand is. Give me a second.
It's your dexterity, which is +1, I think, or maybe 2.
Oh, I have sleight of hand. I'm good. I got this, y'all.
Roll it at advantage because you have the help of other people.
You always tell me a little too late.
I mean, just roll a second time.
Aw.
I know though. I keep
That's good.
For-
Wait,
forgetting.
but
17.
okay.
you're all like very discreet, especially contrasted against Azaram's distracting light
Strobe light?
show. Yeah, people are mostly contented to like enjoy the silence when that stops and y'all start sneaking food to the rats and things. Yeah, nobody notices, nobody calls you out, you don't draw any attention by the wait staff or anything. And yeah, unless anyone has other stuff that they wanna do, Ginrick finishes his food and he's like, okay, I gotta make sure I got all my stuff in order for when my guy gets here. He clears his throat.
Oh,
Ver-
and when Thenry's going off to the bath, I would have yelled to her, Thenry, in the morning you will take me to the gift shop.
Word.
Absolutely. That is now has to be a thing.
I'm like, of course, and then I briefly like explain that there's a really dope mug in there. Like there's a mug with a person in it that is that's ceramic. That's
I've
also
only
drunk, and you only discover it once you finish your beverage. It's really cool. It's really cool. You're gonna be so excited. I can't wait to show you. But you have to give me a couple of extra thatch berries for my fermentation experiment.
Yeah, all you get
Tag
is just an obvious, okay, duh, like a nod from him. The only time he's ever heard the word mug is in reference to someone's face back in Thatchberry. They had a very colloquial way of speaking. He's never heard of a cup referred to as a mug before, so he's just thinking, a mug with a face on it? This is inscrutable. I must see it.
I see your like facial expression to my description, and I know you translated that improperly. But I just raise Fenrir just like raises her eyebrows and is like, yeah.
It's easier to show.
And that keeps going.
I can't wait to see a face with a face on it. I'm so excited.
And the cosmic irony that you're not too far off, and that there is a mug and a mug involved.
Exactly.
is its own little surprise for the morning. Ginrick gets one of the room keys. He goes and gets his stuff ready or whatever for the night. Anybody else kind of want to like interact with anything or?
So Fox wants to, since the stage is empty, Fox is gonna he's gonna perform. He's gonna tell all the tales of Sonottia that he knows,
Mm-hmm.
and also pay close attention to the group's
Audience
reaction.
response.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a performance check.
You could even like couple it to be a charisma insight check.
Oh, alright. I'm gonna use my inspiration. He's trying real
You're like, there was a place and no one found it.
Yes, and it has some treasure, I think, maybe.
Wait, you got an extra plus on that one for some reason.
Wait, why?
Oh, you did persuade.
Persuasion.
Persuasion.
So it's still the same.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
God, I wish I could give you advantage.
I
You
lean
can't
over
you
to
can't roll
Matt.
advantage twice
I
on the
lean
same
over
check.
to Matt and I say,
Yeah.
Fox is kind of the worst part I've ever seen.
This is bad.
Too much to drink. One of y'all needs to just quietly
Every time-
escort him off the stage.
Really reliable in combat, but like when it's time to play a show.
Some
All of
bards,
my rolls.
some bards tell a better story than they sing a song that I've learned in 15 years in this place.
You
It's like this place
What were you gonna
that's
say, Ian?
mysterious exists.
all my performance rolls have been like pretty garbage.
I don't think I've
I love
seen you
the
roll
idea
above a
they have, like,
7.
Performance anxiety or something.
Yeah.
He doesn't even realize it though.
You're an amazing bard,
Yeah.
but only one-on-one.
Yeah, you prefer small venues. Even smaller than this.
Sonottia!
You start kind of doing your performance and telling your stories. You can tell by the audience reaction that they think it's like very odd. Not even like it's clearly not their taste, but even so, like as you go on and on, you notice people like picking up on like they've heard this story before and like this is wrong. And they're like, "Wait, what?" But again, not bad enough that anyone's booing you or throwing tomatoes. They're just like "Oh, this guy's drunk, of course." Like, it's whatever. And they're drunk. The merchant looking guy with his band of mercenaries that are guarding him, he makes a gesture to them at some point, and he's clearly like had enough for the evening. He turns in. They all follow suit. And as it progresses, the bard or the party, the group behind that was rowdy before, you hear them like talking amongst each other again. Is like, dude, just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go. And John is like, no, I'm had it up to here with this fucking idiot. And so he you hear John get up from the table. You hear all the benches scoot. And he walks around from the back up to the hearth, and he's like, get off the stage. I can't hear your voice anymore. This is the worst telling I've ever seen. Like, how do you even know these stories? Like, it's much less favorable than anyone else in the show. Everyone else is more or less indifferent, but you can tell that his personal beef has with you has kind of like colored his appreciation of your performance. What's up?
So, to Azaram, oh, this is the part where we all start dancing. Someone's gotten up and gone to the musician. So I'm going to get up from my table and go over to him and grab him by like his hands and wrists and start doing the Thatchberry.
the
with him.
Thatchberry two-step.
Yeah.
You get up to do that. There's roll me an insight check.
Okay.
I'm gonna need one more drink for this. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Weird.
One more IRL drink.
It's okay. It's a 14.
As you start approaching him, you notice that his hand is actually at his sword belt. And he notices you coming up, and he does not kind of he shoots you like a very stern kind of warning expression, like, stay back. Like, he's not gonna have it.
Role-playing Azaram, who, as I stated earlier this session, does not interpret facial expressions very well.
Mm.
Goes in for the Thatchberry anyway. He like reaches and tries to like grab hold of his left hand like through the fingers and his right wrist in the Thatchberry fashion.
When you do so, he actually like what's your AC?
Yeah, that's the question I want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
13.
Yeah, he elbows you in the gut like as hard as he can. You take
That's
1
not the
point.
first move.
Yeah, no, it is not. You take a point of damage, and he puts his hand explicitly on his sword belt, and he says, "If I have to deal with any more of you tonight, I am going to raise hell in here." And you can tell, like the entire room has kind of stopped, except for maybe Fox, who may, I don't know. Do you power through with your performance, or have you stopped to sort of like?
I try and convince him to to tell me what he knows. I'm like a bard is only as good as the research that he has. Like, tell me or bring truth to the art for me.
What?
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, Sharon, you're basically inviting him to like educate you on the way it's
Yeah,
supposed to go.
I'm like, if this isn't real for you, if this insults your view of the world, like, really tell me the truth.
Says, look, there's only one story. He's also very drunk at this point. There's only one story for Sonottia, and that's you go and you get fucked, and you walk back home with nothing, and that's the whole story. So if the next song out of your mouth doesn't go like that, I don't want to hear it.
I will say that when he elbowed me in the stomach, Azaram instantly changed demeanors. Like
Oh,
maybe if anyone noticed, it was scary. But I think the guy was immediately distracted by Fox, like calling his attention. Like Azaram was literally about to put his hand on this guy's face and Eldritch Blast. He was so shocked by the elbow. But Fox kind of like you someone might notice Azaram put out a palm towards the back of the guy's head as he turns towards Fox, but then Azaram will look at Fox too and kind of blink out of it.
Oh no, Adib.
What?
You disconnected.
Oh.
Did you disconnect? Did it disconnect you?
That's funny that you say that. I was reaching out a finger because I was so ready to try out my new chill touch ability.
Oh my
I
god.
would no. As soon as his elbow went to me, like Azaram was so shocked, like he believes that it's dance time, and this guy just kind of like attacked him. He as like in my head, like Azaram kind of got a bit of a wartime flashback. And
Yeah,
was
you
about to blast this guy's brains out.
Yeah, you're like, oh, a threat. This man, you can tell, both of you who are next to him, especially Fox, who's dealt with him a little bit more tonight. You're seeing him in the light. He's kind of got like graying dark hair. It's kind of patchy. It's thinning. His cheeks are kind of sallow. He's fit for his age, but he's kind of old, and you can just see weariness in his expression underneath even like the anger and the temper or whatever. That's mostly you just see someone who's kind of like at the end of several ropes perhaps, and you just happen to be here for the meltdown.
Does he look like he's tried to find Sonottia before?
That's a good observation, and yes, from the kind of mutterings that you've all heard, his buddies are kind of like walking up behind him. You can tell that they're kind of conflicted because they're reading the room. They noticed all of you sort of getting ready, like finger on the trigger to like go full out brawl, so they're ready to like back their boy up, but they're also like really not like they clearly don't think that he should be acting this way either. So they're there, but their like heart's not 100% in it, you know.
Hey, I want to stand up because I'm tall,
Mhm.
and I walk up to him, and I just like calmly ask him what he can tell us about Sonatia because we were searching for it.
It's like, I can't tell you a damn thing about Sonatia, and he there's like every word out of his mouth at this point is just like dripping in bitterness, and he's like, we I it's all fucking bullshit. If you want to waste your time with it, go ahead, but he's kind of stammering through words. He said the best we got is a week wandering out in the wilderness for nothing, and as soon as we thought we had found something, we ended up right the fuck here. So whatever, doesn't exist. Count our lucky stars that we didn't just die in the wastes, I guess. But yeah, kind of like spits on in the direction of the stage. He's like, it's a fairy tale. There's nothing to know.
I walk past him and I walk to his friends, and I'm just like, so that was your friend's not very helpful. Can y'all tell us about Sonatia?
It's like, honestly, he's right. We just kind of came back from an excursion. We were trying to you know, usually people got to be pretty desperate to put their faith in a story like that. So John's been through a lot lately, and he lost his kids to the winter, and he convinced us all to go with him to Sonatia to help find a way to bring him back. But I mean, we were kind of mostly just here humoring him. We thought maybe if we gave it a try that you know, he would kind of like you know, come to terms with it. You know, he's like being real hush hush about everything. I don't know. I don't think it was a bad idea in retrospect. It's clearly they are kind of on the return trip of a failed excursion. And so that whatever they have to tell you is there's like, you know, we went north, we wandered around for it felt like forever, and then, you know, somehow we just ended up right back here where we started. So I guess we're just not very good at reading maps. I don't know. I'm just glad we didn't, you know. I count us as some of the lucky ones, because a lot of people just don't come back. I think they get lost out there.
Do y'all still have this map y'all were working off of?
I mean, no one really has maps for the wastes. It's kind of featureless. Past the boundary, you know, that's uncharted territory by all accounts.
Hmm.
I'm not
What's
sure
the
if
boundary?
Oh yeah, I was about to say. I was like, I'm not sure if anyone has said that word to you before, but the way he refers to it, he refers to the boundary. It sounds like something you should know about. Yeah, the boundary. It's one of the things about this place. You know, there's like up north. There's a bunch of ancient stones all arrayed out there, and you know, they got weird writing on them and stuff, and they're no one knows what they're for or anything. I don't know. No one knows who put them there, but that seems to be kind of like end of the line, you know. That's once you cross the boundary, you know, you're lucky if you make it back. So most people just wander around and end up back here if they make it back at all.
I thank them. I'm like, that's very useful information. Thank you.
Like,
Can you get your boy?
yeah, we got him. They're like, John. He
So
just.
I'm staring at the back of John's head, by the way. I'm like still on the dance floor, just staring at the back of his head while he's like looking at Fox or whatever.
Mhm. He doesn't even seem to. You can tell he's not oblivious to your presence just because he was so keenly aware of your approaching him. So you can tell he's got like all the body language and everything of somebody who's like seen his fair share of combat and adventure even.
And my body language is that of someone who is prepared for this guy to make another fucking swing.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as that goes, he seems like with his allies or his crew or whatever next to him, he doesn't seem too worried about you being behind him. He trusts them to have your back, and he's kind of like almost intentionally got his back to you at this point. And when they tell him that it's, huh?
I'm almost taking it as an insult.
He intends it as
like,
one
warrior in me. I'm like,
like
but I have learned a bit of restraint. Exhibiting in this place. It's like, oh,
it's not
if you had tentacles on your face.
It'd be.
I do turn to Azaram and I'm like,
On
I do
site.
the throat cutting thing.
You do the.
Okay, you look confused, so I just do this instead. I'm like, stop, teacher. I'm like, no, don't kill him.
I start reaching for my dagger when you do the throat cutting thing.
So I do like
I come back to the table.
I do this instead, and I hope that gets that.
No. I get this. I come back
That's
to the
hilarious.
I'm curious. I'm curious if and what Matt does about any of this. Seems like he's mostly
Matt,
been
what
quiet.
are you doing?
I'm like on my 4th cup now.
You were silently pinning them down in the corner.
watching
Yeah.
everything.
Just,
Party IRL.
you've seen your fair share of drunken barroom brawls.
You don't want to kill another man on accident today.
You're not ready to rip your shirt off and just destroy.
So much shirt ripping.
It really just happened the one time, but it was so
But
iconic.
it was so like cinematic. It sticks with Matt's character.
I mean, the only reason I ask is because it kind of seems like a situation that Matt might be familiar with, based on what you told me about his whole thing. But if he's just drinking his way through the situation, that's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to voice your input if you had any. Yeah, you're just.
But no, yeah, I sit back down and I pour another drink for everyone at the table, and I'll say, we didn't have to kill that guy.
Did we interrupt you? Were you gonna say something?
No.
Cool. All right. So after y'all are like, you need to get your boy John. His allies kind of are like, he's right. You know, we need it. It's time. We're done for the night. We just need to go to bed. Like, and then John, like, so drunk, clearly knows he's being like handled, and like his like pride and all that shit is so like wounded or whatever that he just like turns and walks away. Doesn't acknowledge anyone. He definitely doesn't acknowledge Azaram, and he just doesn't even mention anything further to Fox. And he just walks past into the room.
Wide eyes as he walks past.
Yeah.
As he's walking by, I tell him that if we find it, I'll wish for his kids back.
He doesn't know what to do with that. He kind of like lingers, like as you pass the table, and he like looks around. He looks at you because he hadn't even seen you yet. Just kind of takes a second and looks around, not sure if he's being fucked with, and he just kind of nods, and then quickly as he like came to this like hot and heavy to the conversation, he just leaves the room without another word. And the kind of like tensions sort of lower in the bar, and Tess is like, okay, I think I'm cutting everyone off for the night. Um,
But
Thank
there's
you
still
so-
another couple sips left in this bottle. We
yeah.
would never finish the ritual until we emptied the bottle. That's how we knew everyone in the village had gotten some.
Well, honey, we're not in the village, and she kind of like reassuringly kind of like puts her hand on your shoulder and like other hand grabs the bottle and like slowly starts taking it away.
It was
It's like
always conveniently enough for everyone to get one from the bottle. I don't know
Yeah,
how there's still some left.
I think we have different bottles out here is the thing. She says, kind of like throwing a random explanation at the wall, like just trying to usher you away from the conflict zone, and where all the sober people still are. At this point, it's actually pretty late, and most people have gone to bed, but some of the partying, the dwarves, for example, that were kind of to their own table, have been kind of like in the corner laughing their asses off about the whole thing, and drinking.
Fox goes and sits with them. And
I
it's
go
just
with Fox.
If that's where the party is, I will go there too.
crazy, right?
Everyone gets up and walks over to the laughing dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Thessa kind of like breaks everything up. Gendrick's long gone to bed. The dwarves kind of have a private table, so there's not much room for anybody else, but y'all kind of go up and start chatting them up.
You
Um,
linger, you like hover over.
They basically are drunk enough that they're just like reflexively speaking in dwarvish, and they're just like laughing at each other, pointing at each of you. Like, you can tell that they've been drinking for a while. Thessa comes to like take the remainders of their tankard, and they're like, "Oh, come on, we didn't do anything." But it's like, it's all in dwarvish. So Thessa's like, no. And she like picks it up. They seem to almost even have a rapport with her, and they're like, okay, and then they kind of like have the rest of their mug left, but the remainder of their pitcher or tankard or whatever it is they were drinking out of, because it was clearly a lot, Tessa kind of brings back and reseals and puts behind the counter.
Damn, they want y'all to get the fuck out.
So Azarim doesn't know what a bedroom at an inn is, so it's gonna take someone being like, "Okay, it's time to go to bed," to get him like out
I'm so
of the
glad
tap
I'm
room.
peacefully bathing
She's
during
fine.
this
She's
whole-
fine with people being here, but like after the near brush with total
Finley's
fucking.
had a really long bath.
That's true. Thinry did miss most of
That
that.
hot water feels.
I don't think
so
it was a
good.
long bath. I think this is exactly how shit happens. Is like one or two people walk away, and then
Yeah.
everything in the world happens, and then like they're not gonna know about it until we bring it up.
Yeah, like she's not kicking anyone out of the main hall. She's literally cutting everyone off from alcohol after the near brush with total mayhem.
The rest of the party knows it's gonna take telling Azaram, "Okay, there are beds for us to like leave this room and go to now to get him out of here."
Who's gonna room with Azaram? Because then I guess that's their
I
responsibility.
want to Joya's room.
Okay, Henry will room with Azaram, and she'll tell him to endure for 8 hours on the soft, plushy mattress.
Mattress.
Endure for 8 hours. Just lay there and endure. Like,
Mattress.
we're trying to get through.
Mattress. Is a mattress doll. That makes sense.
Yes.
One of the
exactly.
dwarves chimes in and is like, ah, yeah, exactly. This one gets it.
You are very short and very wide.
Oh yeah, and I'm hairy as all mess. His eyebrows are like totally unruly, and they kind of like curl kind of even into his eyes themselves. Like it's kind of like what's it called? Like schnauzers, like those dogs with like the eyebrows that kind of like hang over. It's like he's got that much eyebrow It's like a problem.
Do they connect?
To to each other or
in front of his
Yeah.
face.
Is it a monobrow or
no?
two-
It's not a monobrow. They're two distinct, very fiery,
They're
vibrant
like this.
brows. He does have an extremely full beard. That comes into a braid, and his hair is long and braided behind him as well. Kind of like a brownish red. Yeah, he doesn't. Whatever the thing you just said, he doesn't care whatsoever. He's like, "Yep, that's me. I'm that guy." They're all kind of talking to each other in Dwarvish, just literally like, obviously, clearly, still just, doing the play-by-play of everything that just happened in the room and laughing at each part or whatever, pointing to each of you at various points and like describing, like with their hands doing things that you know they're reenacting the situation. Like you can't understand them whatsoever, but you know exactly what they're saying.
I like pantomime along with them. I don't mind it.
They're like, "Oh, who taught you to dance like that?"
I'm gonna assume one of these dwarves has some holdout whiskey in their boot or something.
Someone's got a flask. Come on.
Does anyone bring that up?
I'm vaping. I don't
Well, oh no. Something I was gonna do is I was gonna say like whatever she's not looking, I'm gonna mage hand the bottle back off the shelf over here.
Oh my god, no, she is very much looking. You don't get the impression that there will be a point in the night where she's not looking
Well, then
until you go
what
to
she's gonna
sleep.
do- what she's gonna be doing the rest of the night is fighting with a ghost because that
It's
bottle's just
time
gonna
to
inexplicably keep
party.
floating off of the shelf. It's gonna keep kind of floating off the shelf over to us. She's gonna keep catching it out of the air and putting it back.
That's exactly what happens, and she's like, "Okay, look, please stop, please. I love all of you. You're excellent. Don't do this to me, please." Like,
You're excellent, but please.
yeah, like she's pleading with you to kind of like all simmer down.
Ram is starting to grow a little. Like he's probably never drank this much alcohol. At, like,
No, you're entering like a rebellious phase. Like you're like
exactly like
you're not my real mom.
He's never met this part of himself before, but he is growing to that point to where he's like, oh, now he's like the dwarves, and he's only speaking in GIF.
I turned to Azram. I'm like, Az. You have a nickname now. It's Az.
Age of Az.
Well, damn it! I had it a second ago. I'm drunk too. I say, patience is a virtue.
I love it more when y'all quote it back at him. It's the funniest.
I think it's time for bed.
Henry's like finished her bath and she comes out and she realizes that like there's no lanterns burning or any sort of notion that y'all have like gone to your rooms at all.
You come back out and you come into you come into a hall that the lantern light on the walls is still burning, though dimmer, and the energy is dead in here, except for the dwarves who are completely and inexplicably, there's even on a psychic level, which you detect because you're Azaram, like somehow completely impervious to the bad vibes. It's almost like a sanctuary of good vibes over where the dwarves are.
And I'm gonna say, to Joya patience, my virtue, I would say to that you see no truth. You must see the whole, and seek balance in your goals, and many can.
One of the dwarves is like, the only hole that you've seen in the last 3 hours is the hole, the wine bottle, I think, my friend.
I
start like I was gonna say I start like carrying Azaram.
Oh my god.
So I just oh fuck, that's perception. I meant persuasion. I really did. Oh,
We can use the
oh,
roll.
oh, Joe.
I'm actually gonna go get my drink now.
As
Oh.
everyone starts
Never mind.
hauling each other off to bed.
I tried so many things.
As everyone starts hauling each other off to bed for the night, one of the dwarves before you walk away, Foxy, like grabs you by the hand. He's like, wait before you go. Sonottia's real, for sure. That other guy, I don't know. He's just sad. Don't listen to him. It's out there for sure.
I ask him if he can go to bed with him, and he can tell me about it.
Yeah.
That's where I thought it was going, and I'm glad that's where it ended up.
Are you making an advance here on him, or is that just the phrasing?
I leave it open. I'm like,
okay, yeah, that's just what I wanted to get a read on the subtext here.
My room's got 2 beds, if you know what I mean.
Hey, oh yeah, I'm like, yeah, like let's
Damn.
go back to your room and talk about
it. He looks very embarrassed, but not entirely
That's not
opposed.
a no.
Yeah, no, it isn't a no. And he says, he like looks to see if his buddies noticed or anything, but he's like,
He could come to.
I offer my room also if he like needs some privacy.
No, he's got his own room. He tells you the information. He looks kind of stunned. To be clear, this is a different one than the one with the hideous eyebrows. Not that he's gorgeous. Let's find out actually. What was appearance scores? Is that 3d6?
Fox is trying to get this dwarf to come back to his room.
He's moderately handsome
What
as
happened?
far as dwarves go.
What's going on? What?
Fox is trying to hit on the dwarf. It's adorable.
One of the dwarves told me that Sonottia is real for sure, and I was like, let's go back to your room and talk about it.
Fuck.
Oh no! Wait, we said at the beginning of this, no horny.
We're not gonna take it much further than this, obviously. But no, he's flattered.
Look,
Clearly,
so far
he's not accustomed to being for one thing, you don't know that anyone's ever been this forward with him in that way in his life, and
he doesn't know if he's ever explored this thought before.
Nope, and he's also deeply not sober too. So I mean, the inhibitions and stuff are much lower. I mean, he's clearly conscious. Yeah. There's no gray area with consent. He's clearly contemplating it like in a very like in control manner, and comes to the conclusion that he gives Fox the details of his room. And he's kind of like bashful about it or whatever, but then returns to his drinks with his buddies and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't realize any of that, but I'm like, nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Fox is doing recon.
Fox hasn't like disclosed this to anybody, but Fox has like experience in sex work, so he's like, he's cool. He's on the down low, and he
very discreet.
But Fox should know any consenting person isn't heavily inebriated, so he recognizes that this dwarf is not in a good place.
He's
right
waiting.
Now.
He waits discreetly by the dwarf's room without being like too obvious about it.
We're gonna be here a couple days.
That's true. At least one more. Whatever happens, we can resolve off screen. But yeah, everyone kind of makes their way to the room. I guess that means Ginrick sort of gets a room to himself, and then everyone else sort of pairs off or whatever.
Well, doesn't that mean? Well, if are Fox? Are you going back to his room or your room?
He told me the details of his room, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That means that that someone's gonna have an empty bed in their room. If
Yeah,
you said
there's
there's 3
two.
rooms, 2 beds each.
Yes,
So Fox
exactly.
has an empty bed as room. If you want to go endure there.
Well, no, in fact, no, Azarim is gonna go to whatever bed he's put into.
I feel like Julia just.
Henry's gonna guide Azram to Fox's empty second bed, and then she's gonna tuck herself in quietly into the empty room
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
well-
so I get a room to myself.
for the silence that she is granted.
So
She's
I
gonna
guess
put all the trinkets she's accumulated on the windowsill, just being like, God bless.
So I guess
Oh
like
my.
I'm in there with like either Genrick or Matt or Julia. Whoever goes.
whoever you.
I'll bunk with you, Azaram, to make
Hell
sure
yeah.
you behave.
No,
By
once I
these
hit
standards.
the sack, I'm out. I'm out.
Like, yeah, you were enduring already. The moment you get a moment's rest.
No. That was a new way of knowing myself. Strength lies in knowing oneself, and I was trying to know myself. Well, like I had never drank that much before, so I was trying to endure through that, and I was becoming stronger by enduring through it. But
I feel like this is
I
what.
endured.
I feel like this is how Azaram is explaining himself to
No, I
whoever's
was
carrying
trying
him
to
to his
endure.
room. He's like,
I'm enduring.
no, you see, I was enduring, and it was a new way of understanding my. And
rambling down the line.
I reassure Azaram
listen, there's
that-
strength.
that you endured. You didn't throw up. You didn't get in a fight. You did it. You made it. Please don't throw up.
A willingness to learn is
Man.
a sign of strength, Julia. Did you know that? That's number 2.
I hope the next in-person party I attend, someone just tells me at the end, like, you endured.
You did it. You made it. You made it to the end.
You did.
Like so, from
Sure.
being picked up all the way to my room, I ramble sort of like down the line of the 7 minutes. Like, strength lies in knowing myself, and I had a willingness to learn. It's a sign of strength. I endured. I grew strong. I saw the whole. I was not blinded to the truth. All of us did it together. We accomplished it. Not one alone could have. I brought the balance. I got the virtue of patience, and I
As you-
focused on my discipline.
as you make
You
your
sure
way
did,
down
bud.
the head back. As you make your way down the hall, someone in one of the rooms you just hear banging against the wall
I
as
bang on their door and cast light on it with every bang.
Is
So I
it the
just opened
fucking
the
room
room.
that Fox went into?
no different.
So their
It's
room
it's
is just
it's like a
thrown
broom.
couple
It's like a
times.
broom on the ceiling type of bang, not a not a headrest against the wall type of
I
bang.
take it as a call and response, and I flash their door a couple times, probably like flash banging them in the eyes a little bit.
They
Start grabbing your hands. I'm like, just stop. Just patience is a virtue.
I'm gonna say
Patience. Listen, this is not difficult walking to the room. There's no patience needed here.
you're handling it a lot worse than you think you are. A voice in your head tells you. Eventually, eventually, you and Julia do make it back to your room. Does Matt do anything? I think Finry already left. Does Matt like take his turn in the bath or wrap anything up in this room or anything like that?
I finished taking the bath and then I come back and I look at Azram and I ask, should I use lay on hands to make him sober? Because this is
I
getting.
think it's more like shit poison.
I am getting taken to the bed. I am about to like pass out, so there's that.
You're gonna have a wicked hangover. In fact, roll me a con save, please.
I wonder what.
Look, I mean, we all drank this much,
Hey,
but
well-
I'll roll the con save.
We all did, but you sold it.
Got a 7. I fail. I'm gonna have a hangover.
That's a con check, not a con save. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know.
It's the same thing.
You don't have. Wait. Warlocks don't have Constitution proficiency.
Nope.
Oh, I was thinking sorcerers. My bad. Okay, I'll tell you what happens in the morning. What's up, Matt?
Yeah, I just go to bed.
After all that, you're just like, okay. You don't want to follow up
Azaram,
with...
or not Azaram. After putting Azaram to bed and he immediately passes out, Julia's like, God, I hope I wasn't. Was I this bad when I first joined society? and and then in Draconic, I'm just like, I need a bath, and I go take a bath and fall asleep doing it.
I love that you connect with me on that
Oh.
level of like having had to like join society. That's great.
There's a lot of weird themes in the party, actually. Someone was about to say something, though?
It's just really funny to me that like Julia, I assumed Julia was gonna be the most alien character in this party, and then an alien joined, like a literal alien joined. I was like, oh, okay. So I feel like there's a level. Julia's very comfortable because they barely get like polite society, and gets to teach somebody how to be polite, even though like Julia still doesn't get it either.
Yeah,
And
it's a little...
strange because like there's this air, like I am from like a culture, like a civilization of people. It is just so like alien and different to this prime material world. It's just like I'm having to recontextualize all these things. So I'm having a lot of fun approaching it, not as like as someone who is like from this world but has no idea about like culture and stuff like that, but someone who's like I come from a culture but it is inapplicable to this society.
It's like the difference between like being a blank slate and being someone who like has expectations that are incorrect. You know, like the opposite even.
Compounded by the fact that his perception of this plane was the village of Thatchberry for the past 15 years or so.
Yeah, like totalized your experience. Well, it's not that far from Thatchberry, and already it's pretty far and away novel to you.
Hey y'all, IRL notice I'll probably have to dip out soon.
Hey, that's okay.
But I
It's
think-
actually a pretty solid place to dip out unless...
I loved that session.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yes.
could tell y'all had a great time with that.
All we did was get drunk, and like half of us got drunk in real life too.
What we established is that anytime, or at least for myself, anytime that we get like to a tavern, to like a resting point, to like a real like break point, Azaram completely cuts loose. like
Drink in person for every tavern.
no, I was gonna say that like for tavern episodes we have to actually like whoever wants
Yeah.
to like we should
We
definitely
have to cheer.
no, but like
My God.
I was thinking, okay, we are establishing every handful of sessions we're gonna have a tavern episode.
Oh,
Corey, you need to like come up with tavern episodes because we need this to be a thing every like 4 or 5 sessions.
We turned level 2 and used none of our abilities.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This is the
We had
D&D
fun.
that I have been wanting. This is the D&D that I've been needing.
I try and make
Level
sure we
2,
hit all
time
the
to get
pillars of play.
sloshed.
The best sessions are sessions with no combat. Always, hands down.
I think that there's something really true about that. Like, I personally love the really like... I mean, there's 3 pillars of the game, right? There's the social combat, and then there's like exploration. And I kind of want to like make sure the game has all of that. But it's very clear that that without the social pillar, that this whole campaign would be a completely different experience.
I found that as a DM, like not only the best sessions are the ones without combat usually, but also the best sessions are the one where I as the DM have to speak and do almost nothing.
as
your
far
party
as
starts
rules
And
go.
the party just creates
Together.
yeah, the party just creates the entire session through their actions. Like those are usually the best, like the
Oh,
most
yeah.
memorable.
I think the trick that I'm trying to figure out is how to provide y'all with the adequate springboard to do that.
Shout out to Matt who outdrank us all. But kept it together the
real,
most.
Matt kept a list of cools.
In my mind,
Absolutely enthralled.
I'm sorry, I feel like I keep cutting y'all off because it keeps cutting out for me on my end, so I don't mean to keep interrupting, but in my mind, I just imagined, Matt did a couple things, and it was drink the whole time, offer that man some condolences, and
Really
then
solid condolences.
yeah, and then I like in my mind the way that's all happening is Matt's just seen this kind of shit too much and is just keeping tabs, and he's just like, I know I don't need to do anything until it hits a certain point, and just putting him back.
He knew when he needed to act, and it never. Yeah, exactly.
That's sort of the way the scene played out in my head.
In the best of ways.
Everyone's so crazy. I'm just trying to be the serious guy.
We're all
funny
chaotic.
because you were.
The one who's not-
Which is funny because like you were built up to me as the wild card.
Only when
Yeah.
Just wait. I mean, he already took his shirt off.
No. I love it. No, it's having the straight man, pretty much the straight man act against a bunch of.
the next
opposite.
time Matt's shirt comes off, we all know it's either TPK or win.
Yeah, it's the final gambit. It's like, this is gonna end one way or the other. No, but if we're good with you made it to the inn, you had plenty of drinks. We've established some threads to pick up on next time. You said you gotta dip out. That's totally understandable. This is a great place to kind of break off, unless there's anything anyone kind of wants to do overnight or make note of for the morning.
Sleep.
Yeah,
I mean, in the tub. I have a nice soak.
Fox's main
objective.
Get as much information as possible.
He just wants to
And if
share
that means-
consented secrets with that dwarf.
If that means
Nothing non-consensual is going to happen in this campaign. Just as a little sticker that we can throw up, because I think. Yeah.
I'm just. I'm saying that.
I'm not saying that for you. I'm saying that for the audience. Yeah.
I think the fox dwarf NPC thing is adorable. I want to see more of it.
Fox is ready to throw down.
This is PG-13, so
Yeah.
Fox enters a room and comes back with rumors, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was pretty much gonna say.
Playing Uno.
Yeah, they played 3 Dragon Ante all night.
You guys literally have not even seen Fox's face, so.
And you failed every performance. We don't even know what you're capable of.
We don't.
Think you're trash.
We don't necessarily know he's even a bard. I don't know that we've. I don't know how compelling the evidence has
I've
been.
gotten bardic inspiration.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I forgot I have this, but I got this a while ago. It's a little expansion for the board game, the Red Dragon Inn, but it can be used independently. It's like this tavern card game little box, and it comes with some rules for a handful of card games and the special deck of cards for it. And I think they have like a 3-dragon or Red Dragon Ante or whatever it's called, like a rule set in here.
Yeah, I based it off of some card game I got back in 3 edition days. That's called 3 Dragon Ante. I have it downstairs somewhere.
That's an official Forgotten Realms thing. That's like all throughout all of 5th edition is.
Yeah,
for that.
it's 3 Dragon Ante. It's their poker or whatever.
So if we ever want to have like a real fucking
bar game encounter
tavern episode, I can like bust this out and we can like try and do something with that.
I would
Bust out Tabletopia.
Hey, I mean,
if everyone has Tabletop Simulator, that'd be awesome.
I can get Tabletop Simulator, but I mean, y'all had a tavern episode, but like, I mean, you're not necessarily done with the tavern yet, even.
Beach
So.
episode is next.
Nobody's slept yet except for maybe Azaram.
Have Julia roll intelligence for me real quick.
Intelligence?
Yeah, or knowledge history.
Hot
Whichever.
spring
What?
episode.
So Ezra's the only one who hasn't taken a bath, and it's been like 8 days
You're
or something.
right.
I think
Well,
I
no,
will bathe in the morning.
No, I will, like, cause he likes to be clean. It's just he got drunk and everyone
You got
else wanted to take a
distracted.
bath. He didn't want to be
You're gonna
rude.
wake up. You're gonna wake up feeling.
No,
like
I'm
you
gonna
had-
wake up and just be like,
We all went to bed clean on the crisp linens except for you.
ugh.
Wait, am I doing
Like-
an intelligence save or an intelligence check?
Just to check. Yeah, you're aware of there's a coast to the north.
Okay, that's okay. Good to know.
to the north,
Can't have a beach episode.
northwest. Yeah. Salt Star Port was on a coast, and you didn't stray too far from what you know the continent extends outward from.
Help action.
Is that you signaling you want to help with the intelligence checks?
No. Matt just said help action in the chat, and I was
I was trying to assist Daryl.
that word just tickled me.
I have a quick question. For anybody who happens to still be watching, we're basically done playing for the night. Thanks for tuning in. We upload these. I will make sure that I get all the links.
at My Unexpected Treasure.
It's
You
true.
can find us at www.youtube.com.
/
My unexpected treasure.
Yeah, we're gonna get it all put together. There's some plans for more production, but that's probably gonna be a little bit further down the road. Once we get more in the swing of stuff. But yeah, it was really fun. I had fun. Everyone clearly here had fun. Hope y'all had fun. If you're
Excellent.
viewing,
Everyone's getting more comfortable with their characters and kind of learning
Mhm.
their stuff. Like that's always the best part about character creation to me is those first few sessions where you're establishing their actual personality and their morals and whatnot. Like I think
Mhm.
that's the funnest part of like really making the character is just playing them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it definitely takes a couple of sessions to get into too.
Yeah, you have to find your feet
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
definitely thought Julia was gonna be more of a weirdo, but Julia's kind of just more straight to the point a lot of the time. Is kind of what it's turned into.
Like I
You
thought
got
I was-
out
To that
weirded.
douchebag. I walked up to John. He was like an asshole, and I just like, okay, well you're useless, and I just walked past and talked to his friends instead.
Yeah, like I thought I was gonna play Azaram pretty just bland, esoteric.
I'm
but
stopping the stream, y'all. So
I'm
good night
having
if
a
you're
lot
still
of
there.
fun, really leaning into the alienness or just the foreignness. And then today, like this session, when we got to the tavern, I was just like, okay, what would his interactions with drinking have been? He's from a small village, and so in my head, it just started coming up with like, okay, perhaps they all get together and they all have one solid drink, and like I was like, yeah, there's no reason for me not to go with that. It's because I'm still coming up with the character and the place. So that's just kind of how I approach like kind of
No, it's
characters.
it's great. I also like that. I there are things I feel like structurally. I stopped the stream, by the way. We're all just kind of hanging out now. I was kind of worried like that there would be like too much fluff in between here and like actually getting to the end or whatever, but I feel like it kind of filled out and gave people an opportunity to sort of like flesh their stuff out nicely. So I'm really enjoying watching y'all kind of like find your feet with these characters and stuff because
This was
I'm
awesome.
so ready to get in a fight because level 2 sport druid is fucking ridiculous. I had no idea until I read it all and contextualized it all.
level 2 for sport, yeah. Well, so I kind of like cursorily looked at everyone's stuff for level 2, just kind of get a sense of like what the capabilities would be, so I don't like throw something totally impossible at you. But I was reading Sportage and I was like, yo, this is dope. Like, it seems like they tried to figure out how to make a druid that is like
combat
not using wild shape, but like it felt like they wanted to explore something else with wild shape specifically, because you use your wild shape charges to do your spore stuff, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't
to make it
transform
even better.
Yeah, I think that's super cool. I'm really interested in druids who are more than just I live in a forest and turn into animals and talk to animals.
Right? I love Julius because this is the most unique and creative version of druid that I've played with thus far, and like having my first experience in D&D trying a druid and finding it absolutely the most boring, the shittiest like possible
It's
thing
a
I could
lot.
possibly play. Like the way you're using Julia, I think is super super cool, and I love every continued in like growth on the character. It's
Yeah.
really interesting, and it makes druids seem a lot more interesting than I think they're generally given the space for, which is really dope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, thank you so much. The first class I ever played in my life was a druid, and that was the same experience of just like, wait, this is really
Yeah.
fucking whack.
Yeah.
And also I was playing D&D wrong, so like as soon as I realized what they were about, I was like, this is the most mechanically complex character in the game. You have to know the monster manual, you have to cast spells,
Yes.
and you also have to know combat. Like everything
Yeah.
about it is really advanced
So
and not that interesting because almost everyone role plays a druid as like, oh yes, I
Oh no,
love
D&D.
wilderness and I hate civilization.
yeah. So
Yeah.
almost without fail, like almost every player I've had who's played a druid, even if we played like through a campaign up to level 16, they're just casting Thorn Whip every round.
I've been
or maybe
side-eyeing these
summoning a
chips all night.
creature, or and like always missing at like druid, you've really got to like put it under a magnifying glass and hone everything that it has into like a specific character concept, or really learn like all of the rules that they're able to like work with. Because like I found that like druid has a lot of potential to do a lot of stuff. Most players, like when they have it in their hands, they especially specifically in combat, they're just like, okay, I've got some attack cantrips, everything else I've got is really situational or just utility or something like that. They're always sort of at a loss, I find, no matter how high of a
Yeah.
level they are.
For sure, I think druid seems extremely one-dimensional unless you're a really like intuitive advanced player who can magnify it like you're talking about, and recognize all the possibilities. And so it's really cool to be playing in a party, Dario, where you are able to bring that to a druid character. That's super cool, and I love it because I love the idea of druids. Just most people don't have the background to be able to like play them to that full like
You have like
rounded potential.
so many resources that are so open-ended. Like you basically at level 2 get to do a small version of polymorphing on yourself twice a short rest. That's a lot. So like you can be overwhelmed because it's like the limitation is like CR 1/2. Is that correct?
Yeah,
CR
you have to like start flipping through the monster manual and having the spore, this what's it called? Symbiotic. It's called something symbiotic. I want to say Titan because of the fucking show. Symbiotic entity is super useful because like, I can turn into a monster, or a beast, or I can just make my spores give me temporary HP and do even more damage. I basically have like a cloud of death around me, which is cool because I've always wanted to play someone that's like somewhat of a necromancer, but all the territory that comes with that is so dark and evil. But like this is the first time it's been presented to me, that and also the grave cleric are like the two options of like, hey,
there's long death monk
is
too,
cool,
but
right?
that sounds
Because it's
kinda...
a part of life.
Mm-hmm.
Opposed to being like, ha ha ha, I'm evil, I'm gonna become a lich, or whatever sort of shit.
You talking about necromancers? Check out this little fucking. Oh, hold on, I'll try and get the actual link to it. This video of a girl talking to a mirror about fucking necromancers. It's pretty hilarious. Kind of like on going with what you're talking about, how like, I mean, a lot of necromancy spells are healing spells, and how being a necromancer is not as
Not
whack
as pure evil as whatever. I was actually thinking about this because necromancy and undeath and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things that for the sake of the story and the campaign or whatever have like maybe different than normal implications just because of like things that will become apparent eventually. Doesn't matter. Point being, I'm like having to like rethink about like what would like what makes reanimation like bad, and some of it is like in the D&D world, like your body is sort of involved in the, like post-mortem rites and stuff, and if you were to want to reanimate someone or revive someone, you like need their body and stuff like that, so desecrating it could just be seen as like a very like invasive, like sacrilegious even thing to do without consent or whatever. But it's also like you literally for those exact reasons have to, in our last campaign in this universe, there was sort of like a historical war against a lich, and like the people that were trying to like not be overwhelmed by it were totally unprepared and had to literally devise new rituals and magic and stuff to consecrate corpses, so to prevent the reanimation stuff. So it was like it's still necromancy, it's still like it's still things that involve the preparation and preservation and even consecration of someone who has passed, but it's not necessarily evil. It's just like, okay, how do we stop this guy from making grandma a fucking puppet?
Yeah,
like
that's right.
yeah, so like exploring the other angles and implications of like how necromancy works in a world like D&D is, and how it's regarded morally is really interesting. And I enjoy when players like try and play in that space, and I think that's like something that you kind of trend toward as well, Dario, like that kind of perspective. Things like the second or third character that you've at least pitched to me with a similar, like, because you wanted to do like a long death monk one time, but I don't think we ever kicked that campaign off, and you had talked to me about Circle Spore Druid before, so I'm excited to see the character for real,
Well,
for
this
real.
has been like a concept I've wanted to explore for like years. Because
Exactly.
like when Kelty started the Strahd campaign, I
Mhm.
made a cleric of the grave, right? That was
Yeah.
that campaign, and that whole
Yeah.
person was about like,
Oh,
oh, this
you're
cleric like found, like, got to the point of joining the clergy where they had access to like a forbidden library, and they found old like ancient texts in their order that basically was like necromantic texts that were like basically, point being, like the old order that I was following was, yeah, Chris Strad, fucking dope ass campaign. I want to pick that up again whenever you're ready.
so cool. I
Wait.
did. Okay, I reached a point in the book as a DM though that I didn't. I
Hard.
still don't know how to run appropriately because the ideas are very
Scattered.
uncomfortable. They
Oh.
just they're not
Like-
PC necessarily. They were maybe in the 80s.
No,
But
the idea that that Irina is constantly reincarnated and that Strahd is always trying to seduce this woman who is the reincarnation of her.
yeah, also the whole mongrel people and that
Oh, I
chapter.
forgot it. That's such a small chapter that I didn't even really do much with because like our party never had to go there.
What's the
that
deal with that
and
chapter?
assumed it was like this major stop. I interpreted it totally different, and I read it and I just reached this like halt as a DM because I was like, I don't know how to interpret this to where it's not offensive because at this point the text is outdated. You know, like it's
So-
not comfortable, and I don't want to
Hey,
introduce this to characters.
Take
So
that
they're
take that
actually
shit right
releasing-
out.
Yeah, just fucking skip it. Or
So-
skip
Yeah.
it or snip it or just
Yeah.
completely change it.
But
Right.
also, they are addressing all of that stuff. Also, how the Vistani are gross caricatures of Romani people.
Yes.
Well, they're
Right.
addressing that. So they're releasing a special edition version of Curse of Strahd called Curse of Strahd Revamped. Ha ha
Heh.
ha.
Oh my
But
fucking
they're
god.
they've also gone through and edited all the text to make it much more non-offensive and appropriate.
My whole soul, I'm so excited. So like that.
You should pick it up, and you'll probably actually be able to run it and enjoy it.
Yeah. For context, it's my first campaign that I've ever tried to attempt as a DM.
Same.
Yeah, I'm super new to D&D. I think 3 years around my amount of playing. And yeah, so it was my first try, and it had parts that I was just like, oh shit,
No,
I
yeah,
don't
how it says
necessarily have the knowledge.
Vistani are the Vistani. They do like to cheat and swindle, and they're very exotic. And
Yeah, do you remember, Kelty? We had like a conversation super early on about how it was like, yo, the Vistani are kind of racist, like, or not
Yeah,
they are, but the streaming of
Yeah.
it.
Done like so much work of like trying to expand those characters and like take away the parts that were like gross.
There are
and-
actually a lot of really good guides at this point for Curse of
Yeah.
Strahd and other things that help, one, make the plot link together and make more sense, and two, rewrite
I
the
see that brush in
narrative
here, I think.
for the
Yeah.
Vistani. And
Yeah, I
and
was
stuff like
just
that.
for the record, I was super enjoying that game,
Yeah.
Kelty.
Yeah, I
The
mean, if,
Vistani were like chill as fuck in my book as a DM, but I think my theatrics as a DM on the initial impression made them a little like questionable, but I promise they had like
It wasn't
a
you,
real-
it was the book. It was the book. You were just
Yeah, yeah.
literally interpreting what the book was giving you.
That's a really tough first game to run because
Yeah.
like Curse of
It is.
Strahd is way different from other D&D games in that it's intrigue. It's like intrigue centric. Like if you want to play something else that's super easy to run, in my opinion, it's like Out of the Abyss. It's like
It's
run of the numbers. Like it's kind of on rails because you are just trying to escape.
It's gonna
And
be
it's
boring
good,
if you
too.
don't
Oh,
care
I
about
can
the-
go
if
ahead
you
and
don't
let
care
Craig
about,
go.
it's gonna be a boring campaign
Thanks,
if you don't care
Craig.
about
Bye,
the
Craig.
Strahd, Irina, plot and
And
everything
I
like that.
have like a binder that's like one of those 4-inch clit binders that's just filled with like the prep I did for the campaign, but
hey,
yeah,
it'll make the
It,
next time you do that a lot
that's
easier.
and that's like okay because I don't even know if I'm in a place where I could DM even to like a fourth of what Corey's capable of, and so I'm super grateful that he can.
Don't do that.
Don't
I
Matt,
have-
don't Matt Mercer Corey. Don't
Yeah.
Matt Mercer Corey. You can do something completely different.
I swear I have such severe limitations as a DM that I'm still trying to push myself on. I mean, which is part of why I'm taking such a technical approach to this, because I want to like kind of see what
the game can be like that.
what the game can be like, and then also literally like what I can what naturally gels with my DM style and how I tend to approach writing campaign, like, you know, just kind of step outside the box a tiny bit and see what sticks and what doesn't, you know.
I can tell you're obviously very tactile with the game, and that's coming out in all of the
Yeah.
VTT stuff.
Yeah, and some of that I feel weird about too, because it's like my goal at the moment, we are still literally like level 1. I very much wrote kind of on rails, and I was assuming it would be done kind of like 2 sessions ago, but I'm not mad that it's not. It just took
players drag shit out.
Yeah, it took longer than I thought, so I figured it's like, okay, you know, level 1, it's on rails. I'll introduce the concept of like overland travel, get everyone familiar with the interface, know what to expect, and then like that way when I drop them into the actual overworld like
Tutorial time.
region, yeah, they'll be familiar enough with the flow of the game that it won't just be like system overload. But it does, even from my end, I feel like it's like needlessly like you said, like tactical and or whatever, like minutia oriented, which
And I'm trying to stop think of it like that, because I am enjoying kind like now that we're starting to get you. Like, I'll be honest, like each session I'm like, oh, why the fuck are we using this program? I fucking hate it so much. But now that we're actually fucking learning it, I'm like, oh, okay, this is cool. It's not immediately.
Yeah, same. You know me. People
fucking-
call me a Luddite a lot, but I
Like-
had the whole like anti-technology fucking bend with D&D for so long, and then Corona hit, and I was like, damn.
See,
I have to admit that I was fucking wrong, because there's a
see,
lot
it
of
wasn't that I was
work in it.
anti-technology.
Better than Roll20 though, y'all. Like that was
Well, see, at least with
Roll20
Roll20,
just
I know
crashes
how
for
to
me.
use Roll20, and I
Yeah.
can make it fucking just work.
oh man,
And
I
as long as
will
you use
say, one.
20. It was 30
Sorry.
minutes between like player actions.
Well, that
and
was
so
also
it was just
we were playing in a group with like 9.
so
It
boring.
was like it was
Oh.
like a 9-player group, and we
that
were
was
like,
your problem. That had nothing to do with Roll20.
we could do a lot more, and so it was
That had
like
nothing to do with Roll20.
Having-
All
I
I
will
gotta
say that-
say is that it's all a process, and we've like now gotten to a point where we figured out what works, and this shit seems to work. Like I agree, like Roll20 is a lot to expect, and it works because everyone uses Roll20. It's kind of universal, and this shit was super intimidating at first, but now that we're
Yeah.
getting used to it, it's getting better and better every time.
So
I
I
will
want to
say,
I want
I
to say a quick
fucking-
thing about the systems too. So like, if the presentation is too granular or whatever, one thing that occurred to me is that like, as I'm running this, it's like if y'all just tell me what you want to do, not in terms of like I want to move 3 hexes northeast. Like if you literally tell me like what you want to do, I can translate that into the parameters that I've set up for the campaign.
Yeah.
Like mechanically, like that's even my job. So like I'm not expecting you to master or engage with it on like a systems level thing. So if you're just like, yeah, we're traveling this direction, like that's what we're doing until something stops. Like I can literally just handle that. I just need to like it's almost like because of the way I'm writing sort of the thing, what I'm sort of figuring out is like that the map is kind of for me, even like literally like planning what's happening next, because at least I know if you're here and it takes this long to get here, it like it leaves y'all options and leaves y'all the freedom to do literally whatever you want, but it also gives me like parameters to prepare within too. So it's like yeah, so it's like however it works most seamlessly. Like I'm not here to try and like force like a weird mini game on you. It's almost like this is sort of the way I'm presenting the campaign information and keeping track of everything. But like we didn't need a map tonight. We moved
Yeah.
three
No, that's awesome.
we moved
I'm
three
really glad that
hexes. Yeah.
Our maps involved, that you are kind of like our safety net, Corby, because like I know whatever we tell you, if we can't interpret it personally, like from our own computers on the system or whatever, you got us. You got our
Yeah.
back.
This
This is without a doubt the best online game I've played. So like,
Yeah.
So all I
you're
was gonna
doing
say is
good,
that,
Corey.
like, I've always been a pretty strong proponent of doing online stuff. Like even before COVID, half my games were in person and half my games were online through Discord and otherwise. I kickstarted Roll20 back when it came out, and I am severely, but I am severely disappointed by the lack of real development that has happened on the platform.
I think Roll20 just has
identical
certain
to the day it came out. They've added a few features. They've added the marketplace. They have the official modules, which I love. I love the official modules, and I usually buy all of them like for the adventures that I do run. I bought the Icewind Dale run, and I'm using it for that campaign. But I'm
Yeah, I
just
think-
disappointed by the
You
whole
just-
thing. Barely
I'm
even up there.
guessing the whole user base is like frothing at the mouth with all these suggestions, and I'm guessing it's just literally poor build out on the actual system and to implement anything, right?
My
Honestly,
honest
the second best game I've played online is somebody running an official D&D game of like, of what's the fucking Norse's fuck one called again? The one about giants.
Storm King's
King's
Thunder.
Thunder. Another Neo, Grebby was running that one, and I had a lot of fun
yeah.
with that one.
that one was fun.
that's when
Grebby ran
Roll20
those
works.
NPCs really fun.
Yeah,
When you don't have
Roll20 works when you're running official content.
Yeah, like they've put very little time into like updating how it looks. It's hit or miss depending on what browser you run it on. Whether it's
That was
super
my
laggy
issue.
as
I was trying to run Out of the Abyss through it, for example, and like everything ruled as far as assets went. But we got to God, was it called Sloobladop? I don't know if you played that campaign. It's the village of fish people in the Underdark.
I think it's
And-
Slub Dub Dub. Sorry, I'm just. I got to that point too. That's where I stopped as well.
It's something goofy like that. Point
It's a
being,
rush.
the map wouldn't really load, and I would have to
I
like
found-
scroll around, and it would just like do the screen tearing thing, and like one thing that Roll20 has better than this is dynamic lighting. The dynamic
Yes.
lighting they added in Unity is great, but having played with Roll20's dynamic lighting, Roll20 you can literally set up like it has individual point of view and line of sight, but it also has the ability to calculate
Distance.
yes, distance
Light
and
distance
variable
and night
distance
vision
based on your
distance.
vision. Exactly.
And they updated it recently. It's even better than it was before.
So that was the
something they did
one reason why I ran Roll20 over, because I was running it in and out of the abyss. It's literally everything is in the dark. So I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I need something to handle this, because like I
Lighting
don't want
is
to keep
super important for that
explaining
game.
how dark everything is over chat. Yeah, over Discord.
If
yeah.
anyone runs out of the abyss anytime soon, or I don't know why I'm saying soon in the future, I super recommend merging it with a book called Veins of the Earth.
Nice.
It's a book by a guy named Patrick Stewart, not the Star Trek one. Some other
So,
Patrick Stewart.
I don't know. Have you
and
ever
it's
seen them both in the
literally-
same room?
It's literally a thick ass book. Like I'm talking this thick about spelunking, cave
That's
like
really cool.
searching and lighting and
Wow.
like
Yeah.
and just climbing, and it's specifically about the Underdark. It's like system neutral, but it gives you like a section of different lanterns to use, like climbing techniques, like random
Dang.
generation of Underdark tunnels that take seconds to use. It's so
Mhm.
fucking useful.
That is
That's like-
awesome.
Like what I would suggest. Like I'm the kind of DM that like likes to use a shitload of indie ass books and just
I
use
was
those as
like that for a
systems.
while.
It's so fucking good.
I have a whole
it's-
folder full of PDFs that I haven't touched in a while. Lately, I've just been making everything up or running official books.
If
but-
you ever looking for like an indie press book, hit me up because I buy them fucking it's kind of a problem. I hoard them.
Oh, no.
And that means I
It's
probably
not-
have it on Drive Through RPG, which means I can send it to you.
Hey,
one more thing I wanna hear.
I need to dip out for work purposes, but I appreciate each of y'all to the greatest extent of my being, and D&D is literally my most favorite part of the week, and I love having this with y'all, and I could cry over how much I can't wait to play D&D with y'all in person.
Oh man,
Y'all are all amazing and
One day.
special. This is such a savior in the doom, or whatever you want to call it. But
Yeah.
this session was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, y'all, for this. It feeds the soul.
Yeah,
that's why I
I'm
play
having a
D&D 4
blast.
times a week.
Yeah.
Love you, Kelty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all love
I
y'all.
love
Hey, Kelsey.
you very much.
You guys
For real.
have a good night.
Good night,
Night.
y'all.
So yeah, I every time we're done, I'm like, well, can't wait till next week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
it's funny how like as soon as we started this game, I've suddenly had the energy to do more like organizing with PSL because I have time to fucking like actually have fun.
like decompress and socialize and all
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
for like
yeah.
months, all life was just like study and go to protests, and that was great, and it's really important to do, and it's really fucking. It's what I gotta do because it's like I'm unemployed. What else? I'm using the government money they're sending me to like literally try and build socialism, but after a time, it's fucking
Yeah.
exhausting. And if something doesn't go wrong, or if something goes wrong during that work, you feel like shit because it's all I've been putting my effort into. And
Mhm.
suddenly I just got to the point. It was around the time I went to visit Mexico and I came back and we started this game and I had this like understanding of like, oh shit, the United States sucks. Getting out of this country fucking was amazing. And coming back and just kind of accepting that sort of like grind mentality of like you gotta do as much as you can to like be productive. And I was like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm gonna spend more time in nature, do more shit that I want to do. And suddenly doing those two things now I'm like more productive in what I was doing originally than I've ever been, which is really fucking helpful because like all life was for the most part was just like, well, I'm just gonna fucking rest all the time and do nothing with my time, and then go to protest and organize, which is very stressful, and then just go back to just like versus like, oh hey, I'm busier all the time, but like I don't know, D&D is like creative as well as like social,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
so it's super fucking helpful. Like I've had a whole fucking weekend. I've done like 4 actions this weekend, but I have the energy because like Sunday night is like fuck all of y'all. I'm playing D&D, and I'll come back to it Monday morning.
Yeah,
And
that's
like,
where I'm
add
at
on
with
to
it.
that, we had never met before this, like a couple of us, and with D&D, it's inexplicable just how quickly and easy it is to like bond and make connections with people. Like I think faster than if we had like met like even in person and just like hanging out at someone's place. Like D&D, it has this way of like really like just I don't know making those social connections in a very different way. Like I don't know. It's been cool to get to know you guys. Over the course of these sessions. I can't wait till we can all like hang out in person at some point.
No, yeah,
I
I'm super
agree, for
stoked.
real.
When I was putting the squad together at first, it was literally just like, well, man, it's one of those. The DM dilemma is like everyone wants to play, and I want to play with everyone,
Uh-huh.
but it's like, okay, I want to do. In a certain sense, like selfishly, like this is my project too. So it's just like I have
You are
goals.
inflicting your novel upon us. Is how another great DM put his campaign into a
Mm-hmm.
couple words. You're inflicting your novel upon your players, and they're
Yeah.
helping you write your novel.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And so I was like, well, I know. Who do I know? Like, started writing out people, and it's like most experienced people I think would be comfortable on camera, people who are comfortable with the system, and like people who I think can commit weekly. And so it's like when you want all those things, it's like a lot harder. So it's like it narrowed pretty quick, but like I was like looking at all the people, it's like, well, I know Keaton's always down. Ian and Kelty are both free as hell. I'm pretty sure if I reached out to Adib, he'd be down. Dariel's down. I thought Charlie would be down, but I wasn't super sure how Charlie would feel like being recorded and on camera, and like I don't know what schedule's like all the time. So I extended the offer. Was sort of bummed that he couldn't like super commit, but I totally get it. And I feel awesome
Charlie's
that
in a
it's
very transitional life or transitional stage right now.
that's what I kind
Like
of
getting
got
used
the
to
sense
living
of.
with family again, like with parents again.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I'm just glad that we're on week 5, and it's been so long since I've run anything, but then also so long since I've run a
It's been going pretty smooth.
game. Yeah. So there are times when I feel like my improv legs aren't quite what they need to be, and so I'm trying to like flex that a little bit. I had a couple moments tonight even where I was like I had like internal deer on the headlights moments, but I was like, wait, I mean, it's like some of that is reasonable because like a real person wouldn't know what to do with that. But then also it's like
we
just
were like
say a
literally
name.
drunk,
Yeah,
and
it's like
you weren't. So like, you're just dealing. It's like hosting a party when you're sober.
Hey.
It isn't easy that way either.
I didn't exactly realize that you were all for real drunk, but you said, "Oh, I'm gonna go get my next drink," and then I realized, oh, you're not talking about Julia. Because I
I
can't.
had 3 double shot
Oh, you haven't
tequilas
been
tonight.
watching us. I keep forgetting you're not watching us.
Yeah, my
Second monitor.
screen situation. Yeah, I need a second monitor. I technically have one literally right next to my computer, but it's hooked up to my work computer, and the cables are all fucked up. It's crazy. What I need a second monitor.
Yo, I didn't know you weren't doing this without a second monitor. I couldn't do this without a second monitor.
I basically
Just a
have
heads
it.
up.
Yeah.
Somewhere between October 5th, like the middle of October till the end of October,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be in like East Texas, so I'm probably gonna be playing on a laptop. But
Okay.
I'll try and make them for sure. I'm visiting. Me and Melody are visiting her family.
Hey, that rules.
But I'm still gonna try and make the games.
Do you know how long?
Hit me up.
Wait, what?
If you drive through Rowlett, hit me up. I live off 30.
If you
I live in Carrollton. I'm not that far from you, by the way.
Oh, nice.
I used to live in West Dallas, but I had to move because rent kept going up because of gentrification.
Mm-hmm. I was there, seen it.
one more thing I wanted to say is like the bits after the start parts where we stop recording the video where Craig's still recording.
Mhm.
Like once we get going and we have more people watching, we might be able to upload those as like a little after game table talk segment.
Yeah, totally. So I'm working with a couple people on music stuff. What I need to do is I need to set up. So there are actually a couple things. I guess business wise that I need to get out of my head before I forget. So wounds dropping to 0. These are both things that we've talked about. You suggested that alternate rule. How do we feel about that? Because it's clearly something that can happen, and may happen.
I've just always thought in 5th edition that, like, okay, for one thing, there's no point in healing someone until they drop to 0. And if they can just keep dropping to 0 and then you heal them and get up and there's like really no detriment, it feels like fucking dropping to 0 means absolutely nothing.
Agreed.
That's why finding this rule in 2nd edition that is the slap opposite of that. If you drop to 0, you are fucking out of commission for the next day. You were just nearly killed. You had a near-death experience, like health-wise, not just like you almost fell off a cliff. You were fucking had your neck slit or whatever, and you were just
you need to recoup. And I really like that. Hold on, save change. So I would like campaign. Where it is? No, hold on.
I gotta pee and I'm gonna heat up some food, but I'll be back in a
That's
second.
okay. So what I was curious about,
honestly,
because that I share all that, like, and that was part of the reason why I wanted to experiment with kind of the long rest rules being different, yada yada. We were also, when we the notes I took when we were talking about possible alt rules or whatever, we all seem to be kind of generally into the idea of like a system for wounds, right?
yeah. I'll be right back. Need the restroom.
So I feel like we could kind of roll these two things into one thing somehow. Like maybe if you drop to 0, you automatically get a wound on top of other ways that wounds happen or something like that. And that way hitting 0 is a thing you don't want. Though I just realized Deeb is... You're the only one who can hear me.
Yeah.
Even so, it matters. So yeah, are there any wound systems you're aware of that you think would be fun to use in this situation, or?
I mean, off the top of my head, I can only think of in the DMG on page 272.
A book I have
272. That's the only thing I can.
You don't know of any like homebrew stuff that you've seen? We were kind of looking over some weird tables, but they seemed like way too fucking complicated. I want something a little more abstract or something.
What are you talking about? Crit tables?
The possibility of wounds, a system for wounds.
Dude, yeah. So there's some super intricate critical tables in the 2nd edition, like expanded players combat options book. It's like you have to so instead of a natural 20, you have to roll a natural 18 or higher, and you have to beat their armor class by more than 5, and then it's a critical hit.
So
I think is kind of cool.
This is cool, but it also seems more complicated. Let me pitch to you 3.5's critical hit rules. Every weapon has a threat range. Some weapons it's only 20. Some weapons it's like 17 to 20. So it'll be like daggers have a crit threat range of 18 to 20 or 17 to 20 or something. And then when you roll in that threat range, you don't you roll a second time to confirm. So it's like if you hit the confirmation roll, then it's a critical hit. If you miss, it's just a normal hit. You know what I mean? So it's similar to that even. Though it seems like it makes everything a dagger, where it's like everything crits 18 to 20. Have fun. It's like, oh shit.
No, everything critted, but it's only a crit if you also beat their armor class by more than 5, which happens a lot more because armor class is backwards in 2nd edition. Low is good. You can have a negative armor class.
And these are expanded. These are expanded rules for 2nd edition. Okay. Cool,
yeah, exactly. So like, THACO is like different characters. They have a number when you roll a hit, you subtract what you roll from that number, and that's the armor class that you hit. So therefore, having a low or negative armor class is very good. But if you roll an 18 or higher and you beat their armor class by more than 5, that's a crit. You do double damage, and then you roll on these tables to see what body part you hit and then what happened to the body part in addition to the double damage that you do.
So
Oh, I see this table you're talking about, Deep. I actually kind of like it. Um.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here.
Uh-huh.
When you use like a random die roll to indicate like whether somebody like loses their eyeball or gets decapitated or something,
Yeah.
like that kind of thing has got to be like a climactic thing. Like if you know what I mean, you can't use dice. Like you gotta like build up to it, or you gotta.
So how would you feel about some system that introduces injuries but allows the person inflicting the injury to like call a shot or something?
I was
Like,
gonna say, so you would like the shots to be more called than randomly determined.
because how do you feel about? I mean, having injuries kind of happen is something that it can create a climax where there might not have been one before. Like it raises the stakes, right? It's like you're having a normal fight. Oops, you got a critical hit. This orc just literally, I don't know. We don't have to roll a die for it, but broke your ribs. It's not necessarily something you're expecting to happen. It changes what's going on. But I agree with you where it's just like it feels almost arbitrary and just like kind of like out of anyone's control if it's just like, well, I rolled a 1, my eye's gone inexplicably. I have to kind of like reverse engineer an explanation for it.
I hear more about critical 20s than critical fails, but I hear what you're saying there.
Oh no, I say that because I'm literally on page 272 of the DMG, and there's a lingering injuries table, and if you roll your d20 for the type of injury, 1 is an eye that's gone. Like it given that you are taking an injury already, there's a result for everything. There's you lose an eye, lose a hand, lose a foot, or you gain a limp, internal bleeding, broken ribs, horrible scar, festering wound, minor scar. That's kind of where you go. But I agree. I don't care so much about nat ones.
There should be, I don't know, not should be, but I like it when there's more than just double damage when it comes to crits. And
yeah, and we have that
I'd
table
rather
that's
be
live.
randomly determined than arbitrarily chosen or hand waved by the DM. But that's just me personally.
So here is, let's go over the injuries table real quick and then see if y'all have ideas how to modify this to talk about what Deep's talking about with like the more cinematic and climactic important thing. So the way injuries work out of the DMG, and it's an alt rule obviously, but
what are we talking about?
We're talking about coming up with how injuries work if we want to do
I actually
injuries.
gotta head off also.
That's okay. I don't have much time either.
Alright, I will talk to y'all in the chat and next time.
Totally, we can probably just bring this up in chat too. So the book suggests a creature might sustain a lingering injury under the following circumstances: critical hit, drops to 0 but isn't immediately killed, or fails a death saving throw by 5 or more. I feel like death saving throw, I mean, that could be cool, but that's not like what I'm looking for out of the injury table. I kind of want the injuries to kind of like dropping to 0. That makes sense to me. Like when you hit 0, I feel like that is a time where sustaining an injury is totally understandable and reasonable. And taking a crit also makes sense as a time where you have to care about injuries and stuff. But how are you kind of do you have any suggestions, Deep, for like less arbitrary injury stuff?
It completely is based on what kind of feeling you want, Corey, honestly, in your campaign. Like, what was that one game? Fuck. Remember that edgy
Deadlines?
No, it's a video game. You go into, you got 4 people and you go into a dungeon.
Darkest Dungeon?
Darkest Dungeon?
Darkest Dungeon? Yeah, and that at 0 hit points, every hit was like a 50-50, whether like
Oh shit! So you just like once you hit a certain point, you just start taking injuries. So kind of what I want to achieve with
Wait,
injuries. Yeah, what's up?
Let me be specific here. The first time you get to 0, you get like a trauma, like a physical or mental trauma, and then you roll a dice, or you roll a coin. You flip a coin. On heads, you stay up, and tails, you die. Insta death.
Jesus.
Every hit, you flip a coin to see. So since there was like a chance, it created like this suspense because you're like, am I gonna die? Am I not gonna die? It's like
I kind of I like that in the I kind of want so I've been playing with a lot of like different alt rules, just reading through, and I like all of them because I like grittier stuff in my games because I think they're fun. But there's like system shock stuff, like massive damage, like maybe you get injured from massive damage or whatever. That could be a thing, and then again, it's like there's a chance. It's like maybe you make your con save and you don't get an injury, but maybe getting hit for a gajillion damage is like gonna leave a lasting impact, even if you heal it or whatever. So it could be like that, but also because it's like y'all's experience too, like it's y'all's game that you're actually playing and having to live with the consequences. Like your preference in how the game feels is also very much a factor in whatever we want to do too. I simply like the idea that combat presents. I like in my games, not even just D&D or games that I run. I like in RPGs when damage is something that feels realer. So it's like we're always getting into combat. That is just going to be a fact of life for all these characters. They're going to be chopping stuff up and getting their ass beat, and they're going to walk away from it, and they're going to cast Cure Wounds, and that's fine. But occasionally, I feel like there's something that happens that's severe enough that it leaves a mark on that character, you know. And maybe you do heal it eventually with some sort of like restoration spell, but it demands more attention than taking a nap. You know, it's like it's an obstacle then. That's kind of the feeling I want to have, is just the sense that combat isn't simply like a number crunching exercise where there are stakes.
That's basically in the makeup of fantasy. Not even going that far back, but just like, you know, Frodo got stabbed with that fucking sword, and he was like never the same after that. Fucking Jaime Lannister got his fucking hand cut off. That's like a fucking thing. So I feel what you mean about that. My opinion of like in gaming it is you can either express it through like save or die, like Aviva suggested, just like it's a really deadly game. It's a matter of like mortality, but it sounds more like lasting injuries that like don't go away without effort.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
really
fine with killing y'all,
combat.
but I don't want y'all to have to like roll 8 new characters through the course of the campaign or something. I actually
Yeah, I don't see this as a campaign that's like roguelike deadly or old school revival deadly. I see it as oh, I'm gonna carry this card for the rest of this campaign deadly.
That is
gritty,
that is the balance I'm trying to strike, where it's like death I want to be a real possibility. I want it to feel dangerous. I even though y'all are badass adventurers, it's like I feel like there's a certain amount of depth to be gained just from like really considering like, hey, what we do is rough, you know, like this is hard stuff, and like most people don't survive it. So it's like, what does that look like living through it? And I like that, and I like, you know, I mean, just you have these epic encounters and like so much badass stuff gets described, all these crazy feats of combat and stuff, and it's like some of that lingers, you know, even if you guys kill the boss or whatever, if he gets like a sick like spell off and curses you or some shit, like there are spells that have lingering effects. It's also like I just feel like I feel like injuries you kind of sometimes, and especially with 5th edition, it's my one major gripe specifically with 5th edition is I feel like everyone gets like totally injured, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, we have the spell slots to heal to max, and like you wake up the next day and you're not even sore or whatever, and it's just like that on a game level, on a systems level, like that establishes a certain flow, and it's fine. It doesn't fucking matter at all. But from a narrative perspective, it's always like kind of jarring to me. It's like, okay, this person literally just got fucking hit with a fireball. Yeah, you like cured them. They didn't hit like -30, so they're not dead instantaneously. But it's like that person's fucked up after that. You know, like you have to help them. They a simple spell slot cannot solve their issue.
Corey, at 3rd level, you can like regrow limbs, right?
Something like that.
3rd level spells, lesser restoration.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, so exactly. It's like there are ways to undo even the really gnarly stuff, but it seems to me like I would like for it at least to. I just want it to, I guess, feel less like a numbers game. I want there to be a certain expectation, because again, it's like we're talking about things that might seriously impact your character. I like the expectations to be clearly communicated, so it doesn't feel arbitrary when I'm like, yeah, that orc just pokes your eye out, like you're blind in one eye now. Like, I don't want to just like randomly throw that at you, but if y'all know, like, these are the conditions under which I might sustain a serious injury, then it doesn't feel arbitrary when it happens, you know? I don't have to like decide at some point, you know, it's time for an injury type of thing, you know. So it feels like a way for even mundane combats to potentially have weight in the grander scheme of things, because you know random encounters are going to happen in an open world kind of approach to a campaign. Most of them don't even have to matter, but even then, like, something unexpected might occur and you like suffer just a random injury from like a random encounter that otherwise didn't really matter, but the effects of that may, you know, just add that tiny little element to the storytelling. It might have like just a minor consequences that shape events. Yeah, what's up?
Even if like the physical body is essentially magically restored to 100%, there are ways you can like still mess with us. Like you can destroy our armor. Oh wait, no, we have mending cantrip.
I can still destroy your armor, but
I didn't think mending.
Okay.
Mending I may have to be a very arbitrary with, because it's like it's one of those things where I've had players be like, yeah, I mend this entire broken fucking place. It's like, that's mending doesn't do that. It's got like a cube, but it's like you can do it over and over and over again. It's like, I guess there's nothing that says you can't, but yeah, so I don't know. There will be some soft limits to mending at a narratively appropriate threshold, but I could destroy armor. There are oozes and stuff. There are definitely ways to mess with you.
Corey, what we're looking for is consequences to mistakes. That kind of linger.
Yeah, and not even necessarily mistakes, just like the mistake might be that you overestimated your ability to handle a situation, but then also maybe, you know, sometimes shit just like accidents literally occur too. Yeah. So it's like, and combat is chaos. So, I don't know. For now, I may just try.
I think the important thing is that it happens in narratively important periods. Maybe give bosses the ability to like maim us. You know what I mean? That way you don't like leave it up to just complete chance.
Yeah.
Like, we fought those spiders, and I was fucking like maimed or like I carried an injury for the rest of the fucking campaign, it'd be kind of whack, but I would go with it because it was a brutal fight. But it'd be way more interesting if Bandit Steve is the one that like left that.
That's true.
Or
It's hilarious
whatever
it's hilarious you say that, because for shits and giggles, I was like, oh, what if I roll for Daryl on the injury table to see what injury they would have sustained from that fight? Well, I rolled a 1, so you lost an eye. Like, that's like pretty major.
From the fucking spiders?
Yeah, just for instance, I was like, oh, let's see what, you know.
Yeah.
No, it was Daryl. It was in the Bandit Steve fight.
Oh, okay.
Well, for those, I rolled 2 11s, which would have been 2 horrible scars that affect your persuasion checks, but give you advantage on your intimidation checks. That's interesting. But that's an interesting conditional too. I kind of like the idea that like, I kind of like the idea of, I don't know. I still am hung up on like, if you drop to 0, I feel like that is enough to earn the seriousness of the moment. Like that there could be.
Oh my god. Sorry, in this Groovy app, I didn't realize I put a whole playlist in here, so now I'm skipping all these songs to get to what I want to play.
Corey, it's almost like combat's a mini game where the story has to like pause.
Exactly, and that's partly on me, right? Like I can create more narratively interesting combats, but
how would no? I mean, me and Daryl, we've DM'd before. I don't know how.
It's a D&D problem, not a you problem.
Yeah, it is a D&D problem.
Because I don't have that problem playing Dungeon World. Like Dungeon World's a game that's like tied by the fiction.
We'd have to mod the system if we wanted.
That's true. And that's actually part why I was like homebrewing a whole thing that like separates HP from your health. Like HP is kind of like almost your stamina or something, or like your endurance in combat, less than like the number of injuries you've taken. And then once your stamina has been exhausted, you know, you're too tired to dodge or pivot away from the lethal wound. So then you start taking wounds. But you know, that was a whole other thing. That was me attempting to solve that problem.
I think it's a matter of like implementing these things and seeing how they turn out. And if you don't like it, then you just discontinue it. I already feel like the game's really deadly. We've almost died like 3 times.
Totally. Maybe I just need to like come up with some really loose rules that reflect a sort of more narrative approach, like y'all are saying. Like, like maybe you just have like what's up?
I'll say I keep thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all have ideas that you like, I know Keaton's into the idea of like if you drop to 0, you just don't naturally recover very well. I don't dislike that idea, except that I think we already are essentially achieving that through the house rules. So,
I think so too. Like the only reason I'm doing okay with HP. Actually, wait a second. I'm not doing okay with HP.
Technically, everybody has on their character sheet in the program received a full rest, and I didn't mess with it because
you didn't give the halfling any health. He's still heavily wounded.
Yeah, he is. I'll figure him out. It's okay. Anyway, I'm just rolling with the fact that you leveling up gave y'all a full rest essentially by the program. That
we
doesn't bother
leveled
me.
up and then we went to an inn and all that.
Yeah. Technically, by the established house rule, there's still like 5 days until you can receive the benefits of a long rest, but I mean, literally nothing happened this session, so it's like, or nothing taxing happened to your resources, so it's like, I don't know how much it matters. Plus, it's there are a couple comments y'all made. It's so funny. Okay, so I have stuff that I know is going on in the background of the story or whatever, but I swear to God, it's sometimes like y'all will say something that I literally like I stop and I'm like I can't say anything right now, but they literally just like nailed it. Lucky for y'all. I mean, this sort of inn situation is definitely something I was kind of like preparing to revisit a lot. So the fact that it was such a hit or whatever just makes it even better. But like, same thing with some of the oh man, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, point being, I feel like there's like a weird sort of same pageness going on that makes me feel pretty confident about the way the campaign's headed, but also like like for example, like the inns do matter. We're talking about resting and stuff. When we start next time in the morning, you're gonna find that despite the rules that we have laid out, you feel full rested or whatever. That's like gonna be a little bit. So I didn't want to like throw like confuse everyone, like make sure all their spell slots and stuff were wrong, since we weren't gonna do any encounters anyway, except for maybe that one with the guy with John. Because I knew in the end I was just gonna full rest you anyway through like whatever's going on with the you're resting at the end. Like there are things kind of like that I had set up in that exact way. That it just seems like coincidentally it keeps happening in a fun, interesting way.
I feel like you put a lot of thought into who you wanted to be in the campaign, and I think it's just really dope. This is the first game I played where we could have fun in a tavern, and it doesn't feel like archetypical classic fuck off D&D, and also that we had the opportunity to have a tavern brawl and we like didn't take it. We like de-escalated it, even though
I was kind of like as a DM I was kind of ready to go. I can't remember who stopped it.
It was basically the fact that Fox was like, yo, teach me about Sonottia and I'll give you better songs about it, which like de-escalated Azaram, and I was like ready to fucking chilling touch this dude as soon as I could talk. And then like it was just a matter of like I walked up to him and asked him for information. He didn't give me any, and so I went to talk to his friends. So it kind of turned into, instead of it being like a fucking like hash out session.
It was interesting. There were definitely a couple of moments where it was like it was a very high tension situation, and yeah, that guy John, he's a Boston guy.
Boston style.
No, y'all handled that very interestingly. And I was really into it, honestly. And I was very God. It wasn't at all kind of how I was prepared for that NPC to sort of enter the scene or whatever, but the way that y'all interacted with just the little bits of stuff that did happen to be there, totally like it felt very, very meaningful and successful as a section. I felt like a lot happened character wise, and I'm super happy with y'all's approach to everything. Even Fox was like had no idea. I think Ian probably knew what he was doing, but Fox was just like pressing all the wrong buttons on that guy. Just the whole time singing shitty songs about the place that he feels fucked over by, and making a big fart image out of him and stuff. Just the oh man,
there was a little bit of gimbal coming out, I think.
It kind of was a bit, yeah.
Another really random aspect to this. Whoa, Sorry, I just realized this chamoy dyed my tongue.
Oh.
That's so red.
I put way too much chamoy in my fucking fruit. It's like swimming in it. But an interesting aspect to this game I didn't realize until now was that, like, I don't think Keaton did, but me and Kelty like walked away from the computer to go get drinks pretty frequently. Me, Kelty, and Ian, as if we would in a bar. So we would always come back with like half information and escalate situations.
Oh my god.
I came back and I was like, "Oh, Fox is fighting with somebody? Okay, I'm taking Fox's side on this without any information."
So funny. I mean, it honestly, from a DM's perspective, it was hilarious because it was literally just the chaos of a bar, and I had no idea that y'all were drinking, and I knew you were walking away sometimes just because I'd hear you say like, "Hey, I'm going whatever," but my monitor wasn't up, so I couldn't see who was there when, so I just had to like kind of roll with the scene.
That's why you need
I need it.
like a monitor.
I need it.
Okay, going back to my mic.
You know what?
I need to get a mic stand.
I mean, they can be pretty cheap. I got mine, I think, for $20.
I like want one for convenience, but a part of me kind of likes having a mic because it means like when I talk, it's like a thing. Like it makes me not want to like talk over other people. Like I go for my mic and if someone's already talking, it's like, oh well, I'll just talk in here in a little bit. Does that make any sense? Like if I'm gonna grab my mic and talk,
Yeah.
like it's gotta be purposeful, not just like because I want to interrupt.
Corey, you might want to start reducing attributes with major wounds. That might be the easiest way to just
That's
go about
brutal.
that.
That is pretty brutal.
Not forever.
Oh, you mean like until rest?
Oh, okay.
happens. So, one way that we could do it, and that I think Keaton has even kind of like thrown out as an idea before, is like hitting 0 gives you a level of exhaustion maybe until you rest. So it's like it's not too severe, but if it keeps happening, it's obviously gonna get shittier and shittier for you. Like you're kind of out of it for the day.
Yeah, and that's like well within the D&D's like rules too.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's very like rules is written way to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Opposed to like making new ones.
So I kind of like that. It seems simple.
Like you wouldn't be hacking the system. You're just applying rules.
Yeah, that's kind of
that
what
are
I
already
did.
there.
I feel like, what's up, Deep?
I didn't say anything. I
Oh,
just kind of.
Oh, I thought I saw your thing light up, but I think that was just Discord's yellow border coming around from the stuff.
You'd have to get Corey. You'd have to get dropped 6 times before you died.
Before you instantly
Died of. Yeah.
I feel like what's the consequence for the second level of exhaustion?
So okay, okay, level 1, disability on ability checks, and then at 2, speed halved, 3, attack rolls and saving throws, 4, your max HP is half, at 5 your speed is 0, and then at 6 you die.
Jesus. What if
But
when you drop, you gain a level of exhaustion, and if you fail a death save, you also get a level.
that's good. That actually is great.
I kind of like that. I'm gonna jot that down. And then if we want to do injury tables, that can be something totally else, and we can make it more cinematic, but it still conveys the kind of the brutal nature of this. 0 HP.
and it actually like encourages us to not like
Wait till the last second.
yeah, wait till the last second to heal someone. Dude, what do you think?
Sorry, I was on Facebook. What happened?
We were discussing
Injuries, or injuries as stat debuffs.
I was kind of like saying, so instead of hitting 0 gives you an injury, maybe gives you a level of exhaustion, and then failing a death save gives you an additional level of exhaustion until you
I like that.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of PTU, Pokemon, the Pokemon game I play. There's a lot of injuries in that game. There's a lot of rules for injuries, and it's really complicated. But they like stack up and make you shittier, and that's kind of like enough of a. If not just because you're shittier, but because you have to keep track of how shittier you are. The fucking bookkeeping is like, Jesus Christ, 2 exhaustions? Like, you have to like figure all that out.
How does the book say you heal a level of exhaustion? Is it
I think a full night's rest?
I think so. Let's see.
Like, you can't even take, I would even say you can't even take watch and stuff like that.
Like a full day off, yeah.
Yeah, in your rules it would be a full day off. That's an important thing to think about. If we get our asses whooped and we're just shittier the next day, we would have to take a full day off just to get over that.
So greater restoration, 5th level spell, takes 1 level of exhaustion.
What the fuck? They want exhaustion to stick in this rule. Is this the new Sufjan album, by the way?
Yeah, I was playing some Pinkish Black earlier and I realized it's a little too noisy for like casual conversation. So I put this on because I haven't heard it yet.
I really need to hear it. It sounds cool. It sounds like
Well, you're hearing it right now.
Sounds like well, there's exploration, explosives, experience points. But I don't see exhaustion in the DMG, so it must be in the PHP, which I don't have with me.
I'm Google searching.
Yeah, go to the Trove and download everything. The other day I went through the Trove and I downloaded every D&D book because I didn't have them in PDF.
My only worry about giving out levels of exhaustion too hard is that it kind of sucks to have them like a lot. Like having a disadvantage on all skill checks sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I already feel kind of pretty well oppressed in this game.
Yeah,
with like how often we can heal. But if you want to take that further, I recommend throwing down pretty hard with bosses. That's my recommendation, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm down to do whatever you want to try out.
I'm gonna think on it. I want hitting 0. If we do the 0 equals exhaustion thing, I'm gonna say that like healing a level of exhaustion is merely like a matter of a night's rest. It's not gonna be tied to long resting as much as it's tied to time passing.
Okay.
Because the rules do make distinctions between those things. There are things like that happen in magic items. It'll be like once every dawn. That doesn't say a long rest. That says a dawn, you know. So it's like that's a daily refresher. And I was actually looking over some of that stuff because it kind of changes the balance of certain magic items in this campaign. Because there are certain things that, like, you know, say, I don't want to give you all ideas, actually. Fuck it. Anyway, point being, stuff that refreshes every dawn means that you're getting it more frequently than you would get something that refreshes every long rest, as far as resource regeneration goes. So it's like, I'm willing to say that exhaustion is more tied to your body healing and time passing than it is to literally like the game's distinction between short and long resting.
Corey, is this gonna be fun?
I mean, I hope so. if you don't think it'll be fun, then veto it. Like I'm not trying to make you not have fun with it.
I don't know.
We also could literally just toggle on the System Shock rules that are already in both the DMG, because I found out actually D&D 5th edition, the DMG has System Shock rules, so apparently the System Shock stuff in the program is just that. So we could just turn those on. It's like a massive damage thing.
Like, cause I'm worried it's gonna feel like, like going to jail in Monopoly or something.
Yeah, that's what I really don't want. And if it starts to feel like that, then we'll just take the rules down a notch, or I'll simply like give you things that alleviate that. Like, so like if we continue playing the game on these according to these rules, and like y'all are just strapped for spells and it's not fucking enough to whatever, like I will compensate for that.
I am kind of enjoying the rules you've already thrown down.
Yeah.
I do like those.
Mm-hmm.
I like being very stingy with spells.
Mm-hmm.
Makes them feel like they matter more.
Mm-hmm.
Even at the cost of that, of them maybe like making. Well, no, they don't make spellcasters any less powerful. Everyone's daily spells become weekly spells, or abilities, I should say.
Mm-hmm. If anything, like warlocks and monks, I think specifically get a pretty significant boost in that they get their very limited pools of resources more frequently.
Having played a monk, it was very crucial that short rest gave my key back, because otherwise it wouldn't have felt that cool.
And this kind of like establishes a pace for those rests.
Yeah, because if I was like, oh, I gotta wait all day to do all this, I mean, that would be super whack, unless if we're all on that pace, you know? Because if you take away the key points being restored every short rest, then like monk was kind of whack. Like, oh, I got 5 points all day. Some of these abilities use up 2 points.
Exactly. It's very dependent on you being able to take a breather, which the pace of the game that I'm designing is set up so that like I'm kind of like reverse engineering sort of like what the game says about like, oh, the adventuring day has this many combat encounters in it, and you know, based on that, then if an adventuring day by the base rules is a long rest essentially, then you stretch that out across a week instead of 24-hour period. Like that's the approach I'm taking. So I'm not just trying to like, as far as the game expects resources to be expended, I'm pretty much like following rules.
Corey, you're cheating.
I'm cheating. How so?
Because a long rest is like a night of not doing anything, but we're like we're getting like so if you translate that, a long rest in your campaign would be a week of not doing anything. We've never.
Yeah, I did cheat on that a little bit. So the solution I came up with was I don't want y'all to say like, oh, I take a week to do nothing, just because I don't want the time of the game to pass that way. Unless y'all decide you really like downtime and have stuff that you want to do in downtime, and then I can do whatever. But what I decided was that it's like a full day of rest, but you can't benefit from a long rest more than once a week. Because that's what the base rules say about long rest. It's like, it's 8 hours of rest, but you can't benefit from one more than twice a day. Or more than once a day, is what it says.
Also, when you think about a day off, it's really one night. It's really 2 nights in one day off.
Yeah, you like go to sleep, get your rest, do nothing all day, and then go to sleep again.
So it's like 36 hours.
And that feels kind of appropriate to me. At least
if you take 36 and compare that to a week, that's still not exact to like comparing 8 hours to 16. But I think it works pretty okay.
At the end of the day,
I mean, you can make it 2 days, and that's more accurate. But like, so far, I've liked the pacing of it. Of like, okay, we're taking a day off.
Yeah, we'll totally see.
I like the pacing too.
Yeah,
I think that's what's important, is that the pacing does feel right.
Yeah, that's more what I'm concerned with than anything.
Like, if we fucked around and we took longer and we took the long way and we got fucked up by something, we wouldn't have had time to stop to have a day off to make the meeting in time.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
So like, I thought it was a good pace. It was like a matter of like, if we fucked around and we didn't have time to stop and rest, then we had to risk going through the wilderness and keeping pace while really fucked up.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing too, is like more than trying to make it difficult, I'm trying to make the rules kind of naturally produce a storytelling pace. That's the thing. It's like I have a hard time imagining adventuring days that the book says happen, you know, where it's like, yeah, you fight 6 encounters of average difficult or whatever, like the math that they all have written out. It's like, that's a crazy fucking day to me. Like, I feel like the stories that happen in D&D that we play always felt like bigger and filled more time, and we're depending on more like social stuff, which, you know, that's the people have to wait or whatever. So it's just like it seemed like a way to kind of address the pace of the narrative more so even than the pace of how often, you know, get into combat. It's like literally like the thing I was just trying to do is achieve a narrative pace more than a mechanical difference. But I don't know, I'm like I said, I'm having fun with it. It does feel grittier. It definitely has a different feel. Without being super arbitrary, because I know some DMs are just like, oh, you can't take a long rest in the dungeon or whatever. And it's like, yeah, fuck it, take a long rest in the dungeon. It's just, you know, long rests are longer than the normal rules type of thing, you know? I don't know. And I think I was mentioning this to someone else.
Well, I think you're doing a good job. I don't worry too much about it.
Yeah, just this is just my overthinking brain that tries to put this all together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my biggest gripe with 5th edition D&D, I really love how the classes work and the features work and how everything is set up, and the balance of the game feels good to me, all that stuff. The only things that bother me really are just healing. I feel makes it just a little too fantastical or something. Like it feels like, I guess because when we first started playing it was 3.5, and it's like you heal what, like 1 HP a day in 3.5? Like, is that the rule? Do y'all remember?
I don't know.
No, you healed a lot in that game too.
No, I want to say that the natural pace of healing was a snail's pace.
That's not what I remember.
We healed.
I think we would go to sleep and heal full in that game.
I feel like that may have been a house rule. Hold on. Nope, that is the spell heal. Because long rest and short rest weren't even terms in D&D. It was like, or in 3.5.
Yeah, no, it was 4th edition introduced second wind, which is what became later
Healing
the short rest in 5th edition.
Yeah.
Before that, you only rested by sleeping, or you only got your health back by sleeping, and you didn't like roll your hit dice for it. It was like, if I remember correctly, you get like half of your HP back or all of it, something like that.
In 3.5, the rules as written says that sleeping restores 1 HP per hit die.
Oh, what the fuck? Really?
I think we house ruled it, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's what I'm trying to get back to.
You heal 1 HP?
Overnight, yeah. With a full night's rest, you can recover 1 hit point per character level. Any significant interruption during your rest prevents you from healing that night. If you undergo complete bed rest for an entire day and night, you recover twice your character level in hit points. So at 20th level, a character would get back 20 HP for sleeping for the night, or 40 for laying up in bed for 20 hours.
Dude, we used to heal 1 every round.
I think that's because there's a mechanic Regeneration, I think, does that 1 HP around or something like that.
I persisted that shit for the whole day on the whole party.
You remember different because you were always casting a gajillion
Yeah,
spells.
you like changed the game for healing. We just basically healed every night because of that character.
That's true. Claire was such a Haas healer that we thought the rules of 3.5 were different. Oh, I thought we healed to full every night. Claire's just like, no one appreciates the work I do.
That's fucking wild. Yeah, that's 3.5. Sounds like you, I don't know. The more it sounds like you want to like return to 3.5 kind of grittiness, the more I recommend checking out Dungeon Crawl Classics. It might be your shit.
Hey, yeah, I'll totally take it. I'm just trying to, I think at the end of the day, I really do love 5th. It's just the one thing about it is that I feel like,
Wounds.
I feel like if you don't throw tons of stuff at the players the way the book expects you to, then it's like hard to really even present them with any difficulty. Because it's like, that's what I noticed. It's like, I mean, if you start the day with everyone's got their full resources and you fight 3 purple worms, it's like, sure, you're all level 12 or whatever, you're already badasses, but it's like, you'll mop the floor with essentially anything, and that rocks to be able to like mop the floor with big badass stuff. But I like it when there is like a feeling of, yeah, I'm at the top of my game, I'm prepared for everything, like this is, you know, how I can manage my resources, and then like getting to the point, I like the games where it feels like you have meaningful sort of like decision points to make. It's like, okay, I mean, I could hold on to this spell in case I need it later, but also we're having like a tough time right now, so it might be the time for this, like my last 2nd level spell slot or something, you know. I like games where that's a little bit more of a concern, because I feel like class features and spells and stuff are like everyone's favorite part of their own character, so it's like making them really impactful in that way and feel like impactful. I always liked D&D more when it felt like my decisions like directly mattered with my abilities, so it feels like that'll be more the case in this version. And also we're low level, so resources are kind of light anyway, so once we hit level 3 even, I feel like we'll kind of have enough spells slots and stuff to toss around.
Corey,
what's up?
Once we get those resources, everyone's gonna take like healing, so I don't know how you're gonna feel about our future selves. If it's even gonna feel like it does right now.
Well, I was thinking about that, because everyone can heal, but between you and
Daryl
and Ian specifically, y'all 3. So
can Azaram heal too?
Azaram gets some passive, some healing features, but what I was gonna say is that like because only so much can happen in a day, and you take a rest every night, it's like Ian has that ability, Song of Rest, which lets you heal more just naturally overnight. So that alone kind of like, I feel, ultimately it's y'all characters, it's up to you to do whatever, but if y'all all take too much healing, there's a lot of other abilities that you could have to solve different problems that you'd be missing out on, you know? So it's like you may not even need as much healing as you technically could take, because literally also technically everyone in this party can take healing spells.
Also, so Ian can do that healing thing at night. Is that once a week or every night?
That is every fucking time y'all go to sleep. The only thing, the thing that it says is that if you are taking a short rest, and you can hear the bard's Song of Rest, you get 1 extra d6 that night if you spend any number of hit dice. So it's not even 1d6 per hit die, but if you are rolling to heal overnight, then you get the benefits of.
So I guess my question is, you know how we have two right now? We have 2 hit die to use every day. Is that 2 hit die every week then?
Yes, right now.
Then yeah, I think that's still kind of limited.
It's limited, but I think that everyone has like
I used 1 hit die last night, and that got me 7 on its own.
Yeah.
And I forgot to roll the d6 to get more from Ian's thing.
I think you're maxed out anyway.
You're at full. You're full.
Yeah, but I rolled 7 plus 6 is what? 13.
That's good amount.
And I didn't actually roll the d6, but I got full, but I don't know how. But point being, in the future, I don't know, it was weird. Rolled my HD.
We'll definitely see how it feels. There's everyone kind of has at least a little bit of healing they can do. Daryl's got a couple healing spells between Good Berry and Healing Word.
Yeah, I got Healing Word, Good Berry, and Cure Light Wounds or whatever. Cure Wounds. I just don't usually prepare that one.
Yeah.
Or Good Berry for that matter. Just Healing Word all the time. It's a perfect middle ground.
Yeah.
I'm not actually gonna heal anyone unless we're in the fight trying to keep someone alive.
And that's what I mean. I almost feel like because everyone has just a touch of healing, it almost alleviates anyone's single responsibility to do heavy duty healing all the time.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of wish I took medicine as a skill, pretty bad.
I haven't. There's at least one skill you haven't used, so if you want to swap it, go for it. I know Thinry also Thinry is also interested in using a herbalism kit or whatever.
Yeah, I've been using one too. I just don't actually have medicine as a skill, and I have sleight of hand and stealth.
Is there a specific application of the medicine skill you want to use?
Just to stabilize people, because this shit's kind of deadly. But no, you're right. I have Good Berry. That's literally a spell that renders medicine kind of useless.
Though it is a single first level spell slot.
Yeah.
I think there is a cantrip called Spare the Dying.
I don't have that. That's a cleric one.
But yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing. You're not trained in medicine, but you do have a positive wisdom modifier.
True, and I have a herbalism kit, or I have herbalism proficiency.
It may get to the point, and what I'm kind of planning on is kind of creating, working with the magic item creating systems to create downtime activities for y'all to make your own potions and stuff. So if you want to make a stabilizing kit or something, that could be a thing. Too, you just kind of tell me what y'all want to do and how you want to approach it and what's fun and what's not and everything, and we can all.
That reminds me, I looked into a book called Witchcraft. It's called Witch Plus Craft, and it's a book that they put out for 5th edition about crafting rules, but it's very urbane.
Yeah.
It's fucking, you're into an art crafting. I haven't looked too much into it, and maybe I'll check it out first before I send it to you, but I downloaded the PDF after I found it online. And it's you can take trade classes. On top of your classes. You can take carpentry as a class and you get little abilities, but none of them really come up in combat or anything. It's quite literally it's basically domestic crafting, not just hey, we're making cool, amazing, magical things. It's very much, if you want to get really nitty gritty into I want to get into basket weaving, there's rules for all the shit you can do.
I was kind of talking about this with you, I think, but I want to kind of weave the mycology element into the herbalism element of the magic item stuff and make
that sounds dope. It also makes a lot of sense with your campaign because there's not a lot of sun.
I was also thinking Zelda, when you in Majora's Mask, when you put on the pig mask and you can search for truffles, and the truffles can be potions. You can make potions out of them. Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, like, think about your setting. There's like a lot of times it's like overcast.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of sun. So how does like what does foliage look like other than low light flora,
Mm-hmm.
and which basically includes a lot of mushrooming going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I imagine there's not massive trees like they used to be. Or I guess there would be because like fantasy. How do you not have forests? But like
Mm-hmm.
you're not gonna have if you're gonna have a fucking forest. There's not much growing under the shadow of a forest other
Mhm.
than like fungus who don't need sun.
Oh, by the way, your nature roll, especially on the thing, uh, with the mushroom earlier, was so funny. If you go read the entry for the one you rolled, 251, I think.
Yeah.
You'll have fun. It almost came up too, because everyone was like so proud of like, oh, we stopped a genocide, a fungal genocide. It still might come up, but the reason I asked you to roll the nature check was because it had a particularly interesting implication on identifying that one.
And I failed.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Part of me doesn't want to look.
Something. I'll make sure it comes up if you want it to come up like that. What's up, dude?
None of us have been assisting each other. And it's been bothering me. Daryl, you rolled that before I could say that I assisted you.
If y'all ever like want to assist, and it's sort of like,
what does assist do? Does it give you a +2 or advantage?
Advantage.
Even if you're not trained in nature?
That is one thing that people let people house rule a lot, is like, hey, it doesn't make sense that this person who's bad at the thing gives me advantage just by helping. So it's like they should have to be trained or something. So we could do that. We could make it so that it's only if you're trained you can assist, but
or like in a way that makes sense, like perception maybe in that situation, or
yeah, or something.
you only see when it comes to identifying mushrooms that perception and nature and maybe survival are the only three things that can really come into play.
What I kind of like better than the help action in a lot of the situations is like, so for example, Adib, if you wanted to kind of jump in and help, you could kind of describe to me how you want to help, and I can just determine what that effect would have. Like, it could be that it's sort of like a skill challenge that we run and determine kind of like the outcome of whatever the event is, or it could be that you give him the person you're helping advantage, or it could be like a modifier or something, you know, like it
Yeah.
So don't ever feel like you've missed the window. Like you can just chime in like, hey, I'm interested in helping make sure that's like a thing, you know. It's like, hey, I want to help Daryl. So yeah, don't hesitate to let me know if you want to assist something, and we can make it happen in a narratively satisfying way. But yeah. I feel like the help action makes less sense than crunchier editions, because I remember in 3.5 it was literally like, if you wanted to help someone, you rolled your check, and if you got like above a 10 or a 15 or something, you literally gave the primary skill check person like a +2 or something.
It's up to you whether you want.
I always didn't find that. I hated that rule over time because in practice
It
would
just
be
meant
like,
that everyone
oh, shit,
helped
I
on
rolled a
every.
20 and I gave you a +2, and then you roll a fucking 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cool. You should have taken point on this.
Yeah.
So I prefer the idea of like making someone's odds better, not like just giving a number based off of another roll.
I do as well. Or
I mean, if it's a matter of giving someone advantage, it's just both people roll and you take the better. How's that much different than one person taking advantage than both people rolling and you take the better one?
you could even simplify it
If you have
further
like
and
4 people assisting, then you can't give like the primary like 4 times advantage.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that's a
that's
good
true.
point. I mean, That's like a maybe like
because that was another thing that happened a lot in our 3.5 games. It would be like, hey, I want to do this, and everyone was like, I help. And so everyone's just
like you get a +8 after everyone else rolled amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah. I mean, I know what parts of this game that I want to observe the nitty gritty rules on, and skills are not one of them. I feel like skills are like I don't know, something about skills in this game just don't feel the same. And I don't know the solution, but it's fine. It functions. Yeah, it's somewhat the progression. It feels like a little less like customizable or something maybe.
I do definitely feel that you can't get more skills as you get higher. You just get the same ones better and better. I always feel like I want 1 or 2 more skills every time I play a character, with maybe exception of a bard or a rogue.
I wonder if giving into to skill bonuses would do that.
I mean, that fixes it for a few characters.
What
not
about
for like everybody?
What about this idea? This is based on other RPGs I've played. What if you give everybody like a free profession skill based on their backstory, and then you like if forever some reason somebody's backstory is relevant, they can be like, oh, I have a I did this way ago. Yeah,
I like that. I feel like it's sort of already there with background, but at the same time, I don't feel like I feel like they're a flexible way of approaching it in a narrative way. I mean, it makes sense that I would be familiar, you know, like
that's right.
It's true.
I forgot about backgrounds, Courtney.
Backgrounds are basically like half of the skill mechanic. It's kind of weird, and it's cool. I like it. It works, but it's always difficult to choose a background because it feels so heavy of a choice. Because like shit, which skills do I choose?
Yeah.
In a way, I kind of don't like it because I sometimes choose my background based on my skills.
I almost feel like the best version of a background system would like let you choose a number of skills, like so that the skills are less bound to specific backgrounds, you know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them do that. Some of the better ones do that. Hey, I'm gonna send you that witchcraft book, the Witch Plus Craft book, to see if it's any use to you. I read the beginning of it, and it has a pretty good system of like how to systematize crafting, which is like blueprint plus. It's like a few part system. I don't know how helpful the rest of the book is because I haven't read it. It's a pretty thick one. I'm putting in the D&D campaign thing because I can't send files this big in Discord. What'd you say?
Good night. Good night, Daryl. Good night.
Yeah, I'm about to have to pass out as well, but it's been super fun talking. I got a lot of stuff to think about.
Yeah, I just realized it's 1:30. I'm going to bed.
Good night, man.
Good night, y'all.
Night. I saw your thing, so I will definitely check it out.
I don't know if it's any good. I've never read anything from this publication house. They've made 2 books, and it's this one and Fairy Fire. And Fairy Fire is like a book of. It's basically like a book about the fairy, the Feywild, and it looked alright. I wasn't that into it. But this one seems kind of interesting. But it seems like it goes very in depth into mundane aspects of crafting. But there's definitely rules to like craft legendary items. So there's got to be something to it.
Hell yeah.
And if it sucks, just let me know, because I haven't read it either.
I'll probably read it while I'm like at work. I was gonna type a big thing. I definitely don't need to do that right now. I just need to go to bed, and I will talk to y'all all in the morning, and I'll just make a sticky note.
Okay, I'll talk to you later, homie. Good night.
Peace, homie. Sleep well.
I will.